She wakes up early every morning just to do her hair now, 'cause she cares, yeah. Her day couldn't be right without her makeup. She's never had a makeup. She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. As she stands there singing for money. In my sleep I see her begging, preaching, please. Although her body's not mine, I ask now why, God why? She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. As she stands there singing for money. She's just like you and me, as she stands there singing for money.
I never meant to cause you any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain. I only wanted to one time see you laughing. I only wanna see you laughing in the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you bathing in the purple rain. I never wanted to be your weekend lover. I only wanted to be some kind of friend. Baby, I could never steal you from another. It's such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you underneath the purple rain. Honey, I know the times are changing. It's time we all reach out for something new. That means you too. You say you wanna lead out, but you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better close it and get you to the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, oh purple rain, purple rain. I wanna see you in the purple rain. Said I wanna see you. I wanna see you in the purple rain.
I come awake at the gift for womankind. You're still asleep, but the gift don't seem to mind. Rise in this occasion, halfway up your back, sliding down your body, touching your behind. You look so self-possessed. I won't disturb your rest. It's lovely when you're sleeping, but wide awake is best. Wake up and make love with me. Wake up and make love. Wake up and make love with me. I don't wanna make you, I let the fancy take you, and you wake up and make love. You come awake in a horny morning mood, and we have a proper wriggle in the naughty naked nude. Roll against my body, get me where you want me. What happens next is private, it's also very rude. I go and get the post and make some tea and toast. You have another sleep, love. It's me that needs it most. Wake up and make love with me. Wake up and make love. Wake up sorry if I thought that I would change your mind. But I know that this time I have said too much, been too unkind. I tried to laugh about it, cover it all up with lies. I tried to laugh about it, hiding the tears in my eyes. 'Cause boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. I would break down at your feet and beg forgiveness, plead with you. But I know that it's too late, and now there's nothing I can do. So I tried to laugh about it, cover it all up with lies. I tried to laugh about it, hiding the tears in my eyes. 'Cause boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. I would tell you that I love you if I thought that you would stay. But I know that it's no use, that you've already gone away. Misjudged your limits, pushed you too far, took you for granted. I thought that you needed me more. I would do most anything to get you back by my side. But I just keep on laughing, hiding the tears in my eyes. 'Cause boys don't cry. Boys don't cry. Boys
You and me, we used to be together, every day together, always. I really feel I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're letting go, and if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Our memories, they can be inviting, but some are hard to get in mind, frightening. And as we die, both you and I, with my head in my hands and sit and cry. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I
Don't speak, I know just what you're saying. So please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking. And I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak. Ding dong dong, ding dong dong, dong dee dong dong dee, ding dong dee dong dee dong dee, dong dee dong dong. We all came out of Montreal on the Lake Geneva shoreline to make records with a mobile. We didn't have much time. Frank Zappa and the Mothers were all the best place around. Some stupid with a flare gun burned the place to the ground. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky. Smoke on the water. They burned down the camping house. It died with an awful sound. A funky cloud was running in and out, pulling kids out of ground. When it all was so far, we had to find another place. But Swiss time was running out. It seems that we will lose the breeze. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky. Smoke on the water. Ended up at the Grand Hotel. It was empty, Columbia, with a rolling truck, something just outside, making our music there, with a few red lights and a few old beds. We make a place to stay, no matter what we get out of this. I know we'll never forget. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky. Smoke on the water, ding dong dong, ding dong de ah, dong de dong de to be, oh da dong be ba ba be ba, de 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 bo, be ba de da da. It's been coming for some time. When it's over, so they say, it'll rain a sunny day. I know, shining down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down on a sunny day. Yesterday and days before, sun is cold and rain is hard. I know, been that way for all my time. To forever, on it goes. For the circle, fast and slow. I know it can't stop. I wonder. I wanna know, have you ever seen rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain?
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Baby, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you had it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we had to walk are winding, and all the lights that lead us, they are blinding.
as you walk on by, would you call my name when you walk away?
It was 9:29, 9:29 Max Street, big city. The sun was going down, there was music all around, it felt so right. It was one of those nights when you feel the world stop turning. You were standing there, there was music in the air. I should have been away, but I knew I had to say, let's drink to London, just heading out. Let's drink to London, just leaving town. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight. It was one of those nights when you feel the fires burning. Everybody was there, everybody to share, it felt so right. There you were on your own, looking like you were the only one around. I had to be with you, nothing else that I could do. I should have been away, but I knew I had to say, let's drink to London, just heading out. Let's drink to London, just leaving town. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight. Underneath the starry sky, time was still, but ours must really have rushed by. I didn't realize, but love was in your eyes. I really should have gone, but love went on and on.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mika or Michaela. I'm from the Litvan group, and I would like to all warmly welcome you here at the 8th CEE Hydrogen Summit. Who will help me? Let me introduce you, my colleagues. We have one hostess at the registration desk, and we have AV team here that will help you, and they will help me to take care of you during whole conference. If you need something, ask us, we will help you. We have gathered here to experience an intensive 2 days of the conference room when our speakers will share their cutting-edge strategies with you. I would like to thank all the speakers for their support and for making time to come here today and share their knowledge with us. All the presentation will be followed by Q&A session. You can raise your hand and the hostess will come to you with our microphones, or you can alternatively leave your questions in the Q&A discuss button on the event platform. For maximum interactivity, you will have an opportunity for further networking during coffee breaks and afternoon tea and lunch. The welcome coffee and all coffee breaks will be had here into the room on your back. And for the lunch, we will go to the restaurant that is located next to the registration desk at the hotel on the left side. We will guide you there. In the case of emergencies, just please follow green exit signs. Toilets are located in front of the conference room on the left and on the right side. In the agendas which you received from my colleague, you can find a list of our participation, evaluation forms, and access details for the virtual platforms. And the colored one is for the photos. We will upload them during whole conference. You can download them, use them for your online LinkedIn or Instagram accounts. I would like to ask you to fill the evaluation forms at the end of the event and hand it to me or my colleagues at the registration desk. Your feedback is very important for us, and it will be really proving our events and the services for the next times. The presentations will be available via our online platform for 1 or 2 weeks after the event. As the speakers have interesting things to say, please turn off your sound of your mobile phones if you haven't done yet that. Finally, our chairman for today will be Jakub Kupecki. Enjoy the conference. Jakub, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Warsaw for the 8th Summit. It will be an exciting session today. While talking on hydrogen. Of the research, of the governance, and I think also the regulatory framework will be exciting. So the time is ours. We have around 50 participants, which is a critical mass, sufficient to discuss the topics indeed and in deep. And I believe that it will be also an interesting time for networking. So take your business cards, rotate them. This is the reason why we're here, and I believe all of us are going to be available. I also want to say hello to Daria Vladikova. She's going to be chairing tomorrow's discussion, and we will be partnering here also to help you as moderators. I just want to briefly say that our role here is to take care of these days, but also we are active at the European level. I'm in the executive board of Hydrogen Europe Research. Daria is also very active worldwide, and it will help us to catalyze discussion, to answer questions. We are researchers and scientists, so also this inclination towards answering tough questions is our role and the activity on a daily basis. Without further ado, once again, welcome to Warsaw. It is great to have this event here in this landscape when so many things are happening. We are revising hydrogen strategy, we are revising the national plan for energy, and also Poland can be considered as a kind of, let's say, a nice sandbox for various activities, and we're gonna provide you some insight into that with, I think, the first panel that's going to start right now. And I'm going to hand over to the moderators that would take care of this discussion that's going to open today's day. Guys. Yes. I'm just looking on the other panelists.
Thanks. Okay, Oh, well, not just mine, but please, Alex, come. Welcome, everybody. My name is Marco Lacognata. I work for the Italian regulator and also for ACER within the working groups between European regulators on the topics of hydrogen. Together with me today is Alex, please.
My name is Alex Nauman. I'm a hydrogen technologies expert at Chwinfra and board member of Hydrogen Poland Association, the Polish association that gathers the industry in Poland, and I have this pleasure to co-moderate. This panel is going to be exceptional because of two moderators, Marco and me, and I would like to invite once again Professor Jakub Kupecki, who is he's a very humble guy. He's our mogul in solid oxide electrolysis and a huge promoter of hydrogen technologies. I would like also to invite Radosław Żydok, Vice President of Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley, and Jakub Kupiec, please come from Clean Air Task Force.
Okay, thanks. So for this first panel discussion, we have prepared a few questions, but I would really like to start with a sort of general and broad ones, also as a way of an icebreaker. Well, I would like to ask the panelists about, well, the topic is policy and regulations, and the question is very broadly what you believe are the most important mechanisms, both in terms of policy tools, regulatory tools, to support and promote hydrogen demand and supply. And if you want, you can also make a specific reference to the CEE area and what you believe is particularly relevant for this area in relation to the development of the hydrogen sector.
So maybe I will start, as I am a lawyer and public policy analyst. Thank you all for coming today. Thank you for inviting me for this amazing panel. So in my opinion, you know, we are in the times of geopolitical uncertainty for first, and the times of revision of EU policy. As you all know, green hydrogen will play an important role in the decarbonization of the industry. However, we need some revisions in the regard of national policies. A lot of policies in CEE region, they are not connected with each other. They are separately. For instance, national hydrogen strategy in Poland is different than in Romania. There is no interconnection between them, and I see that there is a gap. I think that more cooperation between states in CEE is needed, and that's why national hydrogen strategies should be updated. Of course, there is also a problem with governance, in energy governance within ministries and public administration in these countries. For instance, in Poland, we had a problem. We still have had a problem that, for instance, our Ministry of Climate is also responsible for hydrogen policy, and Ministry of Industry is also responsible for hydrogen policy. So there is a conflict of competences, and investors, they don't feel confident in this regard. They don't feel that law support them or public administration. And hydrogen is still innovation. It is still an innovative sector which needs a strong support from the government, and also certainty of law. I would like to also add that maybe we will have to also change our prioritization of green hydrogen. I know that EU policy, Repower EU, also has a very ambitious goals in this regard. However, last year the Court of Auditors has criticized this approach, and according to the Court of Auditors, the goals of EU are not likely to be met in 2030. So maybe we also need to, let's say, focus on other forms of hydrogen. That's why I thought about clean hydrogen, not only about green hydrogen. Maybe we should also focus on blue hydrogen, on CCS technologies. I think that we have to change the approach in this regard. Thank you.
Well, I would say that if we look on a regulatory framework, it should be twofold. First would be the governance, and the second would be the technology. If you imagine that you're an industrial partner that is interested in exploring the European market, wants to build a branch that will cover several countries, and what they have to do now is to have a regulatory team in each country that will actually double the size across the engineering team, it is becoming very expensive to run a business. And I think this is a key limitation, that many companies decide to stay away from given markets because the regulation doesn't match. They don't have a unified regulation across Central Eastern Europe, or at least Europe. Across Europe. It means that you have to assess your market entry from completely different perspective, not from the technological viability and the economics of the technology itself, but from having an extra expenditures just to translate the local regulation into your businesses. And I think this is also a limiting factor. But then if we're gonna get back to this, what Bartłomiej mentioned, we have no clear source of information. We have EU regulation, we have some safety standards, we have some technical codes, we have 2 ministries that supervise the process, and actually when you try to get an answer to your question, you have to address 5 or 6 bodies. And the problem becomes tricky when you get 6 different answers. And then you spend a lot of money on your legal firms who are going to help you understand what is the truth, and then you take additional risk on board. And this is something that nobody is in favor of. Secondly, this can be built on top of funding schemes, because if we have different regulations, we have different regulatory sandboxes, we have different definitions of technology and different definitions of products and markets, and it means that the same technology can be understood in a different ways across countries. And suddenly what is becoming a chemical process in Poland can be a fuel production in other country, or can be electrical utility instead of being a part of refining process. And this is also something that adds to the uncertainty of running business. And I would say that as an engineer, I cannot imagine a company doing a forecasting for 20 or 30 years with regulations that are not standardized, uniforms, and they continuously change and continuously develop, quite often taking radical steps back. And this is also something related to those political cycles, which of course affect new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm not a scientist, but I would like to refer to the theory of innovation diffusion, because I believe that still hydrogen, even if we sometimes say that it's a mature technology, as a ecosystem, it's still in a early innovative stage in Europe. And this means that what we really need, and to answer your question about what mechanism would drive this diffusion of hydrogen technologies, I'd say courage. Courage from the entrepreneurs who are really going to risk their own money to build first demonstrative installations. And my experience backs this, because in Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley we have such innovator who risked his own money, who built his own renewable sources as well as hydrogen power plant. I will say about this a little bit more in the evening, but not to spoil this, I'd say that we are trying very hard to de-risk a business which is very risky right now. It's extremely risky because it's in early stage. We don't have a market, like a real market with many players selling, buying products. So to de-risk at this point, we would require not, hundreds of millions of euros or even billions, but more like hundreds of billions of euros to build an infrastructure without actually caring if it will pay back or not. And we are not putting this kind of money on the table right now in Europe. And but this is because we are trying to get through this road in an extremely quick pace. Yeah, we want to skip some steps, because hydrogen is not like totally different technology than what we had in the energy industry in the decades before. Yeah, the natural gas implementation in Poland, it was a Copernican change because we were a coal-powered country, and it also required decades. And it was very risky. It's still risky in Poland to invest in gas-powered plants, but right now it's mostly due to these ecological and environmental protection laws. But it shows an example. Yeah, you can do it on its own pace, but it takes decades. Then somebody will invest, somebody will lose the money, but eventually the market will get there. And what we are trying to do now is skip a few steps, like a decade-long steps. And I'm not really, I don't really believe it's going to happen. We are not getting there in terms of 2030 targets. It's obvious now. But the biggest issue is that we are mixing those plans, political plans mostly, political goals, with actual forecasts. So we're building strategies saying what should be the targets for certain projects, the benchmarks, based on those plans, political plans, rather than actual forecast and economic feasibility of many projects. So we don't have enough money to de-risk, and this very scarce amount of money is already being, implemented in projects that are maybe totally not economically feasible. And in terms of regulations, if somebody says that the policy may be the driver for hydrogen technologies, I'd say, yeah, it drives people crazy. Yeah? So within few years, we've totally changed the attitude from clean hydrogen, meaning all the technologies that give you decarbonization in the end with the production of hydrogen, now to RFNBO, which is extremely limiting, especially for countries like Poland, where we have scarcity of renewable power. So I'd say we have to take a step back, rethink the general strategic approach, and really help those people, those entrepreneurs that are willing to risk their money and de-risk them, not the whole market.
So I agree with Jakub and Radosław that we have to take a step back and redefine our policy goals. I would like to also add that now in Europe, in European Union, we have like 25 national hydrogen strategies. I think that Bulgaria Republic, it hasn't adopted one yet. And we have also another strategies like climate and energy plans, national policies like in Poland, Polish energy policy until 2040, national policy or state Czech policy, and so on. And we have too many strategies, and they are not complete, and they do not agree with each other. They have different goals, they have different forecasts. We have an inflation of political strategies and also inflation of law. I think also that maybe deregulation is not the answer to this. Like, we need stronger institutions and we need better law, however, maybe not so many regulations. And we shouldn't delay it, and maybe we should also delay some regulations, but the complete deregulation is not the answer. Like, we need the better cooperation between business, state, but also government, and EU should answer the, let's say, requests from the hydrogen industry. And I hope that in Clean Industrial Deal, these answers will be met.
Thank you very much for all your answers. And well, risk was mentioned as one of the main points also to be tackled. And I would like to start from that, to ask you maybe a very brief answer to this question, maybe also because we are already going into a bit of the details, but our panel discussion is just, let's say, an introduction. But I would like to focus on this aspect of risk in hydrogen projects, and I would like to ask you, what are, in your view, the let's say, regulatory hurdles, or in general, what you think could be done for de-risking hydrogen investments? I'm thinking, for instance, on one hand, maybe on to offtake agreements with users, or on the other hand, maybe a more direct interventions from the state, for instance, in the forms of loans or even state guarantees to some extent. And also linked to that, if you think of any specific financing model that you believe it is more effective in the risking and financing hydrogen projects. I'm thinking here about different tools that can be employed, for instance, a contract for differences, or green bonds in general. So those financing tools that can be employed, if you believe there is any specific or more effective ones compared to the others.
Maybe I can start just fighting with the mic. I think the risking should be considered the level of net de-risking. So the risk will exist, but we will try to kind of fill the void somehow. And how we can fill the void? You mentioned contract for difference. It was a brilliant tool. Some of you might be familiar with that, when the advances in power engineering were introduced. So those who were interested in new technologies, they were provided with a kind of incentive. It was a contract with the state saying that if you will invest in the new technology, which will offer higher efficiency, lower emissions, we're going to provide you with extra subsidies or incentives, which will help you to stabilize the price if the market goes out of your business case. And this is just the country paying the difference between your production cost and the market value. And this is kind of a tool to take away part of the risk from the investor in the new technology. And it did a terrific, I think we achieved a lot in that with Poland. And the same scheme can be now copied into the hydrogen market, because what we need now, we need the entire hydrogen economy to get a sufficient inertia. And that's why I think in the first phase we should not focus on green hydrogen, but we should focus on all hydrogen technologies to just have a sufficient volume in the market, to have a broad range of technologies and verify them, to have sufficient experience, and then in the next phase start to reject whatever does not meet the emission standards or basically does not break even. And then we will go towards the green hydrogen. And of course, the contract for difference can be a tool. The second thing, and I think most of you who ever seek for external funding or co-funding of your hydrogen projects, you realize that often the capex is supported. But in the hydrogen business, when the fuel itself is 75% of that is electricity or the energy input, we need a subsidy for the OPEX, for the operational costs, which actually make the product by the end of the day in 3/4. It means that if you are thinking about building large-scale electrolysis plant or a large-scale refining plant with CCS, then you have to realize, refining plant with steam methane reforming and with CCS, then you need to cover those costs. And of course, the regulations can be used here. And eventually, the final thought, if 75% of hydrogen is the energy input, we need to think about stabilizing the cost of electricity or your energy. Nobody going to build a business case for the 25 years if you don't know what's going to be the price of your electricity in 5 years from now, not even mentioning 20 years from now. And then this is the place where regulations can be useful. The contract for difference can be the case. But of course, I would suggest verifying various schemes, various types of subsidies, and just defining these, that they were sufficient to just leverage the market and build business cases that are going to break even and they will reach the market parity. So being fully operational without state subsidies, but not today, not tomorrow, but in the time horizon of 2040, 2050, because this is the landscape, this is the horizon we should be considering.
I agree with Jakub. I just want to add slightly about the electricity prices. So this differs a lot around the Europe, especially Spain on one end and Finland or the other Scandinavian countries. You have a lot of renewables and we envy you. And in Poland or generally in Central Europe, we don't have enough. Especially we don't have hydropower plants that would produce a lot of electricity with very stable output. So what we need here is renewables only for hydrogen production. And right now it's totally not possible in Poland. You either build a renewable power plant that is connected to the grid, which means that it can sell electricity for market price, or you don't build it. Yeah, you can't build off-grid installations that will be directly connected to hydrogen electrolyzer or something. And this is what we need. We need electricity at the production costs, not the market costs. Without it, no break-even happening in Poland.
So I agree with other speakers, and I would like to add that the harder is also national law. Like for instance, in Poland, the national hydrogen strategy was adopted in 2021, and according to the strategy then, hydrogen law was supposed to enter into the force in 2022. It has entered into the force in February this year, I think, or in January. So there is also a problem of these administrative processes. A lot of investors, they are not sure how long the administrative process will take place. Also, administrative officials, they are not trained for hydrogen investments. So I see also in this area a lot of problems and also areas for improvement.
Just one extra item. Regulation in the hydrogen value chain is not just related to hydrogen technologies, but to the entire processes. If you think about electrolysis, large scale, and meeting the requirements of RED III directive, which is our regulatory framework, we need to consider this additionality that is required, which means that when, for instance, Poland needs to build a capacity of 250,000 tons of hydrogen, RFNBO hydrogen, to meet the goals set in the RED III directive, we need sufficient amount of renewables, and the regulation should now focus on these sources that should be constructed newly just to serve as a prime movers to power the electrolyzers. So it's kind of a dual problem. Electrolysis, hydrogen production technologies, but also a sufficient amount of renewables. As Radosław mentioned, we envy some who have a lot of that and abundant.
Thank you very much. And since you were bringing up the topic of hydrogen production and the difficulties, both from a regulatory point of view, but also from a technical, technological point of view, I would maybe leave now to Alex. I don't know if you want to take the floor for the second round of questions on more specifically on hydrogen supply and demand.
First of all, I would like to refer to the predecessor's statements. I believe that we have two markets. We have the existing hydrogen market that needs to decarbonize, and we in Poland are the vivid example of a huge challenge with extremely potent fertilizer industry and refining. And to be honest, in Poland we have slept. We didn't prepare to meet the 2030 target, which Western Europe is already executing. I mean, for example, Yara, Brunsbüttel expansion of ammonia import terminal. They have figured out that the hydrogen production in EU will never match the costs of the places around the world where the hydrogen production will be extremely competitive because of the RES efficiencies. So the question is about, of course, the technology development and keeping this technology in EU, because it's something that we probably Professor will can say about it more. But we have some still competitive edge around the world, not only in electrolyzers, but also in other technologies. But still, in EU, we have this issue about, of course, redesigning the market, but we have to comply with the regulations that are in force, and that we will be highly exposed in Poland. Of course, Netherlands will be too, but it won't save the industry in Poland from huge fines for not meeting the RED III quotas for RFNBO. And the imports is inevitable, of course, not in the form of pure hydrogen, because it will be madness, but in form of ammonia. And I'm saying it because we develop a couple of such projects around the world as Henfra, and we are challenged by other competitors who are also eager to supply and develop this extremely expensive facilities, but they have the market which will trigger right after 2030. So we have this potential market of new hydrogen usages, but we have this, and of course it faces huge costs, but also we have this market that is very tangible, and it exists because we know how it works with energy. For example, with ETS system, the UA are currently again on the appreciating trend. So we know that the production in heavy emission industries will be extremely expensive, and even more after 2030. And the hydrogen, clean hydrogen gap between the costs then and production in EU will be very different to what we observe now when ETS was traded for below 60 euros per ton.
Thanks. I would now like to focus a little bit again on the on the supply, sorry, on the demand side, because it was mentioned somehow, but I would really like to ask you whether, so what industries, well, some have already been mentioned, but what industry do you believe would benefit the most from an increased use of hydrogen in the future, especially in the CEE area? And on the other hand, what do you believe are the main barriers to hydrogen offtake in these industries?
Maybe I'll start with the offtake. So obviously, I believe we'll have the most hydrogen, clean hydrogen in the markets that already are using grey hydrogen. So as Alex mentioned, we have fertilizers companies in Poland and refineries, which are basically 99.9% based on grey hydrogen right now. And they could and should already start at least implementing some feasibility studies on projects towards turning grey into green. But, well, Orlen is doing a lot, obviously, but the fertilizers company is in a bad financial shape due to war and the imports of Russian fertilizers. But I'd say that the biggest issue here is, again, implementation of European laws into Polish national law. So we know that there is this looming target of 42% of hydrogen turned into RFNBO, but nobody really believes it will be like this in Poland, because that would basically kill those industries, because it's not possible to get there. If there will be fines, then they will just bankrupt. If there will be no fines, then what's the deal? So the gap between the regulation and implementation is large, and at the same time, I'd say that this obvious lack of incentives other than you know, the stick. So it's, as I said, it's much more costly to produce green hydrogen in Poland. I'm specific about Poland than the grey. So why should we go for the more costly technology? We are, after all, a public company. We have stakeholders, we have shareholders, and what do we say to them? You can go to jail if you approve such projects as a CEO. So something needs to change, and at the same time, I'd say that we need to realize that it can happen like it did happen in other sectors, that instead of decarbonizing the industry and keeping it in Europe, we'll basically move it outside. So instead of hydrogen production in Europe, we'll have ammonia imports. This is not the way forward. The Chinese are obviously keeping fingers crossed for this.
Well, one of the biggest Polish companies recently announced a new strategy, and I was following the comments of the public, and one comment was pretty sound, and I was terrified. That the person said that the company is to make profit, not to make energy transition. But I was thinking, what should be the right answer? Because from the perspective of a stakeholder or a shareholder, that is pretty right. We should maximize the current profit, but well, let's take a look on the long-term horizon. What's going to happen with the company in 25 years? Quite often we talk about decarbonizing industries by the end of 2040, 2050, but eventually we don't think about what's going to happen in the next 5 years. Is this company going to cease the operation? Is the company going to die because they will never be able to afford the penalties? And I think this is very important, not just to look on the current profits that the company can make, but also thinking about what we're going to do, what's going to happen in the market, what going to the others do, because we are becoming a company that nobody want to cooperate with, nobody want to invest into, nobody's going to take the technology, and we have to realize that, for instance, Polish companies quite often have their production facilities built in the 70s or late 80s with some retrofits, modernization, but eventually we talk about the technology from back 40 years ago. And hydrogen can be a step forward, like a big step. And typically we're going to say that the company that can go directly to hydrogen instead of electrifying, so those hard to abate industries, and then companies who can actually benefit in terms of the quality and being competitive in the global market. And this is also very important. And if you look on Poland, our energy plan towards 2040 says clearly that the energy is related to the competitiveness of Polish companies and the Polish economy. Because being green, having new technologies, having advanced resources means being competitive on the global market.
Yeah, I think that competitiveness now is the most important factor. Of course, the goal is to cut emissions. However, we have to remember that Polish industry and also European industry, it provides us society with jobs, also with prosperity, and we cannot kill our industry because it will cause a lot of other problems, like on the society side. I would also to add that we need, apart from sticks, we need also carrots for stakeholders and other shareholders, and we need to encourage investors to be more confident in their investments in the regard of decarbonization, in the regard of hydrogen, clean hydrogen. So I would say that we need to take a step back and refine our policy goals, I mean, in the more European context. And maybe also this, what Jakub said, maybe Polish approach is also good to, let's say, remember that we need competitiveness, not only like green change, but also competitiveness.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all panelists that I think gave a very nice introduction to the summit, and I'm sure we will have chance to also to hear from your views again during your presentations later today and also during the discussions. So thanks again. I think now it's time for the first presenter of the
So actually,
day,
I'm
but
just going to put
please.
my other hat that will help me to escape from being asked questions. But we have a couple of minutes, guys. Don't leave. We have a couple of minutes available before the presentation going to start. But maybe we have some questions from the audience that something brought your attention or you would like to hear from our panelists. Yes, the brave guy. If you can please introduce yourself. And
Good morning. Somebody have to ask question. I see that you are waiting for that. Really, it was interesting discussion, and three main topics was touched during it. But probably, yes, I understand that competitiveness should be probably in a very high place, not only green, our policies and green things, what we are doing in our industries. But anyway, probably we have to understand that greening policy will continue be, and we have to implement in our businesses. Regarding what you said regarding the risk, what we are doing when we start to produce hydrogen or we plan to produce it, I understand that to be first one, and to be in very front of this business, it is difficult, and the risk is very high. But somebody anyway have to start, and somebody anyway have to make those things. But my question to you is, it was many times mentioned that we have a lot of regulations, a lot of rules, a lot of strategies. It was mentioned 25 strategies in European Union, even 6, 7 bodies we have touched if we want to get some answer in Poland even. So how do you think, we have very good experience in Europe to say regarding hydrogen, Germany, Italy even, and Belgium. They are professionals in that business. Is it so difficult to take some examples from them, to take some standards, to take some legislation, and to implement in our countries? How do you think? Or we have to create our own legislation in each of our country? Thank you.
To take the question?
Yes, I'm willing to take this question. So I think the CEE region is unique. We have to remember that Polish or Czech energy policy also energy situation is different where Germany or Italy one. Of course, we can take some examples, like for instance, carbon contract of difference in regard of the carbonization of industry from Germany. It's also a good example. Maybe it should be implemented in Poland. However, as far as I know, there is no studies, like official government studies in regards. We still await our industry strategy. Also, we have to remember that this green policy will be continued. However, there is a call for revision. In my opinion, in coming years, of course, decarbonization will be a priority. Also, these climate goals in 2000, whether we will achieve them or not, it's the other thing, but they will be still on the, let's say, on the table. However, a lot of will change because we see that European industry needs to be competitive and also independent. We have to take care of our own prosperity, and also we cannot remember, and we also have to remember that cutting emissions is also a goal, but we need to provide people with, provide industry with stability, and we cannot kill our industry, as I have already told you. I think also that national regulations in the whole European Union bloc, they need to be harmonized. As I said, we have 27 different national strategies, 27 different national laws. Governments, they try to transpose hydrogen directive, however, they are less or more successful in this regard. Maybe we need some more, let's say, guidelines from European Commission how to transpose these regulations, because I see that a lot of administration doesn't understand the needs of the business. And also we have to remember that law should be created not for the sake of lawyers and legal experts, but also for the business, because business will conduct these investments. So we should remember this as policymakers. Thank you.
I'm just going to add that whenever we can adopt something that is existent and works well in other countries, we're going to do that, obviously, to save the resources. Yeah, but not always possible.
If I may add just one word. So I'd say that it's not the problem with hydrogen regulation, it's the problem with energy, and especially renewable energy projects regulations. And at the EU level, we are saying it should be done 6 months, maybe 12 months to get a permit and everything. It's not possible, and it's not possible not because we in Poland don't like renewables. It's because the other EU regulations are, let's say, for example, the Aarhus Conference that gives the frame for the environmental permits. It says that you need environmental impact assessment that may take 2 to 3 years. Yeah, and this is also European regulations. So we need to decide what's more important, basically. If we say that decarbonization is the most important goal of European Union right now, then other aspects of our industry or economy in general should be, lower on the hierarchy, which means that some of the other laws should be at least disabled in some processes. And for renewables, an example from my colleague in Sweden, he told me that for the wind farm, it takes from idea to the final building 8 years. And you can't say that Sweden is against renewables, but they just have the same regulations coming from EU as we do.
Final brief question, Professor Vladikov.
Thank you, Daria Vodikova, Bulgarian Hydrogen Association. Thank you for putting the problems and trying to find mitigation strategies. I have a very short question. What do you think about the temporal correlation in the renewable energy directive, and do we have to try to change it? Because in 2028 and 30, it will become very difficult to have renewable energy for hydrogen.
So you mean same time production, same time use for hydrogen generation?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's extremely tough.
And even daily correlation,
Yeah,
which will come later. Yeah.
I'd say that the project I will be talking more in the evening, we have clean hydrogen production right now. It's even RFNBO right now. It won't be RFNBO in 2028 because of all this additionality, time correlation, and so on. And this will happen all over Europe. So we need to decide. If we want to have a real time correlation, the additional cost for the basically energy storage in lithium-ion batteries will be, I don't know, plus 50, plus 60% of all the capex of the investments. So I don't know if it's the competitive way.
And we're gonna stop here. Thank you. Round of applause to our panelists, speakers, and moderators. And of course, the discussion continues during coffee break. I would like to welcome Tamas Mero from MOL Group that will talk about green hydrogen value chain in Central Eastern Europe. Please forgive that we have consumed some of your precious time, but as you see, the discussion is lively.
Now? Okay, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. My name is Tamás Mérő. I'm the head of Green Hydrogen Value Chain Manager. Actually, thank you for inviting me to this summit, and thank you for my colleagues before who attended into this panel discussion, because they touched a lot of details and topics regarding this regulational pathway. And I would like to give you some quick overview of our actual status of our green hydrogen value chain development. And I would like to just give you some specific introductions how this regulational world affected or impacted our daily life. Before jumping into the details, let me to give you a brief overview. What is my company? What is our area? What we are dealing with? So we have an extended upstream portfolio in Russia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Iraq, and Egypt. We have a downstream division in Slovakia, Hungary, and in Croatia. We operate 3 refineries and 2 petrochemical sites in our 3 core countries. And we have a really extended, okay, probably it is good, okay. So we have a really extended retail network in these 12 countries in the Central European region. And actually, why we are dealing with the hydrogen, as probably mentioned before, that as a refinery operator, we generate more than 150 kiloton hydrogen annually, which is actually totally, sorry the noise, but it's not my... Can you hear that? Okay, probably it is good. So actually, our hydrogen production is totally based on steam methane reforming unit. We have 5 units, and we generate 150 kiloton hydrogen, which is totally gray hydrogen. Actually, I will introduce later on that we inaugurated a 10 megawatt electrolyzer, which is only just 1% of our existing gray hydrogen production, but we did a lot of effort to reach it. We are the biggest hydrogen utilizer in the region because we need a lot of hydrogen because of the desulfurization process. So when the crude oil is arriving into our refinery site, we should remove the existing sulfur content. Secondly, during the hydrocrack technologies, we split heavier carbon molecules into the lighter one, and we have a new market. We reached the polyol production 1 year ago, and we already built a new SMR unit to deliver hydrogen to the polyol production itself. Let me to just give you some overview. What is the specific external driving mechanism? What has a really good effect in our operational life? So in case of the transportation sector, you already know that we have a RES III directive. We have an ICE ban, for instance. We are also affected by the industry target from the Renewable Energy Directive 3 and the REPowerEU. And we have a circular economy. I will introduce later on a little bit. We have a specific compliance tool First, the green hydrogen, and I will discuss about this green hydrogen story. My division already dealing with the bio-based renewable fuels and the carbon management. And our company earned a concession for 25 years to handling the domestic waste in Hungary. So we have our existing upstream, downstream, and renewables division, plus we added this recycling and compounding division to deliver these specific solutions for the Hungarian domestic market. As we already see our carbon dioxide emission target by 2030, there is no way to reach without green hydrogen. This is a simplified way. So 1/3 part of the downstream reduction measured is connected there to the green hydrogen production itself. Firstly, the green hydrogen, so replacing the existing steam methane reforming unit into the green hydrogen one, plus we are able to feed our existing steam methane reforming unit with biomethane, because we have also biomethane division to handle these circumstances. Last year, we reached some important milestones in our life. So last May, we inaugurated our 10 megawatt electrolyzer in our Danube refinery. The project scope was 2 container installation with auxiliary technologies plus the OSBL part. And the curiosity was to installing this whole structure into the existing refinery area. So every single point of the area, we have attack zones, we have impacts from the another size of the refinery part. You can see our existing hydrogen production and CO2 savings, and the implementation, we needed only 2 years to reaching the mechanical completion from the final investment decision. We started our test period in September. Actually, today we are now in a second performance test, and we will totally hand over to the operation part of the whole technological pathway. And let me to give you some specific lessons learned. That project was my 3rd project in Hungary. I started with a 2 megawatt installation in a natural gas storage facility. I continued with a 1 megawatt installation, directly connection to the existing photovoltaic system in Hungary. And I joined to the MOL group roughly 3 years ago to handle this installation of the electrolyzer. So I would like to just a little bit highlight 3 different sections of the whole development process. So firstly, during the implementation phase, when we ordered the whole technology from the Plug Power, the integration into the existing refinery system was not an easy situation, because the standards and codes not the similar in case of the electrolyzer and in case of the refinery operation. So in the system control, hydrogen balance, and IT security, we should implement every single pieces into the existing one. We haven't had a really good and really well-developed permissions because the technology is US-based technology without CE certification. So when we ordered the whole technology, CE and the PED certification was not available from the market or from that company. So we started a step-by-step approach together with the local authorities to finalizing the permission process and get a final permission for the construction and, of course, the operational level. During the commissioning, we realized that this 5 megawatt containerized solution is the first in the life of the Plug Power. Before that, they have 1 megawatt containerized solution, so 1 container in 1 megawatt block, but actually they upgraded the technology, and every single lessons learned what they earned the former projects, they implemented in situ on the plot. So a little bit was strange in our case, because, you know, as a refiner operator, when we started the operational pathway, it turns 20-25 years without any big maintenance period. Actually, when we started the performance test, the OEM company arrived, and they tried to replace some valves, tried to replace some pressure valves, something else. So it was a little bit strange in our case. Secondly, during the commissioning period, we got 2 CE certifications, and already we got the 3rd one, because every single minor changes into the technology can lead to the new certification. And that CE certification itself the pressurized equipment directive certification is already should be done during this period, and it takes not a lot weeks. We needed more than 3-4 months to get a new CE certification. Operational part. Together with my team, we finalized the performance test method 4 years ago, not within the mall life or the mall area. And actually, I implemented every single operational pathway, future operational pathways into this performance test to testing the whole structure all together with the OEM. I mean that it is, and my advice is to the future consumer, this is a really crucial point because this is the latest point when the OEM, the original equipment manufacturing company, is on the plot. So if something goes wrong with the technology, we should solve it in situ on the plot under the guarantees and warranties umbrella. So this is a crucial point to finalize the performance test. We step forward because we have a new aim in line with this 10 megawatt electrolyzer installation. So altogether in Croatia, in our Rijeka refinery, we got an FID for a 11 megawatt renewable capacity installation as a photovoltaics, a 10 megawatt electrolyzer installation, plus a hydrogen logistics center installation, to a little bit moving forward with our green hydrogen story and green hydrogen value chain development. And we would like to serve as a good canvas to build an early stage of the hydrogen consumption in the mobility sector in Croatia. We are now in a detailed engineering designing phase. Our planned mechanical completion is 2026. So we are really close to starting the real construction on the plot. In Slovakia, we already done a basic design for a 10 megawatt electrolyzer. We are waiting for the subsidy from the government or from the European Union level. And in Hungary, we started an industrial scale-up project, which means that hundreds of megawatt installation within our refinery, not an easy, because not a electrolyzer installation itself is the crucial point, the grid development. So in case of Hungary, and in case of the Central European region, not Hungary specifications, we have a lot of lack in case of the grid capacity and the grid development. And if I just think about that, the long lead item of the electrolyzer is, in a good option, is 2 years, 2.5 years maximum. In case of the big transformer station development, it is at least 5 years. So I think about that it is 2025, and we have a regulation to reaching the 2030 deadline. Not an easy to handle it. So that was the reason why our first aim is to decarbonize our existing steam methane reforming units and replacing partially the grey hydrogen production into the green one, but a step-by-step approach. And secondly, but after 2030, to be entering into the market and comply with the mobility need in case of the hydrogen sector. In Hungary, we have a lot of ongoing projects, but in a designing phase. So we evaluated our existing 800 filling stations in Hungary, which one is proper, suitable for the hydrogen filling station development. We found 3 different filling stations in Hungary, in Budapest, in Győr, and in Debrecen, so covering the whole TEN-T network. We already designed our existing filling station to replacing or partially replacing with a hydrogen filling station. And in line with this, we signed a strategic collaboration agreement with the Hungarian biggest logistic company, with the Waberers, and with the Hungarian biggest public transportation companies, with the MÁV and Volánbusz together, to a little bit empowering the market and reaching the common way of thinking and building a new infrastructure and building a new consumption site together. Continue with the bigger picture. So if we take a look at the industrial scale development projects of the last year, I've just highlighted the electrolyzer development, electrolyzer facility development. If I just give you an optimistic approach, I can say that this glass is full of half of full. because you can realize a lot of projects were announced during this period. I just highlighted 20. I find it's not the whole structure, but the 20 biggest projects with altogether 3.5 gigawatt. You can see dominantly it is in China, in India, and in the Nordic countries in the European Union region, Germany and France. So some kind of regional imbalances has appeared. Secondly, if I'm just would like to be a little bit realistic, this glass is a little bit half of empty because the trajectory of developments were below when the original expectation was. And actually this speed will not lead to reach 2030 deadline. And what we realize on the market, not as a refinery and petrochemical operators, but the whole market, this 2024, 2025 period, it seems to be a little bit waiting at planning period. And what I'm saying this, what's even more worrisome that several projects were cancelled or at least delayed because of some specific reasons. So I just highlighted 6 different topics or 6 different announcements during the last January and December period. Ørsted stopped the process. Shell is just avoiding to enter into this new development process. Uniper and Sasol cancelled a 200 megawatt hydrogen project. So some kind of projects arrived into the system, but another projects a little bit cancelled or stayed or postponed because of this waiting period. Dominantly, the main reason is high cost and failure of the obtain funding process. Third main risk or third main issue is a technical. For instance, if something is really work well in a small scale, it not goes that it will be work in a really good way in the industrial scale level. When we realize the 10 megawatt installation, we have 2 containers. It looks like some kind of Lego. We order 2 containers, build together, and it will work. It has not happened. So in our case, we spent a lot of time to find a really good way of the balance of plant, how these 2 containerizer or 2 skids can work together, for instance. During the former discussion, my colleagues already touched this topic. There are some kind of regionality imbalances, which is a natural structure of this Central European countries. Because if you look at on the map, and based on the Hydrogen Europe Clean Hydrogen Monitor study, the levelized cost of hydrogen is not similar in a regional way. So if, for instance, Western and Northern countries, they have a really huge benefit because of the heterogeneity of the available renewable sources, combination of the photovoltaic, combination of the offshore wind turbine and the hydropower system. And for instance, my colleagues also mentioned before my presentation, in Poland, the energy mix is heavily fossil-based, but it's similar in Slovakia, similar in Croatia, similar in Hungary. So it looks like some kind of regional imbalances because of this naturality of the renewable energy sources and the energy mix structure. Third point is the role of the nuclear energy is much more important in our region. So some kind of switch of the mindset to the renewables plus the nuclear energy can help us to this development pathway in our countries. Second point, state and EU fund and this availability of this foundation level. So I just highlighted 3 major available foundation from the European level. Hydrogen Infra, European Hydrogen Bank, which is not a foundation, it is an auction system. And the Modernization Fund, there is some kind of regionality imbalances because France and Germany and the Nordic countries got a lot of chance to join to these initiatives. And this region is a little bit let's say, too wide, or I don't know what was the reason behind this, to reaching or to joining this specific and the targeted foundation level. Some adjustment. In case of the high OPEX, it was already a question. Switching the hourly reconciliation to the daily or to the monthly one. We have a renewable division in our case in Hungary and in Croatia, and we already modeled the system to the hourly, daily, and monthly reconciliation. And the OPEX perspective, 30% less the OPEX if we switch the hourly to the monthly reconciliation. Nuclear power plant acceptance, it is crucial, I mean, because compensate this regional imbalance can be handled by the nuclear energy added to the portfolio, not only focusing nuclear, focusing the whole heterogeneity of the portfolio. Balanced funding is also crucial. So as I mentioned before, a lot of foundation is available for that specific countries, and the develop auction system. So the hydrogen bank auction system is really depending on the levelized cost of hydrogen. And if it is really close to the gray hydrogen production, there are a lot of chance to join to this auction system. But in the fossil fuel-based mix, in case of fossil fuel-based mix, not an easy to reach in this levelized cost of hydrogen level. I haven't discussed about the local infrastructure development, so this is a critical point to find the best way from the local development to the global development, or starting with the global development to reach the local customers. And of course, there is a need for a specific solution to handling these regional differences. So in our case, we started our pathway with a 10 megawatt at our Danube refinery. We already in a design phase in our second project with a 10 megawatt installation, logistics center, and the photovoltaic installation in Croatia. We will continue in Slovakia, but actually we are really close to reaching our crossroads that reaching the 2030 aim is crucial, or be competitive on the market. And just highlighted some specific requirements. As already we discussed earlier, the stable regulatory is also crucial, and the regulatory framework is also crucial. A relevant financial subsidy system, every single countries, and dedicated market development is also crucial. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm really open to discuss with you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think the pie chart that you have presented, which was showing the problems, had a key component related to the cost and the regulatory framework, which seems that the first panel discussion was perfectly matching with your experience. Time for one brief question from the audience. Yes, Alex.
Why do you expect the offshore energy to have a huge impact on competitiveness of hydrogen production, despite the fact that we know that this is the most expensive renewable energy on the planet? I'm asking because we are developing already the first phase of the offshore wind in Poland, and the CFD price was twice the onshore wind, and at least twice for solar. So. Of course, the profile is nice, but the cost is killing.
So, in our cases, in Hungary, we are a landlocked country, and when we calculated the hourly reconciliation, in our case, we should buy, during the night, for instance, hydropower from the Nordic countries. And if every single refinery should buy hydropower from the Nordic countries, actually, the hydropower is really cheap, almost the cheapest green power source, I mean. But if the consumption, or if the consumer will arrive, and a lot of refineries will arrive to buy a Nordic hydropower, the price will be 4, 6, I don't know how many times higher than before. Actually, the power, the green power from the offshore is not the cheapest version, I mean, but the heterogeneity of the mix. So combining with the hydropower, combining with the wind turbine and photovoltaics all together is much more easier than in our country. We totally based on photovoltaics because we have no sea, we have no nothing else in our country. So actually, based on our modeling structure, but nobody knows what will happen in the future. But the hydropower and the offshore wind might be relevant and the crucial point in the field of the green energy transition, I mean.
One extra question.
Okay, thank you, Daria Vodikova. Maybe I didn't catch, but for this 10 megawatt electrolyzer in Danube refinery, what was the financial support? And the second question about the electrolyzers. Are you, what kind is the electrolyzer you, and the production? I saw plug on one container. Are you working with a definite electrolyzer producer or depends on the case? Thank you.
It depends on the case. So the first electrolyzer installation is totally internal resources without any foundation. So our company decided in 2021 to build the first electrolyzer in Hungary, the third electrolyzer in Hungary, and the biggest one in the region. So the first is totally internal resources. The second electrolyzer in Rijeka in Croatia, based on the foundation level of the modernization fund or RR fund. So we have a foundation on that part. The first installation is a plug power containerized solution, so proton exchange membrane technology. And that was the first 5 megawatt containerized solution in the world, what the plug power delivered on the site. In case of the second project, we signed a contract with the Ohmium company, also an American-based electrolyzer manufacturing company, and also a PEM technological solution. In our case, to comply with the RFMBO directive, in the case of the industrial scale-up project with the 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt plus projects, we decided to move forward with the alkaline technology. So in case of the PEM, and this is the starting point of the learning curve, we started with the PEM technology, but to comply with the 2030 directive, we switched the technology, we will switch the technology into the alkaline one. We have a lot of reasons on that, I can say it. For instance, with this technology, we can join to the Hungarian virtual power platform as auxiliary services. And we can join to the balancing to the grid. So that was the reason why we decided to the PEM at the first time.
You have this 10 times bigger system in preparation. Can you say if that's going to be alkaline or PEM?
Which one, sorry?
You listed systems and you had like 10 megawatt, and then the third one in preparation, which was saving like...
It was also PEM.
It was also
PEM.
large PEM, okay.
I just discussed this one.
Yeah, correct. This is the alkaline. So that's
Second and the third one is PEM technology also.
Okay, so it's going to be like what, 80, 100 megawatt PEM.
Alkaline.
So the third is alkaline or PEM? Hungary.
Sorry. Yeah, in Hungary, okay. Alkaline.
Alkaline, okay, thank you.
But third is, for me, is Slovakia.
Good. Thank you again. And we're going to switch now to the governance and regulations in hydrogen. We have the presentation. I will invite Marco Lacognata once again to the stage. And we should allow a couple of minutes for the questions by the end of your presentation as well.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll move to policy and regulations, but with a very specific focus on infrastructure. And it might seem strange to already start talking about infrastructure, especially this level of infrastructure at European level, when the market is not there yet, or not to the extent that we expect it to be. But of course, infrastructure in network industries are fundamental. Also, to enable demand and supply themselves. So this is clearly one main point to discuss when discussing about the hydrogen market development, also because such projects need very lengthy time for commissioning. So if we want them to be in place in time, we need to start already discussing. And what we see is that actually there is a wide amount of projects being promoted at national and European level. I included a few references also to the amount of money that such projects entail. So if we take, for instance, the REPowerEU plan, it estimates investment needs of over 30 billion euros just to focus on pipelines, EU internal pipelines. And these figures are already quite old because the REPowerEU is already some years ago. But if we look at more recent data, we can look at the data coming from the projects being submitted for the EU-wide TYNDP, and there we don't have cost data for all projects, but still the picture is pretty impressive in terms of costs and number of projects. There are a few points there that I would like to highlight. The first one being that a significant amount of infrastructure projects is repurposing, so taking gas pipelines and converting them for the transport of hydrogen. And this is something that we should really bear in mind and have some really practical consequences that should be investigated. I will go back to that point later. The second aspect is that, if we wanted to replicate the evolution of the gas sector, we would probably have started with more local networks and then connecting those networks at a later stage. That at least what the gas sector did over a very lengthy time frame. But here we are, and when I say we, I mean the European strategies are envisaging from the very outset a pan-European network. Also to import hydrogen from outside the EU. If we think about the targets set at European level, the target of 20 million tons of hydrogen being consumed at European level, about half of it should come from outside Europe. Well, those targets, if you look at them now, do really seem challenging to be, let's say, optimistic, but still a significant amount of hydrogen needs to be imported based on the European strategies. That means that you can see there are several initiatives or so-called corridors to bring hydrogen to Europe, both coming from the southern part of Europe, so connecting the northern African countries to Italy or Spain, but also from the Nordics and the Baltics, and even relevant for the CEE region are the projects meant to exploit the potential of hydrogen production in Ukraine, or the southern eastern corridor that is meant to bring hydrogen from the Middle East and Egypt through Greece. So, those are the projects. That doesn't mean that everything in there will materialize actually, but just to mention that there is the expectations and there is really a huge wave of initiatives in terms of hydrogen transmission. But it was also mentioned very, very well before that if we move from the European level to the specific country level, there is very diverging ambitions or diverging strategies between different member states. Here you can find some data. The data is taken from the Hydrogen Market Monitoring Report published by Acer last November, where we collected the data and the targets on hydrogen based on the national strategies, those that were available up until September, I guess. So you can see that there are significant differences. For instance, if we look at the targets on demand, we see that countries like Germany have set very ambitious targets, also on renewable hydrogen, by the way. And even if we look at the production targets, well, there are, of course, countries such as Spain or Germany itself that want to position themselves as very ambitious in terms of electrolyzer capacity installations. That has some consequences on the way in which we should plan and think infrastructures, because that means that when we see infrastructure at European level, not all member states will benefit or use the infrastructure the same way. There will be very likely countries that will mostly be exporting countries, others that will be mostly transit countries, and others that will be importing countries. And that means that we will have to understand how to develop the infrastructure, but most importantly, how to distribute the costs and the risks of these infrastructure across different member states. Another aspect that was also mentioned is the cost of renewable hydrogen, which is significantly higher than hydrogen produced by other means, with or without CCS. But anyway, renewable hydrogen, especially if you consider the RFNBO's criteria, is significantly costlier. That means that in general, the effort should be made in reducing the cost of renewable hydrogen, which also means that in general we should design the system as to best place the electrolyzers where they are most likely to produce hydrogen at a lower cost. Hence, also the corridors themselves are built with this intention to exploit the most suitable locations for renewable hydrogen production. But even if we look just at European level, that means that we might end up locating electrolyzers very specifically in some areas to exploit the solar potential or the wind potential, and then we would need to transport hydrogen to the consumption centers. The main challenge that infrastructure projects face regards the risk and in particular the demand risk. So currently there is a huge demand risk because we don't know exactly when, if hydrogen demand will materialize, or where also sometimes. You should consider that when I talk about demand risk, I refer to any difference, any potential deviation between what was considered as, hypothetically, as the demand for hydrogen when developing a certain project. So, of course, each project has certain assumptions behind on the utilization on the infrastructure based on the demand as well. So if there will be any mismatch between those assumptions and what happens in reality, then there is, of course, a problem for the infrastructure operator. But also, infrastructure projects can face competition between other projects. If we look at the corridors, it might be that demand will materialize to some extent at European level, but that some corridors will be in competition because maybe they will, so demand will prefer one route over the other. So even if demand will materialize, this specific hydrogen transmission project might face a risk of not being used as an infrastructure because another route, another infrastructure is preferred. I mentioned repurposing before, and here is another challenge because whenever we remove an asset from the gas system, well, it has implication for the gas system itself. We are still facing, I would say, turbulent times in the gas sector. So whenever we plan to remove pipelines from the gas sector, we must be very careful about the consequences. In the first place, we could say that if a pipeline in the gas sector is not used or is not used too much, we could remove it safely. But this is maybe not always the case. I mean, it is the same concept of security of supply and N-1 implies some sort of redundancy for security of supply reasons. So in the gas sector, we need redundancy. So even if there are pipelines that are maybe not used very much, still they might be needed for the gas sector to ensure security of supply. So every decision on repurposing should be carefully considered. And that brings me to another consideration. So how to choose wisely on the optimal network planning and network design? Well, planning is of course crucial. Integrated planning, where by integrated I mean integrated by involving the electricity sector, the gas sector, but also different levels of the value chain. That's crucial. And we have a framework for that, very nice, in the decarbonization package, which was approved in the summer of 2024. We have very nice provisions to have planning integrated, and also with role for national regulators to assess the projects and evaluate them and provide opinions and approve those plans. The problem is that this framework is not implemented yet, because no member state has already implemented the decarbonization package, or maybe just bits here and there, but we don't have such integrated approach in practice yet. And just to let you know that we are now in the second phase of PCI selection. So we are currently selecting the projects of common interest at the European level, and it's the second round for hydrogen projects, I mean. But still, like in the coming months, regulators will be required also to provide their views on the projects, but without having been tasked at national level with the competencies on hydrogen, or without having implemented a full framework for integrated planning. So it's really difficult to have this holistic view of the system, given that there are, say, different timelines for implementing the different provisions. Now, risk was mentioned before several times. How to reduce or how to manage risk in developing hydrogen infrastructure? Well, one way, as I mentioned before, would be to reduce the exposure overall of the system to the risk of underutilized hydrogen infrastructure, which means, well, better properly selecting which infrastructure to build, and maybe adopting a more incremental approach. So starting from local pipelines, local areas, hydrogen ballets, and then only afterwards connect those dots across the system into a fully European network. However, well, that would, of course, imply that you would need to have electrolyzers close to the consumption center. So the famous co-location principle, which is, by the way, also included in the decarbonization package. But you would not be able to fully exploit the potential, especially for renewable hydrogen production. And of course, you would also limit European market integration in the first place. So those are the two far ends, either just have local networks or have a fully integrated European network, maybe, or, well, let's say, we should probably find an optimal approach between those two far ends, and at national and regional level, there should be some kind of discussions about which level of integration and which level of infrastructure do we need. Also, it's not just a matter of reducing the risk, but also of who should bear the risk. So what happens if an infrastructure is commissioned, but then there is no enough demand to cover for the costs of that infrastructure? That's the question that we have to answer right now, because that is the question. Answering the question means that we solve the financeability problem, one of the financiability, or maybe the bankability, if you prefer a different term, because it matters with risk and the possibility to hedge risks. And here you have different options. In the gas sector, you basically allocate the risk to the network users, because if you don't have enough demand for the infrastructure, if declines, well, in the future, you just adjust the tariffs upwards. You ask the gas network users to pay for it. This is typically in regulatory frameworks. But this might not be possible in the hydrogen case, because you might end up having too high tariffs, too high hydrogen prices, further leading to reduction in hydrogen demand. So, well, that's where probably the state and state guarantees can play a major role. Also, I mentioned before the different approaches and to hydrogen infrastructure. It's fundamental to solve the cross-border dimension. We have corridors, we have discussions about cross-border infrastructure. Who should bear the risk? Because we have infrastructure being built in one country for exporting hydrogen to another country. But what happens if that other country does not develop its hydrogen market? Who should bear the cost and or better the risks of the infrastructure costs not being covered? That's clearly one main question. Very briefly on repurposing. Well, why repurposing? Because there could be cost savings, even though it's still a bit unclear, because there are very little evidence so far. There are technical challenges, and solving those technical challenges might drive costs even further up. And there are implications for the gas sector. So we need a framework to assess repurposing projects. Basically, the tools are the same as we use for assessing new projects, but instead of assessing the effects on the gas market of a new project, we would assess the effects of removing that project from the gas market, but still we would need to assess that, and that's very important. So just a few concluding remarks. The member states should swiftly implement the decarbonization package, in particular the planning provisions, because that would give member state and all stakeholders a clearer view on infrastructure development and market development as well. Regional cooperation in case of corridors is crucial. Also, in the case of repurposing, we should be very careful on the effects on the gas market. And last but not least, addressing risks, which means allocating risks to different users, reducing risks as much as possible, and dealing or maybe also developing tools, specific tools for sharing risks cross-border in the case of cross-border infrastructures. Thank you very much.
It's very important, nicely complementing the discussion technology, because infrastructure is our backbone. It is open now for questions.
Thank you very much. You touch very important topic, because we know everybody that probably one of the biggest problems is to transport hydrogen. Demand in Europe huge, and you said as well that we will need to import hydrogen a lot in Europe. How do you think, is it possible to import overseas to get it from another continents, and how do you think how it could be done? And probably you know that there are some terminals which are ready to get it, and probably they are connected with pipelines, what you explained now.
Yes, so that's another, of course, option. And there are, as you mentioned, projects for importing liquid carriers of hydrogen. So still, the project for hydrogen terminals seem to be like at an earlier stage, even that, because well, also the technical challenges there are quite significant. And of course, whenever you enter into a global market for something, you would even need to secure imports to some extent, and we know that it's not that easy. There is the possibility in the future to import. Currently, I would say is not really in the short term or short to medium term. It's more like a longer term perspective. Even though there are projects, but the contribution of such projects to the European demand, they could contribute to it, but I mean, that's just a part of the solution overall. In general, it would be probably easier to start from pipeline imports, because it would be probably easier to also get bilateral agreements with specific countries to develop such type of infrastructure.
I can add that the sea transport might be very challenging for some countries like Hungary and Czech Republic, for instance. But just stop joking, but the NSOG takes a lot of efforts these days to think about the interconnections just for the infrastructure dedicated to hydrogen admixtures, so hydrogen blending, and also dedicated infrastructure. So this is in the picture, and I think the gas market is now becoming ready in terms of handling that in the next decade. So I think there's a nice perspective here. Yeah. Other questions, comments, thoughts? So I would just ask you, because we are seeking for a solution to have it, the risks mitigated, to have a pretty much open market, but what would be the key priority in terms of the regulations? Just to create this network, to have a regulatory framework that matches with this what we need, this what you showed in terms of the risks. So like, in your opinion, what's the key priority?
Well, in my view, I would say that the key points of the regulatory framework are in place at the European level because of the decarbonization package. So there you find the most relevant rules and the main needed rules for developing infrastructure that has to be implemented at national level. Also, the decarbonization package foresees subsequent delegated acts and network codes to be developed in the coming years to facilitate even more the integration between different infrastructure at European level and of course the market itself. When it comes to then promoting the projects or the risk in the projects, it's more a matter of national perspective. It's really a matter of how much single countries want to push for hydrogen, to back hydrogen projects and provide the necessary guarantees. When I talk about risk allocation, I would say that in the hydrogen sector, personally, I feel that it will be needed the state type of intervention to give this kind of guarantees, because if we just leave that to the market, it would be very difficult, because it's very difficult to get certainty, to get offtake commitments, and network operators are not really willing to take the share of risk. So it's either them or the state. And since this is a very policy-driven market evolution and needs to be done very quickly, then probably the state should single states, because there are no European-wide tools at the moment, but should provide the necessary guarantees. Of course, also European tools could be designed in the future to provide this type of guarantees, for instance, via the European Investment Bank, but currently it doesn't provide guarantees, it provides funding sometimes, but that's kind of a different approach.
And can you imagine state aid notified by the Commission as a solution here, or it can be just an additional measure that complements the others?
No, I mean, those would fall into the state aid framework, so they would probably need to be notified. And well, I think later on we will have also discussion on the German case, which was also well the one of the few that is being discussed right now. So well, yes, it is within the framework of the state aids mostly, but they could be given a green light, of course, and that would be, in my view, one of the ways to solve this financiability and, in general, this network development issue.
Okay, thank you. Let's thank the speaker again. We're running a bit late, but discussion is very interesting. So I would like to invite the last speaker before the coffee break, Marton Antal from Hydrogen Europe, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation. Good morning. My name is Marton Antal from Hydrogen Europe, all the way from Brussels. We are the association representing the entire European hydrogen supply chain, from large industrial companies to SMEs, all the way to national associations and also regions of Europe. We have over 600 members and are present in over 40 countries, so Europe and beyond on the borders. So I wanted to start off with this slide that represents the sort of distinction or dichotomy between the political ambition in the REPowerEU that was supposed to be 10 million tons of clean hydrogen by 2030 produced in Europe, and an extra 10 million tons imported. It was alluded to during the first panel already that that 20 million tons it does not really represent the demand of hydrogen in the next, well, now it's 5 years. You can see that the current power to hydrogen production is around 0.015 million tons, and this, while the demand until 2030, based on both the obligations of EU legislation, mostly powered by the RED III ambition, but also FuelEU Maritime, ReFuelEU Aviation, ETS, CBAM, and so forth, plus some additional demand, which is beyond the RED target, for example, steel, which through green steel production might or will become quite a relevant renewable hydrogen off-taker. So you can see that on the far right side of the slide that this will add up to 2.1 plus 4.3 million tons of renewable hydrogen demand, totaling up to around 6.4. This is the sort of initial calculation. What this means regarding policy topics today, as you know, we are after the previous legislation cycle of the European Union, which was prefaced by the Green Deal, Fit for 55, REPowerEU, and so forth. Now we're into the era of competitiveness. There's going to be the Clean Industrial Deal coming out in the next week. Also a lot of simplification legislation through the Omnibus proposal. So we can see that we had the ambition first, and now there's the new era of ensuring competitiveness and simplification. So on the top left, national transposition of hydrogen targets that will become or is already quite important. It's been already mentioned by speakers today. So the implementation of the RED target in industry and also in transport. For this, the member states already passed the first deadline. They are moving quite slowly for reasons that have already been mentioned, and I'm sure will be mentioned later on, especially with difficulty in the Central Eastern European areas, but also Western and Southern Europe as well. Also, alternative fuel infrastructure regulation implementation is going to be key, not least because of the block of the top right, which is a hydrogen infrastructure development. So here, as Marco already mentioned, this is going to be quite a key issue going forward. Regarding certification and standards, this is also kind of essential, both to ensure that the RFMBO compliant hydrogen is certified and standards are set and harmonized on the EU level, but also on the global level. In addition, the low carbon hydrogen definition that is being drafted currently and is supposed to come out in the next months is going to be well, a quintessential puzzle piece of this puzzle. And bottom right, we can see funding is going to be a key question or a key area of interest with regards to regulation going forward, both regarding new schemes and simplification of previous schemes. For example, the hydrogen bank design and also the introduction of or further introduction of auctions as a service in member states based on the hydrogen bank setup. But we can also talk about the prioritization of European technologies, which has been already kind of initiated in the Net Zero Industry Act to prioritize European technologies as opposed to the further involvement of Chinese technologies in the sector. Going beyond that, off-taker support schemes, so green lead market is going to be the name of the game, and of course furthering the hydrogen valleys concept. So I'm not going to dwell on this much. So I think most of you are well aware of the policy background of the last legislative term. So Green Deal, Fit for 55, which includes the gas package, Net Zero Industry Act, critical raw materials, standards and certification on the sort of hydrogen production, transport infrastructure side, and on the end use side, Refuel EU Aviation, Fuels EU Maritime, AFIR, ETS and CBAM. So these are the sort of backbone of the hydrogen regulatory setup. And in the middle, of course, perhaps the biggest puzzle piece, RED 3, which both included a lot of ambition, a lot of push for the sector with its targets, both in the industry, the 42% hydrogen to be RFMBO by 2030, and in transport with the targets and sub-targets, and even going below that. And on the other hand, the RED also introduced the RFMBO hydrogen definition. Technically, it was the previous RED, but still in this setup. While the low carbon hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's going to come in the next month. That's under the gas package aegis. So going ahead, this is to sort of introduce the idea that the hydrogen demand has not yet recovered from the shocks of 2021, 2022. However, this is the decrease is sort of steadying, and we might see a rebound in the next years. Connecting to this, as you're in Poland, it's interesting to see that the current consumption per country, Poland is number 3. As has been mentioned, this is mostly driven by the sort of legacy sectors, refining, fertilizers, so ammonia, with a tiny bit of methanol, other chemicals, and industrial heat. While the biggest sort of leaders are Germany and the Netherlands, with a similar setup of mostly driven by refining and ammonia, with substantially more methanol and other chemicals production. Beyond this, the southern states and Western member states are leading the pack, and the next few Central Eastern European countries, Hungary, Slovakia, Austria, are sort of on similar levels. Again, mostly driven by refining and ammonia. On the supply side, so thinking about electrolyzers, the capacity more than doubled in the past 2 years. However, only 30% of the project pipeline that was established in the beginning of this decade is under construction. So you can see that there is a steady uphill climb, totaling to 385 megawatt electrolysis, with mostly driven by Germany, Sweden, France, and Netherlands. So again, Western and Northern countries. Interesting to see that in Germany, it's mostly driven by many sort of smaller constructions, while in Sweden, a few very large projects, mostly driven by green steel production, is leading this. Still with supply, it's kind of interesting to put it on a map. You can really see this sort of a lack of projects in Central Eastern Europe. Most of the project pipeline is driven by the Netherlands, Germany, also quite a lot in Belgium, and of course Spain, Italy, and a few projects in Greece and mostly in Southern Europe. On the demand side, the industry is of course driven by the red targets, as far as at least as planning is concerned. You can see that ammonia projects, methanol, and other chemicals projects are driving this map. But also there are a few mobility projects and other industry projects, and coming up quite prominently, steel projects, which is of course beyond the red target, but also still increasingly important in the conversation of renewable hydrogen uptake. So regarding the balance of these two, you can see on this map that obviously Southern Europe, Northern Europe, and some parts of Western Europe are, well, sort of lucky and in a good shape regarding the balance, while Central Eastern Europe, large portions of Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, Croatia, and of course most of those countries are in a precarious situation where they are well off balance regarding supply and demand, for reasons that we have mentioned, and I'm sure we will continue discussing today and tomorrow. So where are we going next? Regarding these 4 key issues that I outlined in the beginning of the slide deck, the regulatory framework is currently complicated and some parts of it are missing. So to sort of alleviate these issues, we need to work holistically on the framework, keeping the targets, keeping the certainty. However, we need to make sure that the definitions, both for RFMBOs and low carbon hydrogen, is robust enough, sort of useful for the industry, which is, as mentioned, it's not quite the case right now. Not least because, of course, the Low Carbon Hydrogen Delegated Act is not yet adopted. Regarding national implementation, there are hydrogen strategies. However, the implementation of key legislation like the RED, like AFIR, and also the gas package, portions of the gas package are not yet implemented, and there's a sort of inherent slowness of the implementation all around the Union. This includes both the sort of implementation of the target structure and also the penalties and the certification. It has been mentioned that not only sticks should be considered. Of course, the carrot is also key. So funding needs to be accelerated as well, both on the European level and the national level. So on the European level, the hydrogen bank is a good first step, and this has to be extended. And we're working on the extension of it and the continuation of it. While on the national level, continued RNI and OPEX scheme are key. Going beyond this, of course, state aid is also going to be quite important. And already in the Clean Industrial Deal, there's going to be a revamp of these very specific state aid schemes that is to become. And lastly, on infrastructure, there's a slow development of the infrastructure, both transport and storage, and also on the import infrastructure, which is preventing the connection between the off-takers and the producers of hydrogen as of now. So this both includes the implementation of infrastructure schemes, but also planning, modeling, and new strategies that are to be implemented on the EU level, focusing on hydrogen grid and storage. So I think I'm running out of time, so I think we can go to some questions. These are some last conclusions, but I think we can already go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Let's open for questions. Daria?
Thank you very much for this promenade in hydrogen value chain, and I saw something which passed, you didn't talk on it, in one of your last slides about the importance of governments. In the end, government should support the hydrogen deployment. That sounds very nice, and we are here to find the mitigation strategies. It's very difficult. We, as scientists, as representative of different structures, to persuade governments to support hydrogen. We are trying for many years. And maybe it will be nice if that could be initiative, why not on Hydrogen Europe, to invite ministers or high-level government representatives and to make one discussion and to tell them all this, because they do not know, they do not have time, they are afraid of something new. If the headquarters in Brussels do not make something, it will be very difficult for us to do it, because we do not have the power which can come from a competent structure in Brussels. And I think that Hydrogen Europe is a structure well established and very important, working on European level for implementation of all those activities, working with the European Parliament, and one invitation and one discussion and one explanation of all this which you are showing us now would be very beneficial and will help us very much to work on national level. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I completely agree with you. And I think with this new era of legislation of the Clean Industrial Deal, we will see a lot more movement in Brussels as well. A lot more sort of focus on the industry, on very specific technologies, and that might open up some new doors, sort of bring people in from the national capitals to Brussels to really discuss holistic strategies on energy, which is something that we're trying to do to really sort of bring together the different sides, both the electricity stakeholders and the hydrogen stakeholders, of course, and also other different energy partners to discuss and come up with strategies that are that work for different geographies in Europe.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Continue. This which you are doing during the hydrogen week, very good, but there comes one minister, one country. I'm talking for one day devoted to hydrogen, organized by Hydrogen Europe, by Yorgo, and invitation on the ministers of energy, of research and innovation, of education, and discussion. Just this lecture is enough. They know nothing, believe me.
I can summarize your presentation and Daria's very important intervention with rephrasing a well-known statement. Don't ask how Hydrogen Europe can help, but tell us how member states should act. And I think this is a good summary of the talk on regulations, that we need a clear message from Brussels that will be brought to the attention, not just one or five ministers that's just going to jump in for 15 minutes during Hydrogen Week, but also they're going to sit there being a compulsory meeting for everyone just to hear that and just to have a standardized form of information, all the things that you put together. We have several acts that are in place and they create a framework, but of course there are missing pieces. And as we started today's discussion, we were kind of trying to see where the problems, and the problems are on each of the borders, actually. So this is something that we have to resolve by being those who are going to convey the message further on. Let's thank Martin again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it's time for a coffee break, which I believe will create a space to continue the discussions. We're going to reconvene in, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Just heading out. Let's trip to London. Just leaving town. I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight.
Your own personal Jesus, someone to hear your prayers, someone who cares. Your own personal Jesus, someone to hear your prayers, someone who's there. Feeling unknown and you're all alone, flesh and bone by the telephone. Lift up the receiver, I'll make you a believer. Take second best, put me to the test. Things on your test you need to confess. I was a believer, you know I'm a forgiver. Reach out and touch fate. Your own personal Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers, someone who cares. Your own personal Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers, someone who's there. Feeling unknown and you're all alone. Flesh and bone by the telephone. Lift up the receiver, I'll make you a believer. I was a believer, you know I'm a forgiver. Reach out and touch faith. Your own personal Jesus. Your own personal Jesus. Your own personal Jesus. Reach out and touch faith.
If you wake up and don't want to smile, if it takes just a little while, open your eyes and look at the day. You'll see things in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, he'll soon be here. He'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone, yesterday's gone. Why not think about times to come? Not about the things that you've done. If life was bad to you, just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, he'll soon be here. He'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone, yesterday's gone. All I want is to see you smile. If it takes just a little while. I know you don't believe that it's true. I've never meant any harm to you. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, he'll soon be here. He'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone, yesterday's gone. Don't you look back. Oh. on me. We will try and I will not lend a hand. I have seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I wasn't there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you can white off the green. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time and the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence up. No, no, you don't fool me. The heart doesn't show, but it'll pay as you grow. It's no stranger to you or me. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord, you can feel it coming in the air tonight.
Suicide blonde, suicide blonde, suicide blonde, suicide blonde. Suicide blonde was the color of her hair, like a cheap distraction for a new affair. She knew it would finish before it began. Something tells me you lost the plan. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. Don't you see the color of deception turning your world around again? You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. Wanna make her love devastation blonde, suicide blonde.
In my eyes, in this pose, in disguises no one knows, hides the face, lies the snake, the sun in my disgrace, boiling heat, summer's stench. Neath the black, the sky looks thin. Call my name through the cream, and I hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Stuttering, cold and dim, still the warm wind, tired friend. Times are gone for honest men, sometimes far too long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep. In my youth, I pray to keep heaven sent hell away, and no one sings like you anymore. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away
changing to try and please me. You never let me down before. Don't imagine you're too familiar, and I don't see you anymore. I would not leave you in times of trouble. We never could have come this far. I took the good times, I'll take the bad times.
All right, folks, final minute for grabbing coffee or tea or a snack, and then we're gonna reconvene, so please get ready once you're done. Ja wrzucam po prostu Ani Kitzinger, żeby mi cały zespół wymieniła. Co? Ja już cały przeczytałem. Wrzuć proszę cały nasz zespół. I teraz pytanie, w jakim składzie? Skład as it is dzisiaj? Czy jakieś takie razunkowe i tak dalej? Jak wolamy się na stronie i teraz kogo dodajemy? Plus
no ma arvan, et kui me praegu kui jääb seesama timeline, mis praegu on, 26 aasta juuni peab töös olema, siis ma arvan, et hakkab.
No just selles küsisingi, et me peame ka realistlikud ajakava osas. Siin on reaalne kogemus tüüpidele, et kaua mingi samm võtta.
Absoluutselt.
Okay, I would like to invite Annette Vess for a presentation that, yes, hello. If I may kindly ask for your attention, otherwise please just use the lobby for continuing your discussions. We're going to start about regulatory and policy again, and we're going to have some insight from Germany, I believe. The floor is yours.
All right, welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me and NOW to give an update on the AFIR and certain regulatory aspects to enable climate-friendly mobility, especially in the heavy-duty sector. My name is Annette Vess. For 3 years, I've been working for NOW, and I'm part of the team European Affairs. So beside introducing the work of NOW in general, I will give you an example of a regulatory net framework that enables the uptake of climate-friendly heavy-duty vehicles. And this goes in hand with the European policy context, where we'll focus on AFIR, because the infrastructure setup is highly important for the success of climate-friendly mobility. And finally, I will show how we implement this nationally. And in addition, I will give some evidence-based forecasts that we have conducted in the past years, and how we derive the refueling demand on this behalf. So first of all, NOW, we are a federally owned company working under assignments from different ministries. But since our focus is on climate-friendly mobility, using all technologies available, as you can see on the map, we work mainly with the Ministry for Digital and Transport. We design, coordinate, and evaluate public funding programs for sustainable mobility, and we take into account all the technologies that help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the reason we have to do this is that Germany has not been able to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the transport sector. So despite, or in comparison to other sectors in Germany, we still lag behind in this behalf, and especially road transport needs significant greenhouse gas reductions. And the majority of emissions stem from passenger transport, and the other share is mainly from heavy-duty vehicle sector. And here, the greenhouse gas emissions per vehicle are very high, and in addition to this, we have a fast fleet renewal. So it is highly important to decarbonize the sector through electrification and other measures, and the priority are passenger cars, and also heavy-duty road transport sector, and this is today my focus. So an example of how in Germany we built or created a targeted policy approach to support heavy-duty vehicles that are climate-friendly. I would give you this overview. This slide comprises all necessary elements that facilitate the market uptake of climate-friendly heavy-duty vehicles. This is an overview. I will detail on some of these aspects later on. The overall regulatory framework still happens both at the European and at the national level. At the European level, we have the CO2 emission performance standards that require European OEMs to comply with set CO2 reduction targets for their new fleets. The reduction will occur stepwise with different target years for newly registered cars. And this legislative act is a very driving force for European OEMs in the future. At national level, in the past, we have supported climate-friendly duty vehicles within a targeted funding guideline using a technology open approach. I will dwell on this later on. And in addition to this, we have now targeted rather the vehicles themselves, but also the operation. Some types of incentives are necessary here as well, which is why we have the CO2 differentiated truck toll, which I will also present in the next slides. And this is a very important instrument that's also the national implementation of the Eurovignette. At the same time, a reliable supply of hydrogen for hydrogen-based trucks needs to be accomplished implementing the AFIR. So this is a summary of the market activation measures through the KSNI, like climate-friendly heavy-duty vehicle funding guideline, where in the past the Ministry of Digital and Transport has supported different types of duty vehicles. As you can see, battery electric trucks comprise the larger share of the total numbers, while there's also funding directed towards fuel cell electric trucks. And the funding is always directed at the according infrastructure as well. So it's a quite harmonized or comprehensive approach. However, this funding program currently does not have any more funds due to a constitutional court decision in Germany that was back in 2023. However, as an alternative to funding, we have the CO2 differentiated truck toll in Germany. And the general truck toll applies to all vehicles with a technically permissible maximum laden mass of more than 3.5 tons. And zero-emission vehicles are exempted from this toll until the end of this year. The toll consists of different components. The larger share is for infrastructure costs, and the second share consists of the external costs of polluting the environment, including costs for air pollution, noise, and CO2 emissions. The individual toll per vehicle will depend on the maximum laden mass, the axle configuration, the pollution, and the CO2 class. And in the diagram on the right-hand side, you can see our prospections on potential savings of the, toll costs depending on the vehicle class for zero-emission vehicles in comparison to diesel-based trucks. And depending on the size of the truck, the maximum CO2 or toll savings can accumulate to up to 160,000 euros until 2028 if using a zero-emission truck. So, as I've said, the zero-emission trucks will be exempted from the truck toll until the end of this year. From 2026 on, they will still be under a favorable case because the infrastructure toll rate, this part of the toll will be reduced by 75%, and the CO2 fee will still not apply if the vehicle is considered a zero-emission vehicle. And so this was quite a national example. Let me now go to the European perspective. As you can see, there are several legislative acts or measures that comprise the Fit for 55 package of the European Union to success in the implementation of the European Green Deal and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I will only focus on the measures directed at the mobility and transport sector. And one of them is the AFIR that is responsible for a basic infrastructure rollout across Europe for alternative infrastructures. In addition to this, the revision of the European emission trading system includes road transport fuels as well. And my previous colleague has already alluded to this. The Renewable Energy Directive enables hydrogen refueling station operators to profit from RFNBO sub-quota directed to the transport sector. And also we have the CO2-dependent toll that I've already presented and the CO2 emission performance standards. So let me focus now on the AFIR that sets binding targets for all European member states in setting out a minimum infrastructure for different alternative fuels, including hydrogen. So binding targets for all member states apply to them for the hydrogen infrastructure rollout. This enables green road transport and is one essential element beside the vehicle production itself. So the requirements apply, or they are based on maximum distances that may not be exceeded between hydrogen refueling stations, and they apply to the TEN-T core network, but also to urban nodes in Europe. So these are cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants. And the refueling infrastructure needs to be able to fill or to refuel light and heavy-duty vehicles or passenger cars. And the strategy of each member state is represented or described in each national policy framework, and the drafts of these national policy frameworks were due by the end of last year, and as Germany, we have submitted our draft by the end of December. So, and what is very important to highlight here, that the review of the AFIR will be due by the end of 2026. And this is very important to highlight, as the European Commission founded the Sustainable Transport Forum some years ago to help and support the implementation of AFIR and deal with questions related to alternative infrastructures. And last year, a new subgroup on hydrogen was founded, and within the subgroup, industry players, member state representatives will be presented, and they will work out recommendations on how to best implement AFIR and give an overview on the available technologies, and they could potentially have an impact on the AFIR review. So next of it, I would like to show you how what is our state of play in implementing AFIR in Germany, which is a very essential instrument to comply with AFIR. So as you can see on the left side, the map represents the hydrogen refueling stations for heavy-duty vehicles, and there are currently 45 in operation. Some more are to come. On the right-hand side, you can see those applying or complying with the AFIR criteria on the 10T core network, which is providing a minimum capacity of 1 ton per day. So you can see there's quite a lot to do for us. And as a side note, I have not included the 700 bar stations right now because they're still mostly equipped for passenger cars. So this results in this preliminary analysis that we have conducted to see where are the gaps and how can we fulfill the AFIR by the end of 2030. And as you can see, we're rather on a good track to meet the AFIR target by the end of 2030, and green represents those in operation. The orange ones are the stations in realization or with approved funding, and the red ones are the gaps we need to fill. And if these stations are ideally placed along the 10T core network, as shown on the right, we would need 32 stations in total. And on the left side, you see the requirements for the urban nodes that do not have the 1 ton requirement. And here we would need 78. So we have quite some urban nodes in Germany. We are currently exercising an assessment and modeling for a future hydrogen refueling infrastructure that is based on the future demand and many other factors such as traffic routes, etc. So based on the outcome of this modeling, we will be able to identify potential gaps needed to comply with AFIR. And even though currently in Germany there are only a few heavy-duty vehicles on the road running on hydrogen, it is evident that we need activity in rolling out this infrastructure, and that there is a need for this. And the proof I will present to you right now. So these are the outcomes of the clean room talk. So on the figure, you can see market sale forecasts for zero-emission vehicles, or generally heavy-duty vehicles in Germany. And we started doing these talks in 2022 and have done our second round last year. So these are the actual or the most recent numbers. And so we sent out interviews to OEMs selling into Germany and the European market as to how they forecast their sales figures for climate-friendly vehicles. The return rate was about 96%, so a small share had to be interpolated, but still this is a good approximation of the future. And on the graph you can see the development until 2033, seeing that there is quite a dynamic development of zero-emission heavy-duty vehicles. Also, hydrogen fuel cell and hydrogen combustion engines went into the scene. That was not, like the hydrogen combustion engines were not really part of the outcomes of the previous clean room talks. The larger share will be, provided through battery electric trucks, but also hydrogen will play a significant role using both propulsion systems. So on this graph, you can see the clean room talk results for Europe, and they look pretty much similar, although the speed of change is a bit slower compared to the German market when we aggregate the numbers over Europe. But the trend is the same, and with less than half of new sales with conventional diesel trucks expected to be by 2030. And please note, the graph only goes until 2030 because beyond the return rate was rather low, so we didn't get great numbers on this. And this shows, or these perspectives show that a timely coverage with infrastructure will be decisive, so we need to stay committed to rolling out the required charging and refueling infrastructure in time and at sufficient scale. And I see my time is running out, so very quickly on the last slide, we have, based on these clean room talks, calculated our own or carried out our own calculations, as can be seen on this graph, taking into account the expected OEM numbers and combining it with other hydrogen-based vehicles on the road. And this could result in a demand of up to 500,000 tons of hydrogen, resulting in 250 to 550 refueling stations by 2030. So that would mean that this is much higher than the A4. But please be reminded that these numbers are beyond definite. In the end, we don't know how this development will go, so they are beyond certain. And therefore, please take these numbers rather as a range more than as definite. So I'm sorry, I have to skip this. Thank you very much. So yeah, it was a pleasure to speak. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Thank you, and round of applause. As it says, time for questions. Yes, Radosław?
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. One question. During those clean talks, were you discussing also the price sensitivity of those users of hydrogen? Or are you based on some general scenario, how much the hydrogen will cost, and this will, lead to some sort of consumption?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So I was personally not part of these clean room talks. Maybe just for you as a background, in order to do these calculations, we had to comply with strict antitrust law. So we had to, so these numbers were obtained anonymously and only aggregated. So we had a lawyer between us and the OEMs in order to be so that these numbers are anonymous, and we can only provide aggregated numbers because we don't know any else. So we have like a quite extensive report on the interviews with the results. They didn't exactly provide this number or this amount of hydrogen, but what we know is that cost factor is highly important for the future rollout of hydrogen-based mobility. The case differs between the application of fuel cell trucks and between internal combustion engines running on hydrogen, because these are very different technologies. And for the case of fuel cell, what is deemed a barrier currently is the availability of hydrogen, especially renewable hydrogen. It's the cost of hydrogen. And the study we could see, I don't have the exact numbers, but I can give you the link and you can read them. So the willingness to pay differs depending on the operator and the user, and also the investment cost or the purchase cost of a fuel cell truck currently is up to 3 times higher compared to a diesel truck. So this is a very significant issue right now that we have to look at. The perspective or the future perspective will be that there will be significant price reductions, certainly. But right now, the case is rather difficult. But yes, there are some assumptions or issues related to the costs of operation and the purchase of the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Daria?
Thank you. It was very useful to see what is Germany doing and what is the approach that Germany is using. You mentioned that you are advising or working together with the Ministry of Transport. My question is, to what extent they supported you or maybe other organizations so that you could collect the data and analyze?
So yes, thank you for the question. So I will clear this out. So NOW, we are owned by the federal government, so we work solely for them. We're not allowed to take assignments currently from industry or so. So this is why we work, we have certain, like we're allowed to look at certain numbers or facts, and we work together with the ministry very closely. This also applies to legislative measurements and acts where we really advise them. And the clean room talks we conducted together with the Ministry of Digital and Transport. So we were kind of assigned to coordinate the entire process, but of course the clean room talks we conducted together. So this is a common work. Sure.
I have a brief question that has something to do with the chicken egg dilemma. If you look on the clean room report, the share of battery electric trucks will be way higher than the hydrogen. And then there is a question, what's going to happen to the infrastructure for hydrogen refueling?
Yeah.
In this case, because it's kind of, if you don't have the vehicles, then you should inhibit the process of delivering the infrastructure. So maybe there is something you can elaborate on.
Yes, sure. So the outcome of the clean room talks is very, very, you have seen it, it's very clear that the path goes toward climate-friendly vehicles. And the pressure is quite high as to comply with the CO2 performance standards. If OEMs do not comply, they need to pay significant penalties, and they can be tremendous if they do not comply with them. So so everyone's very eager to invest, and these are future technologies. Europe needs to place itself on the global market as well. So these cannot be disregarded as well. So we see a dynamic development for both battery electric-based heavy-duty transport, but also for hydrogen-based, including fuel cells, but also hydrogen internal combustion engines. And while the battery electric vehicles are predominant, and they will be in the 2030s, comprising a market share of almost 50%, and this is due to technological and serious maturity compared to fuel cell electric vehicles, which have their flaws at the moment, from a cost point of view, but also from a technological view. But we need to, in order to be able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we need to take a look at and consider all available options right now, because there's just not much time left. And also the pressure is high from European regulation. And so a range of options will really certainly help to fulfill these goals. We cannot fully estimate the market development. So we have these forecasts, but what will come in, eventually, this is quite unclear. So hydrogen is considered by all OEMs a very important aspect of their portfolio with different prioritization, but still, when we look at the financial and technological issues, the use of hydrogen-based technology will be just a matter of time.
I couldn't imagine a better answer. We have to stop here. We are overdue. Thank you very much. Let's thank the speaker again. And I will now invite Bartłomiej Kupiec from CATF, and we will try to look on aligning the national strategies with EU goals. So, Bartłomiej, the floor is yours. If you can catch up with the delay, that would be terrific.
I will catch up, I promise. Okay. Moment, how do I move slides here? Okay, perfect. Hello everyone, my name is Bartłomiej Kupiec. I am CEE Policy Advisor working for Clean Air Task Force. Today's presentation will be about CEE energy policy and how can it be harmonized to achieve our decarbonization goals. So my presentation will be some kind of development of what I have already said during the expert panel discussion. Okay, so about Clean Air Task Force. We have been founded in 1996. We are a global NGO which focuses on tackling the issue of climate change. We have a lot of experience and we are a global organization. Currently, 100 policy advisors, scientists are working for us. And now we are developing also on CEE region. Why here? We think that CEE region has an amazing and great potential to achieve the decarbonization goals and also to lead the new energy policy in European Union. So we hope that the region will achieve its potential, and we want to help national and local policymakers to achieve their policy goals, decarbonization, but also we want to help the economy local economy to remain competitive, as we have already highlighted during the panel discussion. Okay. Hydrogen policy in CEE. So I will remind you that in 2021-20, the EU Green Deal was passed, and we have also created a lot of new regulations in the European Union. And currently, the Fit for 55 package has been approved, and the directives from this package are being transposed into national legal framework, which also poses a some kind of challenge for local and national governments to transpose them and also to harmonize them. The Green Deal and also other EU strategies, like EU hydrogen strategy, Repowers EU, they mention that they favor renewable hydrogen, so-called green hydrogen, as the main source of decarbonization, let's say the main important hydrogen in EU policy. Because according to European Union policymakers, it is needed to phase out fossil fuels and to achieve decarbonization goals. However, one moment. Sorry for this confusion, but okay. And why does CEE need clean hydrogen? So during our panel discussions, we are referring to hydrogen not as a green hydrogen, but as clean hydrogen. What is it? Okay, so European Union has mentioned that renewable hydrogen, so the hydrogen which is produced via electrolysis from electricity from renewable energy sources, is the major one. However, we think that as CEE has a great industrial base, because there is a lot of sectors like steel sector, refining, aviation, maritime. We need other sources of hydrogen, because now grey hydrogen plays the most important role in local economy. So maybe, according also to the Court of Auditors, which was this analysis was published last summer. Renewable hydrogen goals of European Union will not be achieved, will be not met, because it's not possible, as the cost of renewable hydrogen depends on the renewable energy, and we need cheap and renewable energy from RES, and also renewable hydrogen cannot be produced simply anywhere, because it requires optimal production capacity variability. So we see that it has some bottlenecks. This is why we need clean hydrogen. So this low, as it is called in European Union normative jargon, it is low carbon hydrogen. However, we like to refer it as, in the broader perspective, clean hydrogen. Okay. So selected CEE hydrogen strategies. As we have already mentioned, we have a lot of hydrogen strategies. I have chosen, let's say, 3 approaches from Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria. I'm really happy that we have Bulgaria representative here, because I think that Bulgaria voice is not heard enough in European Union and also in among CEE countries. So Poland, as we are all aware, has adopted its national strategy in 2021. It hasn't been updated, although there were plans to adopt the update in 2020. In 2024, it wasn't done. Let's hope that maybe this Polish national hydrogen strategy will be updated this year. But Polish approach has this, how do we call it, natural technological approach. So we also favor renewable hydrogen, but also this low carbon hydrogen. Even our strategy mentions the nuclear, that nuclear will play significant role somewhere in the future in the regard of hydrogen production. So it's good that also Polish hydrogen mentions that. However, it doesn't align with EU policy goals, as it was adopted in 2021. And in 2022, because of the Russia aggression on the Ukraine, a lot of has changed. We had Repower EU, also update of the EU hydrogen strategy. So this strategy needs to be still updated. Also, we have Romania. So Romania, although it has promised to adopt the national Romanian hydrogen strategy, it hasn't done still. Also, it prioritizes renewable hydrogen, aiming for significant electrolyzer capacity and additional renewable energy installations by 2030. It also promotes public support for renewable energy only, and it doesn't focus on let's say, other hydrogens like low carbon hydrogen. So it only follows this renewable hydrogen path. And Bulgaria, it has neither adopted national strategy nor secondary legislation. We still await for Bulgaria to adopt the strategy. So we have this comparative. So I have prepared this short comparative analysis. So most of the countries, they declare support for both renewable and clean hydrogen and other sources of hydrogen. However, they do not mention how to prioritize them. During our panel of experts, we were talking that we need also to decide where this hydrogen is needed. Is it a steel sector? Is it chemicals? Is it, I don't know, aviation? It's not prioritized enough in these national strategies. Also, there is no existing hydrogen strategies. They only have forecasts, no goals, so that's also a problem. And they don't focus on regional cooperation enough. All these national strategies, they are not harmonized with each other, and they vaguely state that hydrogen will be utilized somewhere in this industrial application. However, it doesn't specifically define where exactly. Also, for instance, Bulgaria outlines hydrogen as a transformative industrial energy source of the future. However, it doesn't provide any specific details. So some of these political strategies in some of their parts or even whole of them, they are void. They do not possess any details in this regard. So there is also a missed opportunities for economic scale of clean hydrogen production and applying it to the industry. Challenges. So CEE Hydrogen Summit. So getting necessary clean hydrogen to the end users that need it, so both today and in the future. Getting clean hydrogen production up to the state required to meet accurate demand estimates for CEE countries. Also, implementation of EU regulations, because it still poses a challenge. And there is also a challenge of absence of cooperation between countries, and also the absence of developed national strategy or updated national strategies. Strategies are some kind of roadmap for investors, and they are need to update it. Also, as I have already mentioned during our panel discussion, we have too many strategies. We have hydrogen strategies, national energy climate plans, national policies, national policy strategies. So for investors, it's really hard to, and also the strategies, they are not harmonized inter alia. So for investors, it's really difficult to follow them, and they don't feel confident in their investments. Also, RED3 implementation is some kind of challenge, as we have already stated. Maybe I will not elaborate also on that because it was already mentioned a lot from my predecessors. So I will move to the recommendation slide. Okay, so we have mentioned that we need to prioritize hydrogen in so-called hard-to-abate sectors. However, we should also prioritize them in no-regret sectors. So first order, we should support existing production and consumption of the sectors where hydrogen is used today. So this priority order 1 and decarbonize this gray hydrogen. Also, and in the second order, we should also scale wider sectoral application as clean hydrogen availability permits. So only in these sectors where it is economically and technologically feasible to apply it. So hard-to-abate sectors and no-regret sectors. And high-level recommendations, so adopt and update national hydrogen strategies. I know it sounds simple, but for instance, for Polish government, it has been a challenge. As I have already told you, the Polish national hydrogen strategy hasn't been updated yet, although the works are still going. So implement a neutral technology approach. It's also needed for enact cooperation between CEE countries. And we need this, and our goal is to cut emissions and remain competitive in the future, because we need competitive industry to have prosperous economies. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions. I hope that, yes, I think that I have done it in the good time frame.
Perfect. The first savings in hydrogen today, saving time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Usual suspect, Daria Vladikova. Yes. All right. And then we have a second question here.
Thank you. Daria Vladikova from the Bulgarian Hydrogen Association. Just to say that we have a hydrogen strategy which is named Hydrogen Roadmap from March 2023, which means 2 years ago. Of course, it's not perfect. It needs improvement. We have also national ordinance for hydrogen refueling stations. And tomorrow I'm going to talk in more details about this. So please change this when you put your presentation in the official website where we can have them. Thank you.
Thank you. However, I would like to clarify a few things about this hydrogen roadmap. So according to some of the EU institutions, it's not the national strategy per se, it's just a roadmap. We also had something like this in Poland. However, it wasn't transposed, maybe it wasn't clarified by EU institutions in the right way. However, according to the stakeholders which we talked to, it's not a national strategy per se. So could you also elaborate a bit more about it? Because as I have already told you, maybe the audience, the Bulgaria voice is not heard in the European Union. And it's great if you could explain more about this Bulgaria roadmap.
It is in practice strategy, but according to some Bulgarian legislation, the term of strategy includes other procedures which are not adaptable for the strategy which is developed in the different countries. That's why, because of national legislation, the strategy was transformed into roadmap. However, if you read it, it's absolutely similar to the roadmaps, to the strategies of the other countries. So it's just a matter of terminology. But of course, you're going to follow the rules.
But I believe it will be very practical to have the clear definition. What is a sectorial deal? What is a roadmap? What is a strategy? Because we have several different types of documents in circulation. Yes.
Hello. Just use this one. Hello, I'm Yuri from Eesti Energia. I manage a hydrogen project that has to do with residential energy storage, and I saw one of your slides that showed that residential hydrogen is a bad idea. I wanted to take a picture, so can you go back a few slides? And then my question is, perhaps you can elaborate on why the projects or hydrogen activities are classified as such. One more back, let's go back. No. Wait. Oh, it was very far back apparently. Yes, this one. So applications that lack justification. Can you elaborate on why light-duty vehicles and residential use lacks?
Light-duty vehicles, okay.
Thank you.
So that's a problem also with the applying hydrogen to transportation. It's not according to, for instance, in Poland, it's also to, it's in Poland, for instance, the hydrogen is said to be used in the light vehicle transport, and it causes a lot of controversy because it also competes with electromobility. And according to our analysis, I'm not also in the hydrogen team, I am more in the advocacy team, so please also refer to our paper. It's not maybe okay, not maybe, but electromobility, like traditional micro electromobility, makes more sense in this regard to use it in light vehicles. And it's as I have already stated, hydrogen use has to be economically feasible. So comparing to electromobility, like in this regard, like light duty vehicles, it may make more sense to follow this electromobility path.
If you allow, I will just add the engineering understanding of that slide. We talk about the climate benefits. There are no benefits here, but there might be benefits elsewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. So also it's, but please also read this publication which I have provided the link to.
Good. Second round of applause. Thank you, Bartłomiej. And now we're going to hear about the business opportunities in Slovakia. So we are happy to have Jan, the chairman of the Slovak Hydrogen Association. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. I'm very glad to show you some numbers, some economics behind the Slovakian development of hydrogen production. But before I jump to the first slide, I would like to react to Daria, yeah, because I fully agree what you mentioned. We are behind the Western European country because of, I think, knowledge transfer to the politician is stuck somewhere in the middle, yeah. Even we are not sure if we understand all the regulation, legislation, European legislation, and we are here. A team of experts that would be great if we share more information each other, because some of you are good in something, other is something else, but we need all the package. And if we share all these outcomes, we can better explain what we want to our government. Slovakia is a little bit special case today, because we have a 5 minister in 5 years in Minister of Economy, which is responsible for hydrogen, and we have a state secretary, always new one after half a year. So again and again to teach them, to explain them what hydrogen means for Slovakia. Yeah, so it's exhausting a little bit sometimes, and but we have drivers from regions and drivers from business sectors. So I very thanks for that, because we have some pioneers here, and I can announce that we have a first hydrogen valley in Slovakia, which was kick off this month, and we have a consortium of the partners who everybody signed the agreement, and we're starting to build a hydrogen valley in eastern of Slovakia in Košice, together with potential of Ukrainian production after war will finish. So, yeah, let me please introduce a little bit our association. We are association that grab together universities, region, states agency. CEE is a Slovak innovation and energy agency. And of course, companies, small and big, and of course, middle of them. And those bigs are sitting also here. For example, Ustream, for example, SPP Distribucja, which are gas distributors and transmitters, and also we have other big players, but it is not enough to explain necessity of hydrogen for the future green energy and mobility and industrial development in Slovakia. So I would like to explain our calculation to you a little bit, and we are starting with this screening of the capex of the electrolyzer, what was done by Rumble last year. And I would like to ask maybe Tamás if this 3,000 euro per kilowatt in 10 megawatt project is real. 2.8? 2.2, so 2,200, yeah. Also, it's better, so it is a mean value, I think, in this blue column. So we are there. I would like to explain our approach. We have a model. We try to have real information from the bottom. So we grab a measurement of wind measurement in the best one of the best location in Slovakia for the whole year in hourly steps. Also, we have measurement from the solar power in hourly steps, and we try to make some symbiosis together, how they correlate each together, how they support for the production of hydrogen. So if we go from the up, so this is the result. We reach 6.47, 6.50 euro per kilogram of hydrogen because of the combination of two sources. I don't know if there is a pointer there. Oh yeah. So this is the nominal power electrolyzer, 10 megawatts. This is a together installed power of renewable sources, 30 megawatts, and 1/3 is solar, and 2/3 means wind share. We have no count battery, but we need some power from the grid, because you know that electrolyzer, especially PEM, all electrolyzer needs some power to be pressurized and keep temperature to be ready to act for the this kind of this automatic frequency restoration. So we count in the second column in third column with the revenue stream from these services. The second column means that we go down because we use 50% subsidies also for renewable sources. The first column count with 50% only for electrolyzer. It means that this second column is possible only till the end of 27, because from the 28 there is a finish of the exemption to subsidize renewable sources. You can only build new renewable sources without subsidies. But if you use subsidies, you finish project this till the end of 27, you can reach 5.8 euro per kilogram at the end. So it is nice price, but there is another chance to use also these services for the grid. We count 70% of the capacity of the electrolyzer can be used for the services because we need some percentage at the end that is not possible to deliver from the zero the services. The model works like if the operator, transmission grid operator activates you, then you stop delivering electricity from the directly connected renewable sources. I forgot to mention it. It's very important that we have these renewable sources directly connected, and you start to grab electricity from the grid. Then you can achieve 4.44 euro per kilogram. It's very nice, but this is the best case in Slovak, best place combination wind and solar. So we need to count with another little bit struggles. So the numbers 44 could be a little bit higher at the end. We count, as assumption counts with capex 3,000 per kilowatt of installed electrolyzer. Wind farm with capex 1.6 million euro per megawatt, and PV farm 780 euro per kilowatt of installed PV farm. So then power from the grid, we count 140 because about 90 is a power price and the rest are taxes and fees. And also FRR availability is about 12 euro per megawatt. And WACC is 7.5 and investment horizon is 20 years. This is behind the calculation. So you can see the graph. You are showing the all three cases, and if we think that the capex of 100 megawatt electrolyzer will be about 1,500 euro per kilowatt installed, and we reach also 50% of capex subsidy, so and no subsidy for RES, then we can achieve this very nice number. Seems to be real, but before us are a lot of problems with permitting, with all those things around. So, but theoretically, this is possible in Slovakia. So you can see the map, the methodology and measurement in this side of Slovakia, nearby ammonia producer in Duslo, Šala. So this is a good chance for them to use maybe this calculation. But the restrictions are as everywhere in Europe, that we have dense populated country, and the building of wind turbines and our PV plants with large areas is impossible. I think that ammonia producer can use only maybe 10% of their consumption, gray hydrogen consumption, and they can replace 10% by green hydrogen. So the outcomes is they need pipe to be greener to achieve 42% greening their gray hydrogen. So you see that Slovakia could be a crossroad, but I think the more detailed presentation will be held by my colleague from Ustream, show you more detailed information. What I want to show you that we have two chances how to import, or three chances how to import green hydrogen by pipes to Slovakia. First is from Ukraine. The second from terminals was announced in Krk in Croatia, and maybe from Poland if there will be a terminal somewhere in the sea, so we can then import hydrogen to Slovakia. I borrowed this slide from the Green Energy Park presentation to explain you how the idea of the overseas import is working. So renewable hydrogen will be produced, in this case in Brazil, in a very cheap price, but there is another cost for transforming it to ammonia, then ship it over the sea to the terminal, then again crack it to hydrogen and transport it pipe to Slovakia, and then it's a question what the price will be in Slovakia or Central European country. If it is compatible, it is in parity with domestic production or not, we will see. But there is another chance how to get hydrogen in Central European countries. So, what are the expectations of the industry? Let's have a case that today fossil hydrogen made from natural gas is about 2 to 3 euro per kilogram. Then if the CO2 cost is 100 euro, that today is 75 actually, but if we take 100, it means about 1.5 euro per kilo additionally to that price. So then the hydrogen price parity to fossil hydrogen should be a little bit lower than we have the best case in our calculation for 4.5 euro per kilogram. Then we have another case in transport sector. Transport sector can afford a little bit more expensive hydrogen. This is a calculation for better understanding. If we know that the consumer will be the buses or heavy-duty vehicles, but for better understanding, I use a personal car that 6-liter diesel consumption means 63 kilowatt hour energy per 100 kilometers. The same achieve 1.1 kilogram of hydrogen. I mean, the same consumption, and we have a parity about 8.6 euro per 100 kilogram, and at the end it means that hydrogen price for the transport sector should achieve 7.5 euro per kilogram without value-added tax and other taxes. Let me introduce and jump to the Slovakian technology development. We are proud that we have a minibus and also the heavy-duty truck ready for the roads. It's already homologized. So we prepare some IPCEI projects, transmission, repurposing. Henry is a geological storage of hydrogen, and also this drone or vertical take-off and landing machine, which can carry 4 people or another stuff. And also we have some research project in catalyst for the electrolyzers and metal hydrate storage in a technical university in Košice. New business opportunities. I don't know if I'm running a time a little bit. Yes. So I try to be faster. Maybe you heard that CCU can be used for producing recycled hydrocarbon fuels. This is, I think, is opportunity for all of our countries, because we can use CO2 put together with hydrogen, with already known and develop technologies, for example, Fischer-Tropsch synthesis, and we can produce sustainable aviation fuels for the aviation. There is one condition: all this value chain needs to be 70% less CO2 intensive than the benchmark. If we do it, so this is new business case for the industry, like cement producer or other producers, where can reach those 70% less CO2 at the end. You can see the explanation, then you can read it in presentation. What I should mention: this case is not eligible for EU ETS support. What does it mean? That this is support when you use different kinds of sustainable aviation fuel, you can have this support, but not with this case what I show you before. But there is one exemption. If you are non-union airports, for example, in Poland, these are union airports. it means main airports. But if you are not, like in Slovak case, is Košice, for example, Popra, Tatry, Sliač, and Piešťany, small airports, they have exemptions. They can use 100% support. So this is something what I would like to maybe investigate with you, assess with you, if you are willing. We can share information and make a calculation and see if there is a new off-taker chains in each country where we can use then hydrogen pipe and other infrastructure development. So this is all from me. Thank you very much. I'm open for discussion after the presentation during the lunchtime. And if you have some question, please.
Good. Thank you very much. So, first of all, I like that Warsaw is listed here. We have actually newly funded EU project on Hydrogen Valley, which will be built around Warsaw Airport. So you should see, those of you who flew in, you will see a hydrogen refilling station in 3 years from now, also with the connecting hubs. I have to upset you, Jan, because I was looking on your presentation in terms of the acceptable cost of hydrogen, and you reported between 4 and 4.5 euro, but also in Tamas' presentation from MOL, we saw 9.9 as a real technical cost, which is double the value.
Yeah.
How you can comment on that?
During the break, I was talking with him about this, and he mentioned these are the numbers of the Hydrogen Europe, but they are not coming from the real details data, in what we have inputs.
This is sensitive, I believe.
So I think this is a different, but I mentioned that 4.5 is something what is really the best scenario. In the real world, it could be 5, 6, maybe 7. Yeah, but if you optimize all the devices, you can reach this.
Or we just say we need 50% subsidy for the hydrogen.
Yeah,
okay.
We count with 50% subsidy.
Questions from the audience? No, then we should bring this to the break. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to invite Sylvia. We're going to be talking on the backbone, also Slovakia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So my name is Silvia Andialova. I'm representing the company Ustream, which is Slovak gas transmission system operator. Short facts and figures about the company. We've been operating transmission gas system for almost for 50 years. We've been the main or the important entry gate for the Russian gas to Europe and to supply not only Central Europe but also mainly Italy. And now we are looking for the change, and we are getting ready to prepare our system also for the hydrogen future. Basically, we have 2 projects currently in mind. One is so-called Slovak Hydrogen Backbone, which, as you can see, is going to prepare one of the lines currently used for the natural gas transportation to be repurposed to the hydrogen. Which would this Slovak hydrogen backbone would connect Ukrainian borders to borders with Czech Republic and Austria. You can see the forecasted transmission capacity. This is technical capacity based on the current technical availabilities, which I mean mainly the pipeline diameters we have in place, and also future 2 compressor stations to be built, especially for hydrogen. We expect, based on our current technical knowledge, we expect that 90% of the line could be repurposed, and up to 10% should be 10% of the lines should be replaced by new ones. What we want to achieve is open, let's say, a road for the hydrogen, be it green hydrogen, gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, whatever color you can imagine, because from the technical point of view, it's still only the hydrogen. And we are looking to secure non-discriminatory grid access, enabling economic viability of the hydrogen transportation, connecting all stages of hydrogen value chain, and diversify routes. Also, which is really important from the technical point of view and which is missing, is setting technical standards and providing common knowledge, and to be ready for the future balancing regime, and also to help to develop liquid hydrogen commodity market. And also, what I have to mention is use the human resources capacities which we have, because 50 years of secure transmission of natural gas means a lot of knowledge, a lot of skills of the people which are securing the safe and swift operation of the system. No, sorry. Okay, I was there. With this project of Slovak Hydrogen Backbone, we applied for the IPCEI status, Important Projects of Common European Interest. We were successful, and last year in February we were granted this status, which also meant that we have approved the framework of state aid in financial terms, but there is a but. That we are still in the discussion with the state authorities and about the budget possibilities to support or to use this approved framework for the realization of the project. And also with the Slovak Hydrogen Backbone, under the different name, we are on the first PCI list as part of the generic corridor, and we also apply in the second edition to become a PCI, let's say, as a standalone project. Also, we are in the discussion with our Hungarian colleagues, as we see there some potential. Currently, we have there only one line, which is currently used for the natural gas transportation, and for the security of supply reasons, we see that this pipeline should be there, and it's not feasible to be repurposed. So we intend to build a new pipeline dedicated for hydrogen. You can see the main parameters of the line, and we will see whether the, let's say, market situation will be favorable to be built and to keep, let's say, expected commercial operations since 2030. As this conference is in Poland, you can see also connection to Poland. Again, there is only one line, and dedicated currently for the natural gas. And for the security of supply reason, currently we don't expect to do anything with this line, as we foresee that it can be still used for the natural gas. I mean from the market perspective. And currently we are not in discussion with Polish colleagues, but this will be, let's say, future music of the future. If the market is there, definitely we will do what we can also towards Poland to be able to transport or to open the options for transporting hydrogen also from Poland or to Poland. As already mentioned, in Europe they are forcing some corridors for the importing of hydrogen. We, with our project Slovak Hydrogen Backbone and Slovak-Hungarian Connection, we are part of 3 of them. One is, which is marked on the picture as A, from south of the Europe, starting in North Africa, where there is a great potential for the renewable electricity and hydrogen production. Second corridor is from Southeast Europe, from Greece, through Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary to Slovakia, and further to Czech Republic and the northern part of Germany. And the last one is from Ukraine. We started with this Ukrainian corridor, but there is a big question mark on the feasibility, and the main question is how long will the war last, and how will look Ukrainian recovery, and whether all the expectations on the hydrogen production capacities could be met by when. Ustream is part of the various hydrogen initiatives. The first one was the Central European Hydrogen Corridor to connect expected huge Ukrainian production capacities. On the picture is to southern part of Germany, but in the meantime, in Czech Republic, the colleagues they see the bigger potential to use northern part of the line. So currently they are working on the northern line ending in northern part of Germany. Other initiatives, Hydrogen EU Plus Store, where we are cooperating also with underground storage system operators to use the storages also for the hydrogen. Sunshine Corridor and CEE Hydrogen Corridor. They are in a different stages of the discussions and of the development. I can say that we are in the pre-feasibility or in the feasibility study stages. More information are available on relevant, on respective web pages of these corridors. Looking at the hydrogen infrastructure challenges, we have to have a clear idea whether hydrogen will play a role in the future in the system, in the decarbonization efforts. We believe that yes, it has a future, but there are some buts, as we've heard today. the production capacities, the supply and demand, big question marks. But for us, it's crucial to be ready with the infrastructure if the demand is there. And also the relationship to electricity is key. Because basically you have two options when you produce the electricity from the renewable sources. You can either transport the electricity, or you can transform the electricity to hydrogen and use the gas system to transport the hydrogen to the demand areas, and then, for example, to use it as a hydrogen or to generate again the electricity and use it. And you have basically you have the option when you need electricity to transport the electricity from the places is produced to the demand places. You can either build the electricity line or to use the pipeline. In the table you can see comparison of capacity, construction cost and distance for the two kinds of projects. So definitely based on this we can see that the gas infrastructure for the hydrogen, it has a place under the sun. Looking at the Slovakia, what we see compared to, let's say, the capacities of the potential of the transportation system, of our transportation system, those are not significant figures, but still for Slovakia, we see that there are some estimations for the demand. We will see whether they will get real or they will be above the expectations. We've seen or we've heard about potential main end users in Slovakia, steel producer, refineries, fertilizer producer. As you can see, some of them are in the eastern part of Slovakia, some of them are on the western part of Slovakia. So again, the reasoning to rebuild or to repurpose the main backbone is there. Looking at the legal framework, we've discussed already the main EU strategy, so I will skip this slide. For us, it's important to get the certification for the hydrogen transportation. I borrowed this chart from NSOC. You can see the process. It's quite heavy. And in a best case, it should take up to 2 years to get the certification. So it's quite a challenge. And also we will go for from couple of derogations as Slovakian market. It's far away to talk about the market. So as a potential hydrogen TSO. You can see also some alternatives, and we would like to get the derogation from the horizontal unbundling. So those are the main challenges, the key challenges of the potential hydrogen transmission system operator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I really enjoyed seeing was the first compressor in the east was just next to the Ukrainian border. Yes. Is it this from the times when we are considering this 2 times 40 gigawatts scenario with Ukraine being a producer of hydrogen for Europe, or this is like a new idea that you have that Ukraine can be a supplier of hydrogen?
You mean for the hydrogen?
Yes.
Yes, the technical colleagues, they made some hydraulic calculations on the flows and based on the pressures, operational pressures of the hydrogen, and the result of the calculation is that one compressor station capacity is in the east of Slovakia. We have there the big compressor station, so we can use also the land and place it there. So, but it will depend on the volumes available and the operational pressures in the system, whether we will need both or one or none. But
yeah, we talk about like 60 megawatt machine, as you mentioned. Which is pretty
but
big.
we will see whether the production forecast in Ukraine will realize or not.
Good. Questions? Daria Vladikova.
It's not a question, it is some explanation. When the backbone started being organized, it was first in northwestern Europe, and after that, in 2021, the Eastern Corridor appeared, but it was only Ukraine. And after Repower EU, the Southeastern Corridor was developed when Greece, Romania, Bulgaria joined this corridor. So regionally, it started from Ukraine, and then the southern part of this corridor appeared. So maybe going through the years, the idea started from Ukraine, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Let's say the diversification of routes and sources is a key for the future.
We have another question here.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit what exactly needs to be done to repurpose those natural gas pipelines to hydrogen pipelines, and what kind of challenges do you foresee?
From the technical point of view, we plan to do inline inspection to see in what fitness are our pipelines. So there is a lot of technical issue behind, but at the end of the day, we should see how many kilometers or meters of pipeline we have to replace by new ones and to be able to use the hydrogen. Also, our technical colleagues are in the discussion with the pipeline producers with all these technical measurement system, whether it's convertible to hydrogen, and under certain conditions they are checking maintenance periodicity for the equipment. There is a lot of stuff. We don't have technical standards, so we will do a lot of research and development and fine-tuning whether we can use one-to-one the standards which are applicable for the natural gas transportation or system operation to the hydrogen. We don't know.
Good. Thank you again. I would like to invite Dr. Katarina Sasarakova from Košice region, and I believe we're going to hear about the hydrogen valley down there. I think we can see you now, but we can also hear you now, so please double check.
Hello everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Good.
So, hello, good afternoon everyone. My name is Katarina Sasarakova and I am pleased to present the Eastgate Hydrogen Valley project. This initiative is a significant step towards Slovakia's decarbonization and sustainable energy future. Excuse me, I cannot move my slide. Okay, great. It's working now. So first, let me introduce Košice self-governing region. We are situated at the east part of Slovakia. We have direct borders with Ukraine and Hungary. Our region was established at 1923 And our region is divided into 4 historical areas, as you can see in the map. The project aims to develop a hydrogen ecosystem in this region, demonstrating the feasibility of hydrogen technologies in Slovakia's transition to green economy. Hydrogen plays a crucial role in the EU strategy for energy transformation. The Hydrogen Valley initiative in Košice will drive innovation, economic growth, and decarbonization. Our goal is to integrate hydrogen technologies into various sectors, including transportation, industry, and energy storage. So how all our activities start? It all started with the regional innovation strategy that was created in 2020. The result of this strategy was creation of Innovation Center. This center is aiming to create synergies between private sector and universities, but also to map the potentials of our region. Innovation Center find out that our region has a huge hydrogen innovative potential. Therefore, we created our own hydrogen strategy. It was the first strategy in Slovakia, and it was specially created for the needs of our region. So we focus on private sector that is creating within the borders of our region and also to the universities that are in our region. The result of this strategy was the examination of the hydrogen potential. We started to create partnership and cooperations. We became a member of the National Hydrogen Association of Slovakia, as was mentioned by Jan. We also signed memorandum of cooperations with universities, with the private sector, and with the other regions. Direct result of cooperation in the private sector was the establishment of the company, W2H2, whose main goal is the production of the green hydrogen. This company was created together with the COSIT company. COSIT company is a local waste management company. So, and together 50-50 we are share this W2H2. We also started our small pilot projects. We purchased 10 hydrogen bicycles with the aim to raise awareness about the hydrogen among the citizens. Through these bikes, we try to explain how the technology works and what it brings to our region. We often get a lot of questions regarding the safetiness of the technology. So we try to communicate the topic and its benefits to our citizens as much as possible. After studying our region, we found out that we have the potential to create the entire hydrogen chain, and also that if we want to implement hydrogen transport, we need to have the infrastructure built at the first place. That is why we started creating a hydrogen valley. Last year, we submitted the project application in the small-scale hydrogen valley call, and are currently preparing a grant agreement with the aim of starting to implement the project in April. As you can see, we created a consortium of 22 partners from 7 European countries and slowly start building our valley. It takes more than 3 years to build and to figure it out how to build a sustainable project. So finally, to introduce our valley, we plan to build 4 megawatt electrolyzer near the city of the Košice. City of the Košice is the second largest city in the Slovakia. Our aim is to produce and consume 500 tons of green renewable hydrogen locally in our region. The main consumption sector is built on the mobility, therefore on the buses, on the trucks, mostly used in the waste management company. We also are preparing our own hydrogen-powered boat, which should be situated in one of the lakes within the region, in order to increase the tourism also in our region. The part of our project is also Tomar company, which is the successful IPSE company. They are creating their own hydrogen-powered drone or VTOL vehicle. They will also consume the hydrogen that will be produced in our valley. Part of our project is also Central European Hydrogen Corridor. We have a great cooperation with the EU Stream, as well as the SPP distribution, as well as the Ukraine Hydrogen Council and the Ukraine and Hydrogen Ukraine company. But I believe that you already heard that from the EU Stream themselves, and you will learn a little bit more from the next speaker, Mr. Demec from SPP distribution. So I will leave that to the experts to talk about that. So as I mentioned, we are planning to consume our hydrogen in the buses. We plan to deploy more than 40 buses by the end of 2028 and then scale up to more than 80 buses by the 2040. The first 10 buses should run by the end of 2026, beginning 2027. It is connected to the Valek Industrial Park, which is a big industrial park created by the Volvo company. They are coming to our region and they will create more than 2,000 new work places. So we need to manage the mobility to be green for them and to create a new connections for this industrial park. Besides that, there is also possibility to consume hydrogen in the trucks, in the forklifts, and of course we also have great cooperation with the industry sector, as well as US Steel Košice that is situated also within our region. So as I mentioned before, the main goal is to produce and consume at least 500 tons of renewable hydrogen by the 2028. So that was the introduction of our valley, but now I'd like to talk about the role of the region in building Hydrogen Valley. I think it's very important for the region to be part of such a change in the region. So, and regional governments also play a critical role in establishing hydrogen valleys. The key focus is in the strategic planning and policy, where we define hydrogen strategies that aligns with the national and EU level decarbonization goals. We are developing roadmaps, we are setting emission reduction targets and establishing regulatory frameworks that facilitate hydrogen production, storage and distribution. Regarding infrastructure and development, we oversee land use planning and support the construction of key hydrogen infrastructure, including electrolyzer, pipelines, refueling stations. We also coordinate the integration of renewable energy sources to ensure a stable and sustainable hydrogen supply. Regarding public-private partnership, we should work as mediators between government, industry, research institutions and investor to accelerate the Hydrogen Valley development. Basically, regions should invite the stakeholders from all kinds of sectors to sit behind one table and to discuss the possibilities, how to cooperate together, how to connect all projects under the one roof, and how to help the regions from these projects. And of course, regarding market development, we are supporting pilot projects such as the hydrogen-powered public transport, since the transport is in the mobility transport within the region is in competencies of regions. We are responsible for the intercity routes, so not within the city, but between the cities. So this is, of course, also the big part of the valleys. Through these actions, regions bridge the gap between policy and implementation, ensuring the successful establishment of hydrogen valleys that drive sustainable regional development and energy transition. We believe that the region should act as an enabler for change. We do not want to supply whole change. We do not want to supply whole sector. We believe that we should start something small, and then the private sector, the universities and the rest of the companies and rest of the region will join us, and together we will create a sustainable ecosystem. So what's the most important is cooperation and partnership. We couldn't do it based on ourselves. 2 years ago, we received project development assistance from the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. They help us a lot to create a sustainable project that hopefully will be able to live. We are also part of the European Hydrogen Valley S3 Partnership, as well as a few other projects. Some of them we coordinate, some of them we are part of. This is just a few of them that are focusing on the hydrogen. One of the later ones was the technical assistant to generate synergies with the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. We were one of the 10 regions that signed memorandum of cooperation with the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and together we are discussing the cooperation and are setting our cooperation together. Then we also receive a project from the Interreg Europe. It's called Accelerating the Deployment of Green Hydrogen Mobility in EU Regions. There is 8 regions, and together we are discussing the best possible way how to incorporate hydrogen mobility within our region. It is very useful for us, so together we can learn from each other and share the knowledge. So now I would like to talk about the challenges in building hydrogen valleys. There is a few challenges, as I think most of us know, regarding the hydrogen valleys. Developing hydrogen valley integrated ecosystem that produce, distribute and consume hydrogen present multiple challenges. It's not an easy system. It needs to be flexible, it needs to be live. It could change from month to month. But at the same time, it needs to be stable. It needs to be stable in order to receive the funding. So we believe that, as I mentioned before, that the region should act as the driver of change. I believe that you are aware of these several challenges that are on the picture, such as high capital cost, grid and renewable integration, lack of standardization, or even legislation. However, in addition to these obvious challenges, regions face other challenges. The Košice self-governing regions faces several challenges in building this hydrogen economy. While the prospects for hydrogen valleys are promising, we need to overcome these challenges. Regarding regulatory and policy issues, permitting and safety standards for hydrogen transport and storage are still evolving in our country, creating uncertainties for project developers. The region must ensure that its hydrogen strategy aligns with Slovakia's and the EU broader energy transition goals. We can see it with, for example, with the firefighters when we are trying to receive the permit, or when we are asking for environmental impact assessment regarding the building hydrogen production. So these regulatory and policy challenges needs to be overcome in order to create a sustainable valley. Regarding the workforce and education gaps, we need to specialize training and educational programs. The region faces a shortage of engineers, technicians, and specialists trained in hydrogen technologies, which slows down project development and implementation. As you can know, a classical or normal employee of the self-governing region, it is not engineer, it's not an expert in this kind of technology. It's very unusual to find this kind of person to work for the region. So not every region has the possibility to create or coordinate such a complex project that Hydrogen Valley definitely is. Of course, the universities and technical institutions needs to develop dedicated hydrogen-related study programs to train the next generation of professionals in hydrogen production, storage, and application. We as a self-governing region, in our competencies, we have more than 60 secondary schools or middle schools. So therefore, we are able to create some programs or to help them incorporate the hydrogen within their study programs, but we also need to create a new one in order to have new employees for this new sector. In Slovakia, hydrogen sector is completely new sector. It doesn't have many experts in this kind of topic, so we need to start producing these experts in order to have a sustainable valley again. And of course, complex partnerships, the collaboration is very important between public sector, private sector, universities. As I mentioned before, the role of the region should be invited all kind of sectors together to one table to discuss the cooperation and other projects. So this is very important. And one of the challenges that we noticed mostly in Slovakia, but maybe you can also tell me that it's the same problem in the rest of the Europe, that is the competition with other technologies. Usually, if the call is launched in the Slovakia regarding mobility, it is focusing on the zero emission mobility or the green mobility. It's not directly for the hydrogen mobility. Therefore, we have to compete with the battery electric vehicles for this funding. I believe that is also one of the challenges that we need to overcome to be compatible or to be competitive with other technologies. So, and by addressing all these challenges, it's not easy to create a sustainable valley. And as I mentioned a few times actually during my presentation, the cooperation and a good partnership is a key of the success. This is just a few of the partners that are working with us, and we are working with them, and I'm very thankful for each of them. So just to summarize, Hydrogen Valley in Košice represents a transformational opportunity for the Slovakia, and we believe that we will create a sustainable ecosystem here in our region. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? Yes. We have to use a microphone to be sure that Katarina can hear
Thank
us.
you for presentation. Some small question. Previous speaker, Silvia from EU Stream, she shows that in Slovakia there is pipeline to Ukraine. And you show for us that one of Hydrogen Valley members, they are Ukraine Hydrogen. Could you tell us more information about their plans, what they are going to do now in near future? Probably they have their understanding how it is with them. Do you have some information?
Well, thank you very much for the questions. I do have some information, but I believe that tomorrow there will be also speaker from them. I'm not sure if it will be the Alexander or Yaroslav. Yes, they are part of our valley, Ukraine Hydrogen Council, as well as Hydrogen Ukraine. They do have big plans for the hydrogen production and to be connected to the pipeline to transfer the hydrogen through this pipeline to the Europe. But I believe that you can ask directly themselves how they are doing with their part of the project.
Good. Daria Vladikova.
Thank you for this presentation. Good luck in the establishment of the Hydrogen Valley. One short question, what will be your industrial application? I saw that you have such arrow, but I could not understand. And I'm curious to know because we have problem in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a good cooperation with the US steel company that is created in our region, but we also are discussing the possibilities with the Messer company about selling our hydrogen. So right now we are focusing on the mobility sector because as we calculated, the 500 tons of hydrogen per year will be enough for the 40 buses, and we are not sure if we will have many tons to sell to the industry, since the demand was calculated mainly for the mobility sector. But we also are discussing with the industry as well.
Okay, we have to stop here. Thank you once again for your presentation. Good luck. And I believe this presentation will be nicely complemented by the feasibility study that was run for the Hydrogen Valley in Košice. So Peter, the floor is yours. Last but not least, before our lunch break.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be the last before lunch, yes. But great to see that all of you are still here, survived. So hopefully I will not be longer than 5 minutes. So we'll see. Okay. Can move with this. Great. As you can see, we are the distributor of natural gas today in Slovakia. Slovakia, small country, but only one distribution company, which makes us one of the biggest DSOs in Europe. As you can see, some numbers, but I would like you to focus on some of them. In Slovakia, electricity consumption is some 30% lower than the gas consumption, which makes us proud, and also we think that gas will last with us for many decades to come. But we are trying to make molecules much greener, and I think that all of you colleagues are working on your part of this job. So hopefully in the future we will distribute green molecules too. We do not want to be a barrier or to be a problem in this strategy. So what we are doing, not only our company, but all DSOs within Europe, is trying to make our grids ready for hydrogen, because hydrogen, besides biomethane, are like the two viable options of the green gases in the future. For biomethane, we do not need to do anything, yes, because it's just methane. But for hydrogen, it's a different kind of topics. We are a proud member of Ready for H2. It's an initiative of, you can see some numbers, some 10 countries and dozens of distribution companies. We are sharing our knowledge and the results of different kind of tests and studies everyone's conducting. So really not to making the same thing twice and repeating research. We're trying to be as ready as possible for future distribution of green molecules like hydrogen. We have many partners. You can see big names like Marcogas, Hydrogen Europe, GD4S, and many others. So we are also trying to share the knowledge already existing among us all. Within the Ready for H2 initiative, you can see some achievements from 2024. On the upper left, there's a transformation report showing how we are all, how far we are in different kind of topics, like are we able to connect a low-carb producer of H2 to blend hydrogen to our natural gas stream, or are we able to connect industrial off-taker for pure hydrogen? If not, it's the case, yes, nowadays, but when will we be? Then we're trying to also get knowledge on costs of converting gas grids to hydrogen, something that was already mentioned, I think, by Sylvia. It's a Marcogas study, and we're trying to update it for DSOs. And then we are mapping with, along with Frontier, the consultant, the role of DSOs in all of these, because like 99% of consumers, of gas consumers, are consuming the gas from the distribution grid, not the transmission grid. For example, in Slovakia, it's all consumers are connected to distribution lines, none directly to transmission. For example, in Germany or Netherlands, like 50% of consumption goes to transmission. Industrial customers are directly on them, but then another 50% is from distribution. But it's still 99+% of the consumers. Then you can see we conducted a lot of workshops, webinars on different kind of topics like safety, public perception, acceptance of hydrogen, converting grids, standardization, legislation, regulation, many stuff that we are talking about today, delegated act, something like that. So I'm personally the head of a working group on the knowledge sharing, and it's a very active group with a lot of enthusiasts and specialists with the role of hydrogen distribution in the future. In Netherlands, UK, Germany, those are the front runners when we discuss distribution of pure hydrogen. Here are the general structure of what we are trying to do in 2025. So we are building on our transformation roadmap and what we all know about each other. And as you can see, our structure, leading steering committee, so we really have a plan and goals to achieve. Coming back to Slovakia, here is our hydrogen vision. We do not expect that we will convert completely to hydrogen in like future 2050 plus. We see hydrogen mainly as for feedstock companies like fertilizer nowadays, steel, cement, refinery. They should convert to hydrogen, so hopefully if hydrogen is a viable option for them, then they will, and we do not want to be a barrier. As you can see, the yellow lines are transmission system, which Sylvia was talking about previously, and then the blue lines should be like the converted existing distribution high-pressure pipelines to pure hydrogen in the future, like in next 10, 15, up to 20 years. With that three lines, which are only 10 to 20% of our network, we can reach to 50% of consumption. And it's mainly the biggest, largest industrial clients in our country, and also 7 major cities in Slovakia. So hopefully by then we will be able to reach them with pure hydrogen, and the remaining 80% of country will stay methane based. It won't be just fossil methane. Hopefully it will be biomethane, synthetic things, and also some hydrogen blended into this blend up to 20 or 30% at that time. We think it's achievable. So that's why we do not have, like for now, the strategy to convert everything in 20 years for 100% hydrogen, because we still believe there will be some green molecules on the methane base too. And we see that like 50 terawatt hours in Slovakia per year to convert to green or blue, whatever sustainable hydrogen will be quite challenged. So definitely this is our vision. For that to achieve, we are conducting a lot of internal projects. We started 2022 with a blending of 10% hydrogen in one village with 300 plus off-takers. We've already tested all our types of steel pipes used in a high-pressure network. That was also one question that we saw if it's fit for purpose for natural gas, then no problems is shown for hydrogen too. But we really need to know if there are some defects, yes, in the pipeline, because hydrogen likes the smallest possible defects and really like to go in. But we are talking mostly about hydrogen atoms, not the molecules, yes. And in order to make atoms out of molecules, you need a high pressure, high temperature, and stuff like that. In our distribution circumstances, nothing like that exists. So it's mainly problem for the storage operators, maybe for transmission guys, but for distribution, generally, nothing like that really exists for hydrogen. So if we discover that some pipeline has problem, then like 99% it has problem also with the natural gas distribution too, and it needs to be changed. Then certification for blending. Last year Since last year, we are like 5 to 10% certified for hydrogen blends in all our network. Yeah, it seems a bit low number. Yes, it doesn't mean that it cannot be higher, but we do not expect, like in next 10, 15 years, that larger volumes of hydrogen will be blended into natural gas, because yes, it's quite precious thing to make, yes, that hydrogen, and then after blending it, mixing with the hydrogen and combust it in a boiler, it's not the proper use, I think. Next, or this year already, 2025, we are running the polygon, and we're trying to test as much as possible a different kind of components used now on our grid. They can be 30, 40 plus years old. Our grid is more than 60 years old, sometimes even older. So we remove it from the grid and we test it. If it's, and we want to see if it's true that something that it's tight enough for natural gas is also tight enough for pure hydrogen, even though the hydrogen is smaller, but it will be, we don't believe that you can have such a leakage of hydrogen that you wouldn't have a leakage of natural gas. And next years we plan some trials, like German guys already do, and also in the UK and Netherlands they run some real trials. So like 100, up to 300 homes convert to pure hydrogen in like for heating purposes. Yes, so installing 100% hydrogen boilers. What Katarina was talking about is the Eastgate hydrogen valley near Košice, in Košice region. Our role in this project is running the feasibility study, which would cover and map the regional demand. As Katarina mentioned, there's a big US steel company in Košice, and also district heating, trying to switch to geothermal and to also decarbonize the rest of the consumption or the generation, the heat generation. Then there is a Volvo car plant, and also the airport mentioned by Jan earlier. So really we can see huge potential in this region, and hopefully once the war is over, then also some volumes of clean hydrogen coming from Ukraine will help this region too. But first we need to know what's the demand, and what kind of infrastructure is needed on distribution to get to those demand centers. Another, it's a concept of another valley from Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia. We are working on with different kind of partners. As you can see, the capital of Slovakia is like it's here, and there is a circle line of high pressure pipeline. There are so many other pipelines. You can see yellow. It's all high pressure system, not only for Bratislava itself, but also for the distribution of gas to the other parts of Slovakia too. But the blue line is showing the possibility to repurpose this existing line. It's a huge high pressure pipeline, dimension 700 and 500, and pressure 40 bar, from the future hydrogen backbone operated by Ustream, hopefully in some years. So connected to this, connected to the storage facility over there, and distributing the pure hydrogen in future to Slovnaft refinery, the part of MOL Group, to electricity producer, and also to district heating companies and Volkswagen automotive car plant. The same as we saw previously on this slide. Yes, we have like cement, we have like refinery, electricity, district, different kind of large industry, and there is a potential for large transportation, stuff like that too. Okay, this leads me to the last slide. Is that questions?
Thank you, Peter. So I just have a brief question, and I think then we can continue during the lunch break.
Yep.
When you look on the Hydrogen Valley, it is like well structured. You have a gas grid operator, you have the entities, you did the feasibility study, and I would say that this is a region that maybe some did not expect that it's going to happen there. But what was your success story? What was, like, in your opinion, the key to have a successful activity like that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe I'm not the best to answer that. Maybe
But
Katarina
it can be your
could help
personal
you.
perspective on this.
Yes, but we applied a year ago, yes, and we missed 1 point. So the success story is that we got a good feedback on every single part of that application, that it should be better if you put this and that in this part of the application. So we worked hard, to improve it, and I think that in the end it was a very, very high quality application. Yes, because like it's the same as it was a year ago. Yes, so 500 kilos per year, 2 megawatt hours electrolysis, 40 buses, everything was the same. Yes, but the quality of the project or the application was lower, and now it's like I think it can be you can show it like a professor, at the university. This is how the project should be written.
Like a flagship, yes. Yeah. Which you like with this. Okay, thank you once again, and then we're gonna stop here and break for lunch. Any announcements from the organizers? Any announcements from the organizers?
We will just have a lunch where somebody were at the breakfast. We will
Thank you.
guide you there. And that's all from me, so enjoy your lunch.
Would you call my name as you walk home by? Would you call my name when you walk away?
It was 9:29, 9:29 Max Street, big city. The sun was going down, there was music all around, it felt so right. It was one of those nights when you feel the world stop turning. You were standing there, there was music in the air. I should have been away, but I knew I had to say, let's drink to London, just heading out. Let's drink to London, just leaving town. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight. It was one of those nights when you feel the fires burning. Everybody was there, everybody to share. It felt so right. There you were on your own, looking like you were the only one around. I had to be with you, nothing else that I could do. I should have been away, but I knew I had to say, let's drink to London, just heading out. Let's drink to London, just leaving town. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight. Underneath the starry sky, time was still, but ours must really have rushed by. I didn't realize, but love was in your eyes. I really should have gone, but love went on and on. Let's drink to London, just heading out. Let's drink to London, just leaving town. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight.
Your own personal Jesus, someone to hear your prayers, someone who cares. Your own personal Jesus, someone to hear your prayers, someone who's there. Feeling unknown and you're all alone. you a test. Things on your chest you need to confess. I was a believer, you know I'm a forgiver. Reach out and touch faith. Your own personal Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers. Someone who cares. Your own personal Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers. Someone who's there. Feeling alone and you're all alone. Flesh and bone by the telephone. Lift up the receiver, I'll make you a believer. I was a believer, you know I'm a forgiver. Reach out and touch faith. Your own personal Jesus. Your own personal Jesus. Your own personal Jesus. Reach out and touch faith.
If you wake up and don't want to smile, if it takes just a little while, open your eyes and look at the day. You'll see things in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, he'll soon be here. He'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. Why not think about times to come? Not about the things that you've done. If life was bad to you, just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, he'll soon be here. He'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. All I want is to see you smile. If it takes just a little while. I know you don't believe that it's true. I never meant any harm to you. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, he'll soon be here. He'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. Don't you look back. you look back. No. Ooh, don't you look back. No, no. Don't you look back. Oh, no. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, if you told me we will try and I would not lend a hand. I have seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I wasn't there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you can ride off the green. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence up. No, no, you don't fool me. The heart doesn't show, but it'll pay as you grow. It's no a stranger to you or me. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord, you can feel it.
Suicide blonde was the color of her hair, like a cheap distraction for a new affair. She knew it would finish before it began. Something tells me you lost the plan. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. To the beats, but her clothes stayed on. White light everywhere, but you can't see a thing. I just squeeze a mad, sad moment. Glory to you, take me there. Got some revelation put into your hands, save you from your misery like rain across the land. Don't you see the color of deception turning the world around again? You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. Wanna make her love devastation, blonde, suicide blonde.
In my eyes, in this pose, in disguises no one knows, hides the face, lies the snake. The sun in my disgrace, boiling heat, summer's stench. Neath the black, the sky looks there. Call my name through the cream, and I hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Stuttering, cold and dim, still the warm wind, tired friend. Times are gone for honest men, sometimes far too long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep. In my youth, I pray to keep heaven sent
Don't go changing to try and please me. You never let me down before. Don't imagine you're too familiar, and I don't see you anymore. I would not leave you in times of trouble. We never could have come this far. I took the good times, I'll take the bad times. I'll take you just the way you are. Don't go trying some new fashion. Don't change the color of your hair. You always have my unspoken passion. Although I might not seem to care, I don't want clever conversation. I never want to work that hard. I just want someone that I can talk to. I want you just the way you are.
that you made me feel. Yeah, you made me feel shiny and new, like a virgin. Touch for the very first time, like a virgin. When your heart beats next to mine, gonna give you all my love, boy. My fear is fading fast. Been saving it all for you, 'cause only love can last. You're so fine, and you're mine. Make me strong, yeah, you make me bold. Oh, you love thought out, yeah, you love thought out what was getting cold, like a virgin. Touch for the very first time, like a virgin, with your heartbeat next to mine. Whoa, whoa, you're so fine, and you're mine. I'll be yours till the end of time, 'cause you make me feel. Yeah, you make me feel nothing to hide, like a virgin. Touch for the very first time, like a virgin. When your heart beats next to mine, like a virgin. Ooh, like a virgin. Feels so good inside when you hold me and your Don't you think that you need someone? Everybody needs somebody. You're not the only one. I wonder how you're feeling. There's ringing in my ears, and no one to relate to except the sea. Who can I believe in? I'm kneeling on the floor. There has to be a force. Who do I fall? The stars are out and shining, but all I really wanna know, I want you. Show me the way every day. I want you. Show me the way. When I can see no reason, you're living on your nerves. When someone drops a cup and I submerge, I'm swimming in a circle. I feel I'm going down. There has to be a fool to play my part. Was someone thought of healing, but all I really wanna know, I want you. Show me the way every day. I want you. Show me the way every day. I want you. Day after day. Yeah. I wonder if I'm dreaming. I feel so unashamed. I can't believe this is happening to me. I want you when you're sleeping, and then I wanna take your love. I want you. Show me the way every day. I want you. Show me the way one more time. I want you. Day after day. Hey.
Here we are, still together. We are one. So much time wasted playing the games with love. So many tears have cried, so much pain inside. And maybe it ain't over till it's over. So many years we've tried to keep our love alive, but maybe it ain't over till it's over. How many times did we give up? But we always work things out. And all my doubts and fear kept me wondering if we always be in love. So many tears have cried, so much pain inside. But baby, it ain't over till it's over. So many years we've tried to keep our love alive, but baby, it ain't over till it's over.
Shed a tear 'cause I'm missing you. I'm still alright to smile. I think about you every day now. Was a time when I wasn't sure, but you set my mind at ease. There is no doubt you're in my heart now. Say, woman, take it slow. It will work itself out fine. All we need is just a little patience. Patience. Sit here on the stairs, 'cause I'd rather be alone. If I can't have you right now, I will wait, dear. Sometimes I get so tense, but I can't speed up the time. But you know, love, there's one more thing to consider. Say, woman, take it slow. It will work itself out fine. All we need is just a little patience. Say, sugar, make it slow, and we'll come together fine. All we need is just a little patience. Patience. Oh, patience. Patience.
You've got a friend. You've got a friend in me. You've got a friend. You've got a friend. You've got a friend in me. When you're down. Close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there to brighten up even your darkest nights. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Oh, winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is go, and I'll be there. Yes, I'll be. You've got a friend. You've got a friend. Sure about that, you got a friend. You got a friend in me. The sky above you should turn dark and full of clouds, and that all north winds should begin to blow. Blow. Keep your head together and call my name out loud, and soon you hear me knocking at your door. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. And won't you know that winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is go, and I'll be there. Yes, I'll be. You've got a friend, and good to know that you've got a friend. People can be so cold, they hurt you and desert you. They'll take your soul if you let them, but don't let them. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is go, and I'll be there. Yes, I'll be. You've got a friend. You got a friend. Son of a bitch, you got a friend now. You got a friend in me. You got a friend. Good to know that you got a friend now. You got a friend in me. You've got a friend.
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend. Never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo, cross the water, like to see America. See the girls in California, hoping it's going to come true. There's not a lot I can do. Could we have kippers for breakfast? Mommy dear, they got to have them in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner. Do you want my autograph? I'm a loser, I'm a joker, I'm playing my jokes upon you. There's nothing better to do. Don't you look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend. Never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo, cross the world. I like to see America. See the girls in California. I'm hoping it's going to come true. There's not a lot I can do. Step off the train, walking down your street again, past your door, but you don't live there anymore. It's years since you've been there. Now you disappeared somewhere, like out of space. You found some better place, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. And I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain. Could you be that? You always were 2 steps ahead of everyone. We'd walk behind while you run. I look up at your house, and I can almost hear you shout down to me, where I always used to be. And I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. And I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain. Back on the train, I ask myself, why did I come again? Can I confess? I've been hanging around your old address. The years have proved to offer nothing since you moved. You're long gone, but I can move on, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. And I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain. And I miss you. And I'm missing you. I miss you.
All right, folks, I hope you enjoyed the lunch. It will be time to start. We will have a couple of interesting presentations. What is exciting now that we will hear about the things we should not do and things we should do in relation to hydrogen infrastructure. I will kindly invite Dr. Dirk Vlandrich. Is he with us? Yes. Go ahead, the floor is yours. 25 minutes.
Okay.
Believe 5 final minutes will be for Q&A session. As always, we will have a bit of delay.
Okay, thank you, Jakob. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dirk Flandrich, and I'm working for a gas TSO in Germany. The company is called Gascade Gastransport GmbH, and it's a comparable role as the colleagues from EU Stream have, or gas system, you know what that means. So that's our business, big pipelines, big distances. The presentation has 4 parts, as you can see in the program. So I start a bit with the European view on this. So of course, we need a European grid, a European backbone, and we are part of this. So in Germany, of course, but we need other countries as well. So we work also on a border station with Poland, for example. There's a little feasibility study happening right now in the first half year this year, together with a gas system. And of course, we talk with Net4Gas, Czech Republic, and we have connections to the Netherlands and to Belgium as well. But with regard to hydrogen, I think it's more the eastern part, because the western parts will be repurposed later, maybe even in the 40s, yeah, that late. So Open Grid Europe and ThyssenGas do this in the west, but we focus a bit more on the eastern part here, because our infrastructure is there. So it's a European project. We are very much engaged in this. There's a new association doing the network development plan in the future. That's ENNO, and yeah, we made it with Christoph von den Busche as a president, so hopefully this helps a bit. That's our role here. It's about a big investment, you can say. It's about 120 billion for Europe. Sounds huge, but compared with electricity, it's just 10% of the costs. So we think that we are much cheaper if it's about transporting big quantities of energy, yeah, terawatt hours, let's say, yeah, these big quantities. And we think that it's better to do this with molecules, at least also with molecules. Of course, we need electricity, everyone knows. So that's our mindset. I mean, it's on the charts. I think this is the next chart. It's about challenges. Yeah, what are the major challenges? Of course, there is a challenge with the regulatory framework and with some insecurities. We can call it investment risk. Of course it is, yeah. We as a company maybe at the moment are quite fine with it, because the German state took over our company when the Russians attacked the Ukraine, because we had half a share of Gazprom in our company, so this was not acceptable at that point in time. So the German state took over. Now we are a 100% state-owned company. That's new to us, because BASF Wintershall also sold in summertime their part, because they are a chemical company and not an energy company. So now we're 100% state-owned. That's new. We have a second managing director from the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Yeah. So, but I think they will sell it in some years again, in 27 or something. So we keep. The spirit is still a private spirit, I would say. But with regard to investment, we have a lot of support now to do it. That's maybe the positive thing here. Yeah. Of being state-owned for some years at least, yeah? Because they want it in politics, so we do it. Even if there is a risk, and even if we do not have a business case for this. But infrastructure has to be there first, of course, so it's exactly the opposite approach compared to the valley, where you say, well, we start a little, and we have a little business case here with including all parts of the value chain, and we do the opposite. We don't have a business case, but we do big business, yeah, just to be ready. So that's what we do. Yeah, Permitting is a topic, of course. We always say, there's the colleague from the European Union, yeah, so we have to talk about bureaucracy a bit, about timing, about, I mean, I did this IPCA, I think, yeah, and it needed 3 years, you know, yeah. 3 years just to get the permission for a funding. Not the funding was done by the German state. Yeah? So just to get the permission with this wave number 3. Yeah? So there you get an idea of bureaucracy, and maybe it's possible a bit easier. This would be my wish in the future. A bit faster, a bit easier. And it's not just about the digital portal that they provide. No, it's about content, what you have to put in, and that's a lot. You can hire different people for it, just to put in the figures. Cross-border cooperation is an issue, but what we do this, of course, with all countries involved, but they all have their different mindset, a different regulatory framework, so we have to bring it together somehow. And of course, also in Poland, the view on things with regard to hydrogen is different. I know you did your hydrogen map thing, so kind of a request and first storytelling for the backbone, but I think you have to continue in this, and I'm curious what it brings, but we are, of course, in close contact with the colleagues from gas system. Yeah, storage is a topic as well. We need storages, and they are not to be developed, right now. So they have a good business case for natural gas. They don't want to go in the hydrogen business. At the moment, this is not a business case. And there is not a regulatory framework that makes it somehow special and helps. So they need the business case, and they don't have it, so they don't do. And they need 8 to 10 years lead time. That's a problem, because then the grid is ready, the electrolyzers are there, maybe industry applications, and you don't have storages to structure. So we need the storages. We have to think also with regard to the storages, what we can do. That's important, yeah? Okay, so there are risks included in this, and there's so much about the European, purely European thing. Next chart is about the instruments that are provided by the European Union. So a 10-year network development plan, of course, is an instrument. I think the next comes out in 26, if I'm not wrong. Gas and hydrogen together, maybe, hopefully. Then we have this project of common interest thing. And I mean, we applied, of course, and we have some projects of common interest. That's just the status, you know. If you want to get money, then the third part, CEF funding, so Connecting Europe Facilities, comes into the game. So you have to put it in the network development plan, because if not, you have a problem with a project of common interest. And if in between something changed, that's a problem as well, we learned, because we overtook some projects from ONTRAS, and it's not possible to put us in. It's not foreseen that the company changes. Yeah, so you have it in the network development plan, but PCI is different then. But you need to get your PCI to get the CEF funding. Yeah, so you have to think it all together. And on the one hand, that's these are nice programs somehow. Yeah, so that you get some perception, European perception of your project, and maybe some money as well. But even the perception might help. Also with regard to permitting and so on, yeah, so it's not just the money, it's also that if it's a project of common interest, it's easier to get the permits. Yeah, this helps already, but it's not so easy, because there's a lot of competition for this project. So I think more than 400 applied, and just 100 made it. So it's not that easy, yeah? And of course, it means that there are risks included, because somehow you need it. It's not really possible without some things. Yeah, for example, if we want to create the border station with Poland, we first do a little pre-feasibility or feasibility. That's already a CEF thing. Yeah, just a little money, but it doesn't matter. It's just European Union knows the project and gives some little money. So we're talking about 100,000 or something. But then later, second step, if you want to really build it, of course, then they know already the project and so on. Yeah, so hopefully it helps. And as always, there are risks included, that it's too complicated, that there's a difference, somehow a gap between a development between the TYNDP and the PCI, and then years later, it's always a year in between, so you know, you're years later, and then something doesn't match, that's a problem then, yeah? So you have to put it all together, and I think my wish would be that the European Union develops a bit more into flexibility here and speed, flexibility and speed, yeah? I'm a big fan of the European Union, so don't misunderstand me, and open borders and so on. I love it, but it needs to become faster and more flexible. Yeah, my wish. So much about Europe with the tools. I think the most important thing is about our projects. So I have 2 more parts with projects, and maybe you're interested in the projects. First, it's about the Baltic Sea. There's a cooperation happening to harvest, you can say, all these energy sources that there are in Sweden, Finland, wherever, Norway, Denmark as well. So to produce electricity, green electricity, quite cheap, you can say. So if you relate to certain studies, they can do for a fair price, let's say, whatever you might think that should be. But and then you can do electrolysis and make hydrogen out of it, of course. And we are included in this project. So one is, for example, the Baltic Sea Hydrogen Collector. That's something of an interest for Poland, I guess, as well, because of course Poland can get an access to this, an exit or entry or both into this offshore backbone system. So we're talking about offshore. We are the only German grid operator that do offshore projects in both seas, so the Baltic Sea and the North Sea. Yeah, that's a difference in our strategy compared to Open Grid Europe or others. They don't do offshore, we do offshore, maybe because of our history. We have some experience in offshore and we do it. And here it is about a connection, let's say, through the Baltic Sea to Finland, and of course we can connect to all other states there. The Baltic states, Sweden, Denmark, Poland, everything is possible here. And it's going to be a big pipeline, so hopefully some pipeline imports are going to come in the future, because Germany needs it. As everyone knows, we need a lot of hydrogen, and we cannot produce all of this on our own. Maybe we can produce 30%, maybe 40%, depends. But we need a lot to import, and the question is, can we import from European sources? So quite close, quite maybe safe, also with regard to the regimes, yeah? Or do we need to do this really from Saudi Arabia or wherever, yeah? Yeah, this is, the 20 minutes are not over yet. So that's one thing. So we are very much engaged in this, and Poland can play a role in this as well. So that's just the message. Yeah, here is the map for this. Of course, Gas Grid Finland and Nordion Energy, that's Sweden, is involved in, and Copenhagen Infrastructure Partner, that's a big investment company. They collected green money, billions of green euros, and they want to invest in green projects. Yeah, so that's just what they do. And okay, some people that are longer in the business for a longer period of time know that there may be 4 strings already in the sea that can be used, but it's a political problem. So let's see how this develops. Oh, I'm always wrong here with, yeah, I see, okay, I'm talking about this, sorry for that. Looking here, yeah. So I'm talking about this pipeline, yeah, Baltic Sea hydrogen collector. And Poland is there as well, as you see, yeah? And then the flow project comes, that's to put it into Germany. So, and with the flow project, I can tell you that we start injecting hydrogen next week. So it's not just PowerPoint plans, we do it. So we have the permission by 2 federal states, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern and Brandenburg, for the first part of it, 300 kilometers, and we inject hydrogen. We bought it already, we start next week, Tuesday, doing this. Yeah? So we have just 1.2 bar pressure left. We pumped it out, yeah, with methane still in it, and then we push the methane out, burn it with hydrogen. That's the plan, and it will start next week. And we are going to go into operations with 350 kilometers this year. And I'm talking about the big pipeline, 1.40 meters in diameter. Not little ones. So this is what we do. And we can do because of the finance mechanism of the German core grid. I think, but before I come to this, one sentence about the North Sea. Of course, we do North Sea as well. We develop a project called Aquaductus. So it's about getting the energy from Norway, from Scotland, and so on, yeah? Also German North Sea. And that's a project, that's an offshore backbone collector. Yeah, so we put it in the German zone, let's say, and can connect this to a pipeline from Norway, to a pipeline from UK, Scotland, yeah, to a pipeline also from Denmark. Bring it also to the Netherlands. Doesn't need to be a purely German thing. Yeah? So that's our plan in the North Sea. It's an IPCEI project, so important project of common European interest, and we got funding from the German state for this. So this is also happening. Yeah. Yeah. Challenges. Of course, we don't have a business case up to now. So we are first then with the infrastructure. It's about this egg and chicken thing, yeah, you know. And but there's still a risk. So we have something like 24% that we call it Eigenbehalt. So we have, in case that it's not happening, we have to pay 24%. So then we did everything for 20 years and didn't earn a euro with it. So that's what it means. Yeah. So we have a share where we are in the risk still. So that's our part. But it's about delays, about bringing different schedules together. It's really complex. So if people ask me, what are you doing? I say, I'm doing business development. What is it? Yeah, to bring this together. I'm not the guy really doing the technical project and repurposing it. That's a colleague. But we have to bring it somehow together, make contracts with others to make it happen also as a business case in the future. Of course, we want to earn money with it, yeah? But up to now, it's not, of course. Yeah, one thing is the German law, but that's not the Polish thing or Eastern European thing. So at the moment, if they tender, for example, in the sea, if they tender space, it's either for electricity production or for hydrogen, but not together. Of course, you need it together for the synergies, for example. Yeah, so this is how we make it difficult. Yeah, just different law, sea law here. It's not made for hydrogen and electricity production. So sector coupling, it's not made for this. Yeah. So we have to change this. Hopefully, this is going to happen in the future. Yeah, just to name one example here. That's the German core grid. So the highways, let's say, 9,000 kilometers. We applied for it. We means 12 German TSOs. We have because we have a federal history with the federal states, so we have more than one TSO, and we applied and we got the permission, let's say. So it was a process for more than a year, and our national regulator proved it, let's say, and that's the result. So we can do it and earn the money. This is what it means. And this is why we can do. It's a bit difficult if I look at this. No, I should look there, yeah, but it's too little there. With the microphone, I mean, yeah. So 9,000 kilometers, we will do 20% of this. And 60% is repurposing of old pipelines. Of course, it's much cheaper. It's just 20% of a newly built pipeline, cost-wise. So repurposing is, of course, our aim, and in our company, we even have more to repurpose. So you see the big blue line going from the Baltic Sea down to the southwest, Baden-Württemberg, yeah? That's our project, Flow, Making Hydrogen Happen, where we start with the first 350 kilometers this year. And it's part of the CareNets. What maybe is of interest for you, because think about if you do something similar. This is why I explain how does it work with regard to the cost allocation. So what we do is that we calculate a tariff. Also our regulator does, yeah? And the tariff should be on a similar level, maybe with inflation, yeah, for decades. And it means that in the beginning, in the first years, we don't earn the money because we don't have the bookings on the system. But later, when hopefully the ramp up did happen and we have the bookings on the system, we keep the tariff. So then we earn more. That's what they call intertemporal cost allocation. And this enables us to start now. And you need something like this. Doesn't need to be exactly this, but I think in the Netherlands, that's the second country that already started in Europe, they have something similar. So they pool it somehow. That what would happen otherwise? If you do normal regulated business, it means you have costs, and you get the costs accepted, and then you calculate the tariff by your forecast of the booking. So the first customer, in theory, yeah, the first customer that books has to pay the whole revenue for 1 year. So it's impossible to create business with this. It's just too expensive for the first customers. So you need something that allows for a longer stretch of the money earning, yeah? And the other possibility would be to do an open season and to make contracts for 70, 80% for 10 or 15 years. But no one can do this right now. No one will make a 15-year contract. Impossible. Yeah, so I think open season is not the solution. So something similar to this is the solution, and this is why I explain it. So think about it, and if you have questions, ask us or the German regulator or whatever. Yeah, but something similar helps extremely to create a new business. And if you look into the past, 100 or 150 years ago, when they created infrastructure with regard to streets, electricity, water, gas, whatever, telecommunication, yeah? It was always some engagement of the state needed in the beginning to bring it to the whole country, yeah? Always. Even if you think very private, and I do, but in the very beginning you need something. Yeah. So this was my little presentation, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation, Kaarel Kuusk from Eesti Energia. The question is that how confident do you or maybe your owner feel on these days when you're planning those subsea pipelines, when at the same time we can read from the news about some Chinese or Russian ships that lose or drag the anchors for several hundred of kilometers on the bottom of the sea? Thanks.
So I can say we feel safe, but of course, if you have infrastructure, it doesn't matter if it's offshore or onshore. You can always attack infrastructure. It's not possible. Imagine you have thousands of kilometers of infrastructure in the ground. Of course you can attack it. Do you have a fence around it? No, you don't. So you have these yellow signs in Germany, maybe you have a different color in Poland, and you just can dig at night and then you can attack it. So you can always attack infrastructure. Railways you can attack, of course. Electricity lines you can attack. So there is no way without being attackable. So what you can do is that you have ships in the sea and try to defend it somehow. Yeah, of course. But yeah, there will always be a little risk left. I think it's not possible without. So that's not just an argument against offshore infrastructure. It's a general argument against infrastructure. So you cannot solve this.
But this is related to the physical threats, but these days we are mostly concerned about the digital threats, and the NIS2 directive also covers the gas grids as well. And actually it was supposed to be implemented last October across Europe, and actually the business follows, yeah.
Yeah, so with regard to digital, we have a security thing in Germany for some years. I'm not sure if it comes from Europe, but maybe, or we did earlier, I don't know, but we need a special certification, ISO 27001, and we've got it. But for some years, I think critical infrastructure has it. So yeah, of course, but we need also marine ships for this maybe, yeah, just somehow doing the police work there, yeah? That's how it is. Diversity maybe helps also. If we have different routes, it can happen, but it's just one source then. If we have different sources, maybe it's not that bad.
Any quick comments, questions?
And connection Europe-wide helps as well, with Poland, for example.
Yes. Oh. Okay. No, thank you once again. And then we got to the missing components, storage of hydrogen. So, Rink Laboulay, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. So, indeed, we have talked a lot about infrastructure as being mainly pipelines, which at Guidehouse we know also quite well because we've been supporting the European hydrogen backbone for many years. And now we are going to talk about storage, so Hard for Europe, which is the association of underground hydrogen storage operators. So if we move to the next slide, yes, to who we are. So basically it's 13 different storage operators, which represent today around 80% of the gas storage. If we don't include Ukraine, I would say. And 95% of the ongoing hydrogen storage, which are planned at the moment. It's a CEO-led alliance, so it's, I would say, very much like what the European hydrogen backbone used to be, which means that our objective is really to look at how we will support the implementation of this storage as a key element, but we don't necessarily want to go into the different detail. Dirk was talking about his colleagues who would do the constructions or the safety review, etc. This is a little bit the same for our alliance. Our objective is to demonstrate how storage is indeed a key element in this energy system, especially the more we have renewable energy, the more we have flexibility requirement, and the more storage can help this balancing of the energy system. So it's really, we talk a lot about the integration between the gas, electricity, and hydrogen. Here we talk about also integration between pipeline and storage and how it can help the energy system as a whole. So if we, yes, so I'm used to have, yeah. So what we do basically, just a few dates. So we created this alliance in September 2023 within the different storage operator, and we went live in January last year, so a year ago basically, where we introduced the different challenges of the underground hydrogen storage, which we'll go through in a minute. And we published in July last year our policy recommendation on how to, things that you have heard a lot already, how to push the permitting, how to have investment securities, etc. And we will have our next event on the 6th of March in Brussels. Feel free to join. You'll have my contact at the end, or directly the contact of the Alliance in the little QR codes that you have. So what we come up with, the fact that the increase of renewable energy calls for an increased need for flexibility. And more flexibility means more storage. So today we talk a lot about batteries, because we look at flexibility for 8 hours maximum. But the more we go, the more we will have to move into longer term flexibility. But the beauty of underground hydrogen storage is that we can do also some fast cycling. That means we can move into 12 hours capability type of storage, but also what we used to see for the gas storage, which is long-term seasonal type of storage. And when coupled with renewable energy, we will store green hydrogen. So it's a very nice way of storing green energy into a scalable type of storage. The main issue that we see today is that there are about 9 terawatt-hours of projects that are planned. But when we look at the different studies, that was at that time taking into consideration REPowerEU, and I know that REPowerEU is being challenged a little bit these days. But the need was for 45 terawatt-hours. So what we wanted to say at that time is, okay, we need to accelerate, and we need money for that, because if we don't have storage in place at that time, we will have issues of not efficient energy system and losing some production of renewable energy. So here is a few slides, maybe not so comprehensive from there, but the idea is to demonstrate that underground hydrogen storage is the only scalable type of storage that you can find today in the market. If we compare it with batteries or others, the capability of storage is much smaller. So that's the key element. And then on the side, you will see that there is a huge gap, 36 terawatt-hour of gap, if we want to reach an optimum energy system by 2030. So it needs really to accelerate, but this is something that I would say all the colleagues are saying here. We need really to push this support to the market. So we'll come to the different policy recommendation later on. Again, nothing new here compared to what you have seen. We have demand risk, we have price risk, we have regulations that are still being implemented. Yes, there is the gas package that has been voted. Now it needs to be implemented in the member states. And we see that there are, for each member state, possibility to adapt it. And this is also what we want to push, is that there are some solutions or some key element challenges that needs to be tackled in the implementation of the gas package. So we'll come to that later on. But if you need to remember one thing is here is that if everything is favorable, then we will have an efficient energy system. We'll have a lower cost of energy. We will have lower CO2 emission, greenhouse gas emission, and we will have a more optimized renewable energy sources, because you will be able to design them at the optimum size. There is a nice study, for example, from RTE, which is the electrical TSO in France, and GRT Gas, which is now Natran, by the way, which is a gas TSO in France as well, who demonstrated that if you put storage next to electrolyzers in the French energy system, you can save up to 1.5 billion per year. So this is what we are talking about when we have an optimum storage in the energy system. So we had, we know that we want investment security. Again, because there are so many risks that we cannot, as entities, take so much risk. There is an issue in how the market is going to develop. You were saying that also, Dirk, just before. But our way of seeing the thing is that we don't necessarily see only one recommendation. We see that there are many ways of organizing subsidies. And so that's basically, we put in place a kind of a toolbox for each member state that they can cherry pick the ones that they like on what type of subsidies it can be. It's either a fixed subsidies or it's a dynamic subsidy. To whom it's going to be allocated. It can be a project allocation, it can be a public allocation, or it can be auctions also. Auctions, thinking that the best or the most competitive will win. How we pay out, we talked about amortization account, but it could be a fund also. So there are different ways. And when we put all of them together, we say that it's going to help to kickstart the market of hydrogen. So again, we think it's a key element because yes, we need to have definitely pipeline. We need to move the production to the offtake, but we need also to have a 24/7 flow. We need to have an optimized energy system, and this is what storage is going to bring. So here I'm not going to detail each and all of them because I will do that just a little bit after. But basically what we would like to see implemented in the different member states is one, how do we track the market development? It's very important to say that the more we have storage, the more we have hydrogen, the lower the cost of the hydrogen, the lower lead time in order to develop storage. So this is the kind of elements that we would like to see being developed. Not necessarily a target, although we think that a target is also a good element, but at least to see some KPIs that demonstrate that things are ongoing and give also confidence to the different stakeholders. Second thing, integrated network planning. So yes, we talked also a lot about NOH, which is obviously a key element. What we would like as a storage operator is to be part of NOH or to incorporate at least NOH in also the challenges that we have. This is obviously beneficial for everybody because again, if we manage to integrate clearly storage and pipeline together, we will have the most efficient system possible. So this is another thing that we are also trying to push, is to have this integrated network planning. Hydrogen purity standard, I'm not going to talk about it now, but this is also an important element. We know that the more purity, the cheapest it is for the pipeline, but the more expensive it is for the storage. So we will need to find an optimum for the energy, which is something which is not easy at the moment. Clarification on the third-party access regime is also something which is very important. We know that by 2033 we will have a regulated third-party access, but before that we can have either negotiated or regulated. Sorry if I'm a bit too technical, but the issue is that we don't know really how we are going to transition from a negotiated third-party access to a regulated third-party access for those who have a negotiated third-party access. So this is something also which is a key element, is how we are going to see this transition between now and 2026, which is the first milestone of the market transition, we'll see that, and 2032, end of 2032 or early 2033, which is a regulated market. Last but not least, permitting and priority status. I think this is clear, you've heard that a lot. Today, we spent a lot of time trying to get permit It is really a major issue. It's also because we don't have necessarily all the regulations, etc. But this is really something that we need to discuss. So again, on the TPA, a small reminder. So on the gas package implementation. So now we are in the phase which is market creation. We can either do regulated or negotiated third-party access. Then we'll move into a market transition. Then we'll move into a clear regulated third-party access. We know that depending on the different countries, some would prefer to have negotiated, some would prefer to have regulated. I mean, we don't have necessarily a view on this one as a heart for Europe, but what we need is to have a clear vision on how we manage the third-party access today, how we manage the transition, and we need to have a financial support mechanism. So this is really important because, again, demand risk, price risk, and regulation still under development, so it's difficult to have a booking and to get FIDs on our projects. Integrated network and storage capacity planning, I think I already talked about it, and I see I have only 3 minutes left. So it's really about putting the storage into the big picture. What we used to see with the gas is that storage was somehow low margin, easy to handle. We suddenly discover with the Ukraine crisis that storage is quite an interesting story for the security of supply. And we see that when we move in the coming years, we still have a major discussion on security of supply, but we will have also to see the storage in a different way that we used to do. That means not only on the long-term seasonal type of storage like the gas used to do, but also on the short-term storage. So the role of storage, for the storage of molecules, I would say, the way we see it in the gas is going to be very different with the hydrogen. So this is a key element that needs to be integrated into a proper planning. So this was some of the KPIs that I discussed just before. So it can be on evolution of the capacity, the lead time. Okay, why also we said that there is an urgency to develop, because if we have repurposed type of storage, so if we move from gas to hydrogen, well, there are some issues about cleaning, but it will take somehow between 3, 4, 5 years. But we are not going to have enough storage for hydrogen, only for repurposing. We will need new storage. And these new storages need at least 7, 8 to 10 years to be ready for to receive the first booking. So there is really an urgency to develop also this storage. So that's why the project lead time is quite important. Here I'm going to go only maybe on one thing. We talked about PCI methodology, and we heard that yes, it's not necessarily the best system because it's a little bit time consuming. But there is another issue for storage, is that we need to demonstrate cross-border benefits on storage. Obviously, as we know, given the size of the storage, there will be storage in France, for example, that will be used for storing hydrogen from Spain, for example, and that will be used in Germany. But the storage itself is in one country, and the demonstration of the benefits of the storage cross-border, it's not something that is easy, the way that the platform is set up at the moment. So this is also something that we are trying to advocate, to say that, okay, the PCI methodology should be changed in order to review and receive and understand what are the benefits of the storage, and not into a more classical way of having pipeline between two different countries. Yeah, I think that the rest is quite clear. I discussed already. So what are the next steps? So we'll have on the 6th of March in Brussels an event, again, where we will bring academics, we will bring European Commission, and maybe most importantly now, we will bring different regulators from the member states. Because so again, we try to demonstrate the benefits of the storage. We try to show what are the policy recommendations that we like to put in place. Now we need to implement those recommendations into the different regulations of the member states. So this is really the key phase that we are in, and we are up until June 2026 to do that. So the discussion on the 6th of March in Brussels will be really focused on discussion with the different member states. We'll have 2 panels and 1 workshop discussion with the different member states where we'll be able to have different questions, different exchange, and so that everybody can prioritize depending on their need, because each country has a different need, what will be the next step. Yeah. Questions, if you want.
We have time for a couple of questions.
I've been clear enough, or I made you slip? 2 options.
You know, this is always hard to be the talking
first
after
question.
lunch, right? Daria, yes, I was hoping for a question from you.
As we can see, that is information in which we are not too much involved on this moment, but we have to be. My question is, you touched the market problems and pathways. Can you say something about the technological? Mm-hmm. Because we know that one direction is South Caverns. There are several feasibility studies from the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking about Germany, about Romania. We are talking for pipelines, but we are not still talking for storage on these corridors, and we have to start doing this. So could you, in this direction, give a little bit information?
Yeah.
Also, we have to use the storage of natural gas. What is your advice? Thank you.
So, first of all, the way we see it is that our alliance groups all type of storages. So it's salt cavern, but it's also depleted field. And we see that each of them is complementary in how they could serve the market. If we talk to RAG, for example, in Austria, who has a massive depleted field, or some massive depleted field, they will tell you how important it is. If you talk to Storengy or to Uniper, they will tell you how the salt cavern is. So if we move to the R&D, today we are ready to develop, and we have already some pilot projects which are working and ready. So we don't have any safety issues. We still have R&D which is ongoing, but I will quote someone who was in Geostock earlier, who said, today we are still doing R&D for bicycles. Doesn't mean that bicycles are not safe. So we are still doing R&D for storages. It doesn't mean that today storages are not safe. It doesn't mean that it's not working. We went to Germany, to a Uniper site who've already started to test some of the cycling and how it works. In France also we have another one with Storengy, with Hipster. So today it's working. Now we need more funding to test them at a higher size, I would say, but there is no issue. 2 things on this one. We've seen some open season which are very positive, especially in the Netherlands. Razuni did an open season, and they had so many bookings that they would have liked not to be obliged to keep some bookings as per the requirements of the government. So it means that there is already some demand there. They are already there. RWE in Germany, they have already one FID on a storage site which is going to be developed and ongoing. So all in all, yes, there is still some developments to do, but today we have some storage which are ready to be used. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Flandig.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I don't want to enter into the debates of between, but if you talk to salt cavern operators, they will tell you we are more ready. If you talk to depleted field, they will tell you we are more ready. So we have a neutral.
Something came to my mind. Is it the case that the regions or countries that have the underground potential might offer a benefit in terms of lower price of hydrogen because they're going to be able to play with the storage capacity or capability to balance the costs and also use effectively the resources?
Yes.
Is that's going to be the case?
Yes.
Can we try to quantify that?
So, yes, this is a very good point. So I don't want to enter into too much details of the discussion that we have at the moment, but yes, we have some discussion with FSR, with the GIE and the Alliance Hard for Europe to try to quantify this and to see how much benefits it can be also for the system. But that is one point. Another point is also, and that's not just storage, that's also the pipelines, how we are going to help to make some savings to the electricity network. Correct. And this is something that also is not really, that we don't really see today in the market as a studies, but there is definitely some benefits that needs to be quantified also on this one, that potentially the electrical TSO should pay for it.
This is actually the Polish case. When we were running the studies, we saw that the underground storage offers you the possibility to limit the curtailment of renewables, which means effectively use the capexes, right?
Absolutely.
Good. Final question, comment? No. Then thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
And we can jump to the final presentation in this session before a coffee break. Karel Kusk, we're going to hear from Estonia, Eesti Energia.
Hello everyone, nice to see that so many of you are still here. My name is Karel Kusk, Head of Partner Relations in Eesti Energia, and I've got three main responsibilities in the company. First is our R&D activities, the second strategic partnerships, and last but not least hydrogen topics on the group level. I was asked to talk about our company's plans and projects related to hydrogen. I will do that, but before that, maybe allow me to use a couple of minutes to introduce the company itself. I'm quite sure most of you don't know this company. So, Eesti Energia is the name in Estonian. It means Estonian energy. We are an Estonian government-owned company producing electricity, oil. The name Enefit, what you see here, is the international brand name, as we are active in different markets, not only in Estonia. The company is owned 100% by the Estonian government. You can see a couple of figures there. You can read these yourself, but I explain a little bit the icons what you see down on the slide. This customer services is our retail business, different energy solutions that we provide to our customers. The renewable energy. This is our subsidiary based mostly, Enefit Green, which is the largest wind energy producer in the Baltic states. Also, we produce renewable energy out of biomass in our thermal power plants. Then these icons here, pyrolysis oil and large-scale power production, these are related to our indigenous fossil fuel that we have in Estonia, which is called oil shale, which is a solid sedimentary rock. And we are using it for two reasons. We have our own pyrolysis technology to pyrolyze it, to produce oil out of that oil shale this way. And also we use it in our thermal power plants to produce electricity. And last but not least, we also own the largest distribution system operator in Estonia, which covers about 95% of Estonian low and medium voltage power network. Here on this slide, you can see the home markets where we are active, starting from the north, from Finland and 3 Baltic states, and also we are active in Poland. Also in the middle here, you can see which production units do we have in those countries. And on the right-hand side, you can see those services that we provide to our customers. We are the largest energy trader in the Baltic states, so these amounts are quite significant in the Baltic context. Maybe not that significant in Poland or in Central Europe, but for the Baltic, it's significant amounts. Definitely the largest energy trader in that region. Moving now closer to hydrogen, then this is the current portfolio of our renewable assets and what will come in the future. When we start from the left-hand side here, then this black color is which assets are currently operational. So we have roughly 600 megawatts of wind, onshore wind, and solar PV at the moment in those countries, these flags here. About the same amount of assets are under construction at the moment. So the company is developing rapidly. And also in the near-term pipeline, another 500 megawatts. So by 2030, we will have 1.7 gigawatts of renewable energy assets, solar PV and onshore wind. And you can see the other columns here as well. So if these columns also will come through, there are offshore wind here as well, the two projects that we have, then this is also the first hint for you why we are dealing with green hydrogen production topic. We already today see quite a lot of hours with very low electricity price or even with negative price. And you can imagine what will happen when these columns come through. So that's one reason why we are dealing with the green hydrogen topic. So the main topic now. Here on this picture you see a generator from a thermal power plant. The power plant was built more than 50 years ago and was renovated 20 years ago. And we are actually using hydrogen to cool down that generator. So we are at the moment the largest hydrogen producer and consumer in Estonia with amount that we have pointed out here. So in Estonia, there is pretty much, we're starting from scratch when we're talking about hydrogen. There is this chicken and egg question, definitely. Moving forward now with our green hydrogen topics, then this is the first pilot project that we're currently doing. We're hoping to make the final investment decision by the end of this month, actually. We have secured subsidy for this project. There was Estonian government subsidy, which I think the Estonian government got the money from European Union for that, from the RRF. And yeah, it was determined that the scheme needs to consist of hydrogen production, which is here, and is done by our subsidiary called Enefit Green, the renewable energy subsidiary. Then our partner, Alexela, they are the logistics partner, also doing the refueling stations, and then the off-takers. It's really difficult to find off-takers in Estonia. As you saw, we do not really have hydrogen economy at the moment. So we are buying ourselves a couple of buses to transport our employees, the power plant employees and miners. And also Alexela will buy a truck, and we will buy some cars as well. But still we're looking for additional off-takers in Estonia for that hydrogen. The amount of hydrogen maximum we can produce is 150 tons per year. And this is also a challenge in Estonia to find off-takers for this amount. Now moving in the southern direction, closer to Central Europe, we also secured subsidy in Lithuania. We're also power producers in Lithuania, also selling electricity and gas there. So the grant is secured, but the same question pretty much as in Estonia. Where are the off-takers? In Lithuania, it's a little bit easier in that sense that they already have large hydrogen consumers like refinery and fertilizer plant. So, but here we are also looking for hydrogen off-takers. We can build up to 22 megawatts of electrolyzers close to our wind and solar farms. You can see those green dots there. Yeah, and Lithuanians are, in that sense, more like active in hydrogen, that they are also planning domestic pipelines. In Estonia, our gas TSO, Elering, they are only planning this transmission pipeline, and they're not even planning the domestic pipelines. Lithuanians are doing it, which gives more opportunities for green hydrogen. This is our demo project. My colleague Yuri, sitting there, he's the project manager for that. As we're an energy company, we're trying to offer energy solutions, innovative energy solutions to our customers as well. So this is a whole chain energy solution. Going to produce renewable electricity with solar PV, then produce hydrogen with an Apter 2.4 kilowatt electrolyzer, then store it in a solid form, metal hydrates, and then converting it back to heat and power with fuel cells. All this system is managed by smart energy management system, meaning that the hydrogen will be produced only when there is a surplus of renewable electricity in the power network, and we are consuming it in the fuel cells, the hydrogen that we produced already, only when the power prices are high on the power market. We're currently in design phase and hope to commission this containerized solution by the end of this year. Similar idea, but on a larger scale. Also looking for different co-financing options here, because it's very difficult to make those projects feasible on these days. Just today I heard from the colleague that a Finnish utility, Fortum, just cancelled their tender for a 0.5 megawatt of fuel cell power plant because of the lack of renewable hydrogen availability in Finland and for the high price. And if Finns are telling that there is a lack of renewable hydrogen, then we are in trouble. Yeah, in Estonia currently this dispatchable power is produced with those oil shale-based power plants, which were built many decades ago, very old power plants. They're still needed for the security of supply reasons, but as they're old, we are decommissioning many of them already. And the question arises that when we are adding renewables into the power grid, which are intermittent, then somehow we still need to cover the peaks, and we need electricity also when there is no sun and no wind. So we are currently in an analysis phase for a gas-based power plant. Not selected the technology yet, whether it be gas engine or gas turbine. But hopefully we can have an EPC tender later this year to be ready to commission these kinds of power plants. I would say before 2030. We also, by the way, tried our luck in the previous hydrogen auction with this power plant as the off-taker. Of course, we were unsuccessful, unfortunately, because the amount of subsidy we asked was almost the maximum amount. But as we know, the successful bids were asking only for like 50 cents of subsidy, which like in this case is like not possible. Moving forward now, then quite complicated slide, but I try to guide you through here. So as I mentioned in the introduction, then we are also producing oil. So these are the oil plants here using pyrolysis technology. The oil what we currently produce is traded as a maritime fuel, or as a gasoline. At the moment we are designing an upgrader for that, the lighter fraction of that oil, which is basically a refinery. So maybe as you recall, I mentioned that in Estonia currently we do not really have hydrogen on a large scale consumption. That would be the first large scale hydrogen consumer in Estonia, which will, if commissioned in 2030, will be using about 10,000 tons of hydrogen per year. Of course, the question is how to produce that hydrogen. The base scenario for us is that we are going to use POX, partial oxidation technology, because in those pyrolysis plants we have a byproduct of oil called retort gas, which we can convert into hydrogen. Of course, this is kind of fossil-based hydrogen. It's not green, but it's way more cheaper at the moment. And of course, we are looking for options to do the green electrolyzer as well, to use the green electricity. But base scenario, as mentioned, is this POX system. Air Liquide is designing the system for us. And yeah, in the longer term, of course, the question is that what to do with the CO2 that we emit from the pyrolysis plants. We have four pyrolysis plants at the moment, and if this put them all together, then the CO2 emission is more than 1 million tons per year. So you can imagine what's the amount of hydrogen needed to convert it, for example, to methanol. It's more than 500,000 tons. Hydrogen pipeline. So yeah, the message I will give here, maybe you don't like it very much, but in Estonia, we think that maybe it's more reasonable for us to do something ourselves with hydrogen, to valorize it in our countries and then sell more expensive products to Western Europe, for example. It's not very sensible idea to just sell it as a hydrogen. What we also tell to our policymakers and decision makers is that as the main consumers, our plants are located in the eastern side of Estonia, then they should really connect this pipeline whenever it comes with the main consumers as well. Also, we have some synergies in the company, a subsidiary called Enefit Solutions. So they have about 900 employees. Currently, their main business is to do the maintenance for our power plants and mines. So they got very good basic skills. And they are now looking for new revenue streams as this fossil-based business is decreasing. Then they're already actively participating in different tenders and when it comes to green technologies, for example, battery energy storages and also hydrogen technologies. I see I'm running out of time. Then yeah, that's the last slide. Trying to put all that talk I gave you together. Yeah, but I want to be on time. So here you can see those projects that I were telling to you, and also the timeline here, and then the amounts that are written there. Maybe something to mention here as well is that they're also trying to produce that green hydrogen in a smart way. Previous speakers already were mentioning the ancillary services markets, which are now also, we have it in Baltics. By the way, we just desynchronized from the Russian grid at the beginning of February. We were part of Russian synchronous area for decades. Now we are synchronized with Central Europe through Lithuania and Poland. And we have now our own frequency markets. Before, Russians took care of the frequency in the Baltic states. So yeah, we would like to use those electrolyzers, which we're going to build in the future, to participate also in those frequency markets. Also, what we are dealing with, we're trying to test also burning ammonia in our thermal power plants. As we know, the EU climate policy is we have to decarbonize the power production, then there is no carbon in ammonia. We know that Japanese, Koreans, Chinese are already doing it, and trying to do it in our power plants as well. We're, of course, at the moment in R&D phase with that. Yeah, and maybe that's it from my side, and it's 2 minutes for the questions as well.
Thank you. Very interesting overview. But it seems that you have a nice plan ahead with a lot of activities and engaging also outside. So, yeah, I think it is a good inspiration for some questions before we stop for a coffee break. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Yes, hi, my name is Marcel Keilhauer from the German Energy Agency. I have a question because you showed the map of the Nordic-Baltic hydrogen corridor. You said you see the need for a pipeline, but then you said there's no export potential to Western Europe. So can you please elaborate more closely on this, because this was a little bit confusing for me.
Yeah, well, our idea is that we definitely need that pipeline in our region, because it would, on one hand, help to solve the storage question a little bit. When there is a surplus of green electricity, then we can produce hydrogen and sell it to the pipeline, and also those amounts of hydrogen that will be needed when our industrial scale projects will be executed, then definitely this is the amounts that require the pipeline connection. The other message is that this general pipeline is not enough. We need also domestic pipelines in Estonia, which our gas DSO or the distribution system operator either is not planning at the moment. And the one message I gave was that from the economical view, we should actually try to valorize the hydrogen as much as possible in the Nordic region, and why not in the Baltic as well, make more valuable products there and then sell these projects to Western Europe.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Karel, one small question. In one of your slides, you show us that you are going to install 2 offshore wind farms, Livi and Lode. So could you say us, do you have a port, a base port, where you are going to erect all those mills? And the place where CTV vessels and operation and maintenance vessels will stay there? Do we have such place?
Yes, we have 2 offshore wind projects, that's true, and they are this Livi project is in a FEED phase at the moment. The investment decision is not done yet because there is no certainty about the subsidy for that. The government is working on that at the moment because the amount of electricity that's going to be produced there, the capacity will be 1 gigawatt. So this is like huge assets. It will produce half of the need of electricity of Estonia per year. So it's not possible to build it without subsidy. And as much as we know is that there are Port of Tallinn, they have this Muuga and Paldiski port. They are investing quite a lot of money to have this infrastructure ready for the ships. I think this Paldiski port is the Port of Tallinn is talking about that quite a lot. Of course, there are some other ports who would like to be part of this as well.
I will just kind of clarify by rephrasing that. So the service infrastructure will be on the same side of the Baltic.
What do you mean?
It's going to be Estonian side. You're not going to outsource it outside.
We don't know it.
All right, but that's also an option, right?
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. I was thinking about this, what you mentioned, just the scale, just to reflect on the size of Estonia. And is it really an advantage when you're talking about new technologies, when you are a small country, or would you rather consider this as an issue for yet?
Yeah, it depends. And on some cases it can be advantage. Mm-hmm. We can move fast, maybe less bureaucracy than, for example, German colleagues that we were discussing during the lunch. This gives us an advantage, but of course sometimes it's a negative as well.
Case by case.
Depending on case. Yeah.
All right. Final questions, or then we're just going to break for a coffee. No, Daria? Yes?
The microphone.
Just the mic is on the way.
This autumn on the Hydrogen Week, I saw that the three countries had a common desk, and I mean Litva, Latvia, and yeah, and I was very pleasantly surprised from this. Could you say a few words? You talked about Lithuania, but could you say a little about the common work between the three countries and the network you are establishing?
Well, yeah, as I showed you in the presentation, then we have production units in different countries, starting from Finland to Poland, and this is why we are dealing with this hydrogen topic there, because if there's more renewables coming to the grid, then there will be a lot more hours with very cheap electricity, then you have to do something with it. The most, I think, I'm not very aware of the hydrogen topics in Latvia. They might be having some projects, but I know more about the Estonian projects, as this is our home country, and of course, as I showed in Lithuania, we have a couple of projects as well. When it comes to Poland, then at the moment we do not have any active hydrogen projects here.
Hopefully some to come.
Hopefully.
Thank you once again, and thank you to all the speakers in this session. So now we're gonna have a coffee break, and after the coffee break, Professor Vladikova gonna take it over, and I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Home again. I like to be here when I can, and when I come home cold and tired, it's good to warm my bones beside a fire. Far away across the field, the tolling of the iron bell calls the faithful to their knees to hear the softly spoken magic spell. When you were here before, could look in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I was special. You're so very special, but I'm a creep, and I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. you to notice when I'm not around. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here.
She sits alone, waiting for suggestions. He's so nervous, avoiding all her questions. His lips are dry, her heart is gently pounding. Don't you just know exactly what they're thinking? If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, sugar, let me know. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Come on, honey, tell me so, babe. Now he's acting shy, looking for an answer. Come on, honey, let's spend the night together. Now, hold on a minute before we go much farther. Give me a dime so I can phone my mother. They catch a cab to this high-rise apartment. At last he can tell her exactly what his heart meant. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, sugar, let me know. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Come on, honey, tell me so. Oh, no. His heart's beating like a drum, 'cause at last he's got his girl home. Come on, relax, baby, and now we are alone. Oh, they wake up down, 'cause all the birds are singing. Two total strangers, but that ain't what they're thinking. Outside it's cold, misty, and it's raining. They got each other, neither one's complaining. He says, I'm sorry, but I'm out of milk and coffee. Never mind, sugar, we can watch the early movie. If you want my body think I'm sexy, come on sugar, let me know. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Come on honey, tell me so. Oh.
Give me time to realize my crime. Let me love and steal. I have danced inside your eyes. How can I be real? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Precious kisses words that burn me. Lovers never ask you why. In my heart the fire's burning. Choose my color, find a star. Precious people always tell me there's a step too far. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me Words I fear I haven't spoken, I could waste 1,000 years. Grabbing sorrow words that are token. Come inside and catch my tears. You've been talking but believe me. If it's true, you did not know. This one lost without a reason. I'm prepared to let you go. If it's love you want from me, then take it away. Everything is not what you see, so how can? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me She wakes up early every morning just to do her hair now. 'Cause she cares, yeah. Her day couldn't be right without her makeup. She's never had a makeup. She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. she stands there singing for money. In my sleep I see her begging, preaching, please. Although her body's not mine, I ask now why, God why? She's just like you and me, but she's homeless, and she stands there singing for money. She's just like you and me, as she stands there singing for money.
I never meant to cause you any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain. I only wanted to one time see you laughing. I only wanna see you laughing in the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you bathing in the purple rain. I'll never wanted to be your weekend lover. I only wanted to be some kind of friend. Baby, I could never steal you from another. It's such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you underneath the purple rain. Honey, I know the times are changing. It's time we all return for something new. That means you too. You say you wanna lead out, but you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better close it and get you to the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, oh purple rain, purple rain.
seem to mind. Rise in this occasion, halfway up your back, sliding down your body, touching your behind. You look so self-possessed, I won't disturb your rest. It's lovely when you're sleeping, but wide awake is best. Wake up and make love with me. Wake up and make love. Wake up and make love with me. I don't wanna make you, I let the fancy take you, and you wake up and make love. You come awake in a horny morning mood, and we have a proper wriggle in the naughty naked nude. Roll against my body, get me where you want me. What happens next is private, it's also very rude. I go and get the post and make some tea and toast. You have another sleep, love. It's me that needs it most. Wake up and make love with me. Wake up and make love. Wake up and make love with me. I don't wanna make you, I let the fancy take you, and you wake up and make love.
fears that you've already gone away. Misjudged your limits, pushed you too far, took you for granted. I thought that you needed me more. I would do most anything to get you back by my side, but I just keep on laughing, hiding the tears in my eyes. 'Cause boys don't cry. Boys don't cry.
You and me, we used to be together, every day together, always. I really feel I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're letting go, and if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Our memories, they can be invited.
No, it's not connected.
Yeah,
Now. Yeah, let me see where we are. Good afternoon to everybody. It's time to start the final session, continuing with hydrogen best practices of Estonia and Lithuania. And I shall replace Jakub, who has a Hydrogen Europe research meeting. Tomorrow I shall be your chair. We are continuing with something very interesting. We go to the ports. And the next talk is a breakthrough in green hydrogen economy in Klaipėda port. And it will be given by Algis Laktakas, who is Director General of the port. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, my dear colleagues, lovers and fans of hydrogen. So really, I understand that you need some help with some energy. Still 2 presentations after our coffee break. So anyway, today in the morning we got a lot of information, very special, very important information about hydrogen. We start from markets, from infrastructure, from even underground storages, and we heard about Estonia progress, what they are going to do. So many things and very important things. But I have to say that I'm first time in such conference or meeting where nearly all audience, they are presenters. So really, it is not often to meet somewhere. But anyway, what I want to start to talk. First one, I was invited here to explain a little bit what we are doing in port. We are not energy company. We are as a port authority. What we are going to do, we want to install some hydrogen stations, hydrogen production station, and you can see that how serious we are, because I take a team as well. Today we are 5 of us, and everybody we like, and everybody doing a lot of efforts that to continue this project in very, very time. But today, you know, last year and the year before, when we talk in ports about energy transition, it was in a highest mode. Everybody want to make energy transition in the ports, but this year and last year, at the end of last year, we sometimes hear next to the energy transition, we hear that we need to be competent, we need to be very fast in our activities, in our work, and we have to be, you know, not affected by green brain wash. But I'm on a position anyway, on a position to be green and to implement everything what is possible in our job, that our activities be green. So, Albert, I go aside and I want to convince why we start to work with the hydrogen, not being an energetic company, but being as a port authority, landlord, port authority. So when I was child, it was 55 years ago, and I remember I used to live in a village and remember what the snow drifts were there. Sometimes father taking a sledge and bring to the school. And some days or tens of days on January and February at that time was cold and schools were shut down. Especially, I remember February month. My wedding was on 9th of February 40 years ago. And at that time was minus 32 degrees temperature. And what it was last this 1 year, on 9th of February in Lithuania, we had somewhere 10 degrees plus. So climate change is huge. Climate change really is a very big one. Well, yeah, can you help me to change? Okay, it works. But even more, if you not believe in that and if you not remember such times, I have to say that this one picture illustrates very well what is happening with our planet, with our lives. And this one picture was done on 1999 in Greenland. One meteorologist, Olsen, he went there, he did investigation, and you can see that the sledge pulled by the team of dogs, it was on a water. And if we will be so slow as people, we can see in the future that scientists will use not sledges, not dogs, but they will use boats probably in Greenland. Really, temperature from 1880 changes, 1.2 degrees increases. And we know what's going to happen if we will get 1.5 degrees in increase of temperature. 5 times we have more disasters, more extreme situations today in the world. Recent events, Los Angeles fires, and we remember summer Valencia flooding, 232 people dead. Even in Lithuania, last year, 2023, we met our new year with 14.5 degree temperature. So the changes, they are very, very, very big and very huge, I have to say. Yes. You can ask, but you as a port authority, why you step in this hydrogen? It is really quite difficult. We know that it is a new one thing, and you have to have a knowledge, everything what you have to apply to produce hydrogen. But in this one slide, you can see in a picture, we as a port are situated in the middle of the city. Around of us, there are residential areas. And from another side, we have Natura 2000. From third one side, we have a national park. So we are very, very in bad position to say regarding the dust, regarding the noise, regarding the glasshouse gases as well. So exhaustion of CO2 is very bad to us as well. And because of that, we did the green port concept or green port program, and we start to follow it. And one of our tasks was how to make more fuel, more kinds of fuel in our city. And today in the morning we talk about as well how many regulations now we have from global societies and how many regulations we have from European Union. Renewable Energy Directive. Already we talk what they say to us and what we have to follow. Fuel EU Marine. We know how much we have to reduce exhausting gases. And as well, all those directives, AFRID, AFIR, they force us to make infrastructure in ports up to 2030. We have to have a lot of infrastructure, some and other kinds of fuels and electricity, again, onshore power electricity to plug in a vessels and to feed vessels with that. So many things we have to have, and we start to do those things already now. Yeah. So, okay. So again, today we talk many things, but we as a port, of course, we understand that we have to reduce exhaustion of CO2 to reduce it. But we understand as well with this one, our project, we can to get some competitiveness because we became attractive to shipping lines. Now shipping lines, they are looking for the ports who have alternative fuels as a methanol, ammonia, electricity as well, and hydrogen as well. So we are thinking that those our projects, or this one project, what we are doing, it will help us as well to be more competitive in a port. Green corridors. Today we have in a port green corridor which is used by express feeders, shipping company, which are thinking to build 14 vessels driven by methanol. So companies, they are looking for green ports as well, ports which are working with that energy transition. You know, after the war starts in Ukraine, Klaipėda port in Lithuania, we are only one seaport and we lost around 40% of cargo turnover. So we are looking for any kind of competitiveness, how we can to attract vessels to the port. As well, we can see what is happening around of us in Europe, especially Antwerp. Antwerp is always as example for all the ports around, and Antwerp 2001, they built first one hydrogen station, and this one station is dedicated for vessel filling, car filling, and another purposes. So it stay on a border port and city. Again, Long Beach, quite big capacities, hydrogen production, and they use it for Toyota service centers. Onshore power supply, it's very important today, and we apply it. But we can see that last year, Rotterdam, they start to use hydrogen-driven taxis. So a lot of ports, they are thinking about this one kind of energy. And what we are doing now, and how we started. 2022, we thought a little bit how to start with hydrogen production, and it was quite difficult. But we said first one, let me try to get some funding. If we're gonna succeed, we will start to do this project. Again, we write documents, we write the project, and we send the project to European Union, and we got funding. And after that, when we got funding, 15% intensity, it was no step back. After that, of course, was necessary to make impact on environment project. And it was, again, very to say, it was question, do you have a right in a city center to produce hydrogen? But we succeed, I have to say, that impact on environment. We choose two alternatives. First one, more in a city center, another a little bit aside. And the first one was better to us, but it was reject because we did a mistake. We knew nothing. We did a mistake because somewhere 100 meters from the place where we want to implement station and electrolyzer was storage, where was possibility to store nitrogen fertilizer. After that, the institutions, they decided and they gave to us permission, and impact on environment was positive to another one alternative. And after that, we signed a contract with a general constructor. It was company Lithuanian one. We ordered all equipment, and now equipment is nearly finished. It is electrolyzer, compressors, storage tanks, and filling stations as well. When we started this project, move some business in Lithuania, in country. Some metal production companies, they found a possibility to make a storage for 1,100 tons of hydrogen. So we made an impact for our industry as well. And at this moment, when we did impact on environment, was very bad situation to us, because not very far from city of Klaipėda, around 40 kilometers from us, some company, European Energy, they decide to install very big, very huge one, hydrogen and methanol factory, 19,000 tons of hydrogen and 100,000 tons of methanol a year. So a very big one factory. And people, they were so against this factory, and there was, to say, a strikes. There was so active all our society, and this one factory was shut down. And after that, you know, all those people came to us, and they start to continue to be against our project as well. So what the opinion in society was that it is explosion, it is very dangerous, it is very toxic, it is uncertainty everywhere, and with the water as well, a lot of problems, and so on and so on and so on. So only bad things around hydrogen, because society don't know about what hydrogen means. So we did a lot of conversations with them to convince them. And after that, again, another one thing was legislation. There was zero understanding in legislation how to proceed with hydrogen, how to get standards, how to get licenses, what does it mean, and nothing like that. So we travel everywhere, in Japan, in Germany, Netherlands, to get some understanding, and to go to ministries and to convince them what we need. And we succeed as well that the Ministry of Energy, Lithuania, they decide to let us to use German standards. So it's okay, when we got such permission, it was more easy to start all procedures. What we still need to make some technical design to the site, because you have to prepare the site, all communications, all tubes, pipelines, and so on. And of course, we need more to work with the personnel to get some understanding and certification of competent personnel. And again, there is no clear what the security zones could be around pipeline. And what we're going to do, we will build up, install up a 1.25 megawatt electrolyzer, general capacity 2.25 megawatt, and this one electrolyzer and this one station gonna produce around 127 tons a year of green hydrogen. We are speaking about only about green hydrogen, 531 kilogram a day. And we're gonna install 3 dispensers, one for vessel, another for trucks, and third one for small cars. Where we gonna to sell it? First one for our own use as a port. At this moment, we decide to build up our own one vessel, waste collecting vessel, and some another things, again, for public transport, for railway low costs, and for vessel bunkering as well. And in this one picture, you can see one vessel, which already the school is done. Now we are waiting last installations in vessel, and it be first one tanker in world which will come to us at the end of this year, and this one vessel will be driven by hydrogen. And as well, we are building two pilot vessels. They're gonna be hybrid vessels, but to say not with hydrogen. Again, when when there is no fuel, there is no users. Then you have fuel users coming to you. And we believe that all those 127 tons we can sell, use for ourselves 25% and another part to sell. So when we start to make this project, some companies come to us, and already we signed some memorandums of understanding. And mainly memorandums is with the railway companies, with Lithuanian Railway, big company, and with some companies which are working in our port. And I think that really we did a very big job. Could be that this one will be not very profitable for us as a port. But our main job, what we did, we promote a way for green hydrogen in Lithuania. After us, energy companies can work more, and they will have all standards, all licenses, all understanding, and we will give for them. But probably we will not stop. We are looking for another possibilities, and we hope that hydrogen really has a future, and we congratulate everybody who is on this journey. Thank you.
We have to think for the future. And the future is, yes, in green energy. Now the floor is open for discussion. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Yuri from Eesti Energia, and I was wondering, you mentioned competitiveness for your port and then hydrogen as a means to achieving it. We saw certain steps and projects that you're doing, but I was wondering, how does this hydrogen and the projects translate to economic competitiveness? Like, what's the economic? How have you thought or made those hydrogen projects economically competitive? Thank you.
Yes, of course, if to look only straight, of course, today hydrogen is very expensive, especially in our country when electricity now is very high in price. Before we thought that it could be around 10 euro per kilo. And if it works. We understand it not works for industry. For heavy industry, it should be somewhere, I don't know, 1+, but not more. But for such things as small vessels, as cars, as low cost, it works. And we hope to get a hydrogen price like that. But another one thing is to get a good reputation. And what the shipping lines are looking around, they are looking that they come to green port, that the port changes, that the port follows rules which coming to us in a future years. And we know that up to 2030, we have to be ready for AFIR, for AFRID, for EU fuel maritime.
Yes, some other questions? I would like to ask you about, yeah, please. Yeah.
Thanks. Rumiana Grozeva, Regional Economic Development Agency of Stara Zagora, Bulgaria. I have a question. If there is any interest from another ports in Europe about your good practice to be integrated, to be adapted somehow?
Yes, because what I said, some ports they have, Antwerp has, hydrogen import.
I've been there, I know, but I mean
The-
in Eastern Europe or some other countries.
I don't think that the ports are gonna do this. Energy companies, first one, as Estonian energy company, as another energy companies in Lithuania, already they show, Carol showed today that 4 companies, they are gonna to do hydrogen. Hydrogen production as a port authority, you know, it is something different. Port authorities, landlord port authorities, they have their own tasks, but we did it because was not a possibility to wait. Somebody has to start. And could be that in future some ports will have. But again, we are thinking about distribution. We know about today was shown a very big project in Brazil by Green Energy Park. And in some ports, yes, it could be.
Thank you.
Some other questions? Yes, you know that ports are a hot topic. Ports for ships and, of course, for airplanes. That is the hot topic because those are ecosystems which have to be decarbonized, and there are many solutions, and I'm very pleasantly surprised to hear this talk and to see that you are already in collaboration with the railways. Because as far as I know, there is a tendency in your country for retrofit of locomotives, and shunting locomotives are business case in some cases. And I would like to ask you to say a little bit more about this memorandum or understanding or collaboration with the railways, because that is one very good direction. And before you answer, I want to say, in connection with this which you have said, we have to have such active centers. In Sofia, we have 1 refueling station and 1 car, and 2 months later, we have already 4 cars, bought from ordinary people. So you have to have a place where you're going to refuel and customers will come.
Yeah,
for the railways, it's important because they need bigger quantities of hydrogen.
You know, not only railway, with the railways, we already signed 2 memorandums of understanding. One company, stevedoring company inside the port, they are using shunting locos. It means inside the port, we reduce exhaustion of CO2. Another one memorandum we signed with the country railway company, and they again gonna use it for short distances now where they need. Third one, what we thought to sign third one memorandum with producers of electric buses, that they can change electric bus as well with the fuel cell and to make with the hydrogen. Probably it will be. Third one, we are gonna buy ourselves cars. This year we're gonna buy Toyota Mirai, 1 or 2, I don't know, but anyway we're gonna buy. Third one, we got some information from Volvo truck company, and when they know now that the hydrogen, green hydrogen coming to our region, to our city, they are ready to sign memorandum of understanding as well with us for trucks. So when the fuel really is, you have some clients as well. Without fuel, there is no clients. I understand it is expensive today, it's really expensive, but I saw in Aberdeen, at the end of last year, price for 1 kilo was 18 euros. And in the city, and anyway, they have 25 buses. So it means, of course, there are subsidies from municipality, from another probably sources. But anyway, if you want to be green, if you understand that you have to secure your globe, anyway, you have to spend money on that.
Yes, thank you very much. Good luck to this activity. Once more, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we're going back to hydrogen valleys, this time hydrogen valleys, Poland. Today we understood that that is one very good approach for hydrogen deployment. So Hydrogen Valley, a place to close the loop, green hydrogen success story from Poland, given by Radosław Zidok, Vice President of our Silesian Hydrogen Valley Association. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello once again. It's good to see so many faces still. So I hope you're as energetic as me and you're willing to hear a short, hopefully, success story from Poland. First of all, let me say that in a week exactly, we'll be celebrating a third anniversary, but don't sing happy birthday yet. But just a short introduction, aside that we are 3 years old. The Lower Silesian is a region of Poland's southwestern part. It's very close to Germany. We are actually neighbors of Saxony land, and we are close collaborators with them as well, and also Czech Republic. So this is a very interesting place. There is a A4 highway, a lot of transport from Germany to Poland, also to Ukraine, because the A4 is running to Lviv as well. So we say, we name it a crossroads of Europe, and as you see in a moment, it's not only a name. And yeah, we are operating also in other regions of Poland. We have members from all over the Poland and a lot of trans-border collaboration, let's say. And the association is formed mostly by industry. So, and me myself, I've came to the NGO sector from industry. So this is opposite as the usual way. We are formed by big state-owned companies, but also by the local government of our region, of our voivodeship. We have also some private capital, Toyota. The biggest company is KGHM, this is Mining and Metallurgy of Copper. We have Central Industrial Development Agency from Poland, the economic zones, and a very interesting company with a small logo here called Prometplast, which I'll be discussing in a moment. We define Hydrogen Valley in Europe in general and in Poland specifically as a regionally located ecosystem that binds together the value chain of hydrogen. There's a lot of buzzwords connected, but what's most important is that you should have the renewable power, electrolyzers, some kind of storage, and then obviously the most important thing is the offtake for hydrogen. So what we should aim for and what we did succeed in our region is to bind all this together. And you know well that without binding this whole value chain together, it's basically impossible to gather financing for real scale investments, meaning millions or hundreds of millions of euros. And our role is basically to connect those entities from different parts of the value chain. The association is a formal body itself, but we have obviously a very small budget as compared to those big industrial companies. But we know that project starts with ideas, with companies that are willing to collaborate. Some are delivering technology, some other are investing. Someone is obviously giving the power, the renewable power. And that's why we are in places like here today. We are traveling all abroad Europe to find possible collaborations. And we are very open to building consortia. Obviously, one of the ways to finance such organization as our association is to build consortia for European funded projects. And we already are a member of large-scale Hydrogen Valley, funded by Clean Hydrogen Partnership. This is the Baltic Hydrogen Valley. You might have heard of it, a project awarded in 2023. We are obviously a very small partner as a, let's say, regional valley in Poland, but the main issue here is to connect Estonia and Finland to build a large-scale hydrogen valley with hydrogen offtake in power sector, industrial, obviously, some synthetic fuels as well. So very interesting thing, especially it connects totally with everything that was said today about the infrastructure. There's obvious potential, very big potential in the Nordic-Baltic region for the production of quite cheap hydrogen. I'd say this is crucial, quite cheap, but at the same time they won't have such offtake in their region. But we in Poland and I think our colleagues in Germany are very interested in getting this hydrogen down there to the Central Europe. So this project is already happening. We are trying to copy the achievements of our Nordic partners, to somehow animate the same ideas of hydrogen offtake, but also to learn, basically to learn the business models and to come up with new projects that are based on this business models built in the Nordic region. And as you can see, Poland is obviously on the way. It was also said today for the hydrogen transport. That's why we are here, and that's why we, as Lower Silesian Hydrogen Valley, try to replicate all those things. And the European hydrogen backbone was also discussed today, so I won't dwell too much into details, but there's the highest potential for trans-border hydrogen connections are exactly in our region. Yeah? Thanks to being close to Saxony, where this hydrogen industry is very, very strong. They already have a lot of infrastructure, let's say Leuna, where the hydrogen production and use is already there. We want to connect with them. We want to send them our hydrogen, but we also thinking about this going two ways. And if it will happen on the full scale, we are discussing investments, potential investments close to 3 billion euros. And I must say, because I'm very proud of this, that this project was already awarded by Polish Ministry of Climate. Last year in November, it was already recognized as an important part of binding together European hydrogen players and replicating those good ideas here in Poland or in Central Europe in general. But now let's go into the details of what's happening here in Lower Silesia. So as I told you, one of the members is Promet Plus. This is a family company, almost 40 years old now. But it developed heavily since the start 40 years ago. Basically, it's a company that's producing medical articles from plastic. So you could say quite an easy job. And it was easy until the competitiveness of European industry went down due to energy prices. It was even at the end of the previous decade. The competition from China were exporting heavily into Germany, which is the main market for Promet Plast, and they were driving down the prices so much that the margin was close to zero. So Mr. Andrzej Jerzewski, who is the CEO of the company, decided to do something, and they did quite a lot. So it all starts obviously with renewables. Yeah, the plastic production uses a lot of electricity, so the cheapest and easiest possible way is to go into your own energy supply. As I've told you, this is previous decades. So even though there was a problem for wind farm investments in Poland, they managed to build their own wind farms, and they've very, very quickly they've get more power than they needed. So excess energy was first sold to the market. But when more and more production of the renewable power came in, and as you can already see, this is 30 megawatts total. Only the wind farms are 25 megawatts. They've seen that apart from being only this easy, doing this easy job of selling the excess energy to the market, they've seen a possible additional revenues coming from the arbitrage, meaning selling the energy when it's the most expensive on the market, when the most expensive hours, and producing it and storing it when there's the more sun or more wind coming in. So right now they already have battery energy storage, lithium-ion batteries. So it's not only hydrogen powered, and this is an important lesson that those technologies do come together and they really fit in very well. But obviously the most important thing is their own energy production. And a few years ago, it was before the COVID even, they've decided that with so much pressure already rising in the hydrogen investment sector, they took a risk. As I've told you today during the first panel discussion in the morning, Mr. Rzeszki is an innovator. He decided to put his money into investment that was very risky, but he really believed that the hydrogen may be a new gold for his company. So even before the hydrogen investment, this company has already turned from plastic producer into a somehow energy company, a powerhouse, and he was looking into more marginable products, and hydrogen was seen by him by a possible high margin product. But first, the hydrogen is mostly the energy storage. So this is very important that the offtake is in the same company as the production, at least for most of the hydrogen right now. They already have 5 megawatt electrolyzer installed that's running according to the renewable power. So this is basically the cleanest possible hydrogen right now. Obviously, it's not additional, so it won't be RFNBO within a few years, but that's only shows by example how stupid those regulations are. And the stored hydrogen is then again used basically to produce electricity, but as well cooling and heating for the need of the company. So this is a closed loop of energy in the company. And I've told you that this guy is an innovator, and so some might say, okay, so hydrogen is well known now. Yeah? Everyone's discussing hydrogen. So here's something even more interesting: the so-called agro-hydro energy. Basically, this is photovoltaics, but it's photovoltaics installed in a quite different way than usually. It's above land, so this land can still be used for agriculture. And it has an additional system of water retention with a sprinklers. So basically the rainwater is stored and delivered to the plants beneath only when needed. Not constantly, but when needed, when the amount of water in the ground is low. And this, even though it gives obviously a shadow on the plant, it already makes the crops bigger. Without the installation, with all the sun and all the rain coming on the land, the crops would be smaller than with this installation. It's obviously because the amount of energy coming from the sun is enough, but the key is the water. And we know well in the hydrogen sector that water is the key. We don't have enough water in Poland for the need of people, and we sometimes have this so-called hydrological drought. And this is a way forward. This is a way forward for land use that will make us energy stable and energy self-sufficient. Because this, as I've told you, can work well with agriculture. But coming back to the hydrogen, because this is a hydrogen conference. This is actual photo. That previous was a render, but this is actual photo. This agro-hydro energy installation is there on the ground. The electrolyzer is here. You can see it. It's 40 kilometers away from Wrocław, the biggest city in Poland. It's not remote. It's very close to the highway. And the most beautiful thing about this is that it's really replicable. This is obviously all these investments came from the basic principle of this plastic business that require power, but we need power. Yeah, we need constant delivery of stable power, and hydrogen here serves as this this part of chain that closes this loop. And obviously, having such installation with your own renewables and your own electrolyzers easily gives you also the possibility, which is another step taken right now, to build a refueling station. It's close to the highway, which is part of the 10T network, so it will be, I think, according to all the regulations like AFIR, and there's a huge potential for additional grants for this. And obviously, if you have this stable offtake in your own company, you can also build more electrolyzer for next companies. And this is also the idea to connect with other hydrogen users in Poland and sell them excess hydrogen. And you, let's say, you're de-risking this additional business by having this offtake of your own. So basically, that's why I'm saying this is a beautiful example of closing of the loop. And maybe one last thing. As I've told you, the battery storage is coming well and fits well with hydrogen. And the next interesting example of this is the idea of the so-called kinetic power plants. These towers you see on the left and right, this is basically a storage facility that use these blocks coming up and down to store energy in form of potential energy that can be turned into kinetic energy and produce electricity. But it's also a power plant because it's all covered in photovoltaics. And this is a very interesting example. This project is already in development. It's not yet built, but it's in development phase. Very interesting idea on how to, let's say, insert energy transition into cities. Because if you see it without this, industrial park, you might think it's just, another skyscraper, 150 meters high, with a lot of glass around it, yeah, like basically a skyscraper with some offices in it. And why not having this kind of storage in cities? Yeah? Why not store excess electricity coming from photovoltaics all over the city? We now have this kind of photovoltaics that can be inserted into this normal glass used as windows. Basically, this is this technology. And we will be finally able to balance the need with the production on site in cities, which are usually the high energy consumers and not the producers. This is different ideas bind together by the so-called green energy island concept. Already on the ground, at least partially, as I said, the kinetic power plants are not there yet, but Mr. Jerzewski is very dedicated to bringing them together. But I'd say that for the hydrogen part, and we are discussing this today, this is already one of the biggest examples in Poland, and this is one of the few examples of private people making a huge step for maybe not all mankind, but at least for our economy, because we are lacking good examples of hydrogen investments. And this is on the ground, as I've told you, it's already producing hydrogen. There's new steps coming in with hydrogen refueling stations, with another form of energy storage. We are very happy to share this experience. You can come and see those installations on your own. Basically, we are doing this for the last 2 years, and even 3 weeks ago, we brought some people from Brussels, from European Commission, to show them that those things are happening. But what can be done to multiply this kind of investments is obviously we need more renewables. At least in our region, we are lacking power. So it all starts with renewables, and we should more think of renewable power plants in this whole ecosystem and whole complex investments. Building only the wind farms or only the photovoltaics is not enough. We now know more about the problems with grid stability in Poland. We already have this kind of curtailment of renewables, and this is also an answer to those. Yeah? If we can help this kind of investments happen all over Europe, or at least all over CEE, then I'm pretty sure that the hydrogen market will come next. Thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for this presentation, which shows the role of hydrogen in the energy mix. Now the floor is open for, yes, please.
Yeah, hello, my name is Juraj Petrovic. I'm from Slovakia, with Tatra as a technical gas supplier. I have two questions. The first one is, are there any thoughts about using the main waste product of the electrolysis, which is oxygen? And the second one is, how does the economy of the whole project looks like? Is it at least at zero? Thank you.
It's much better than zero, but this is basically because the project started in case of electrolyzer in 2019. The order was placed before COVID, so the prices were much lower than what it is now, even though Mr. Jerzewski had to wait several years because the company that delivered put him out of the queue because somebody else came in with a higher offer, but it was all in all a good way forward. Obviously, the most important thing is right now is the electricity, and it gives really the ability for the company to use this very cheap energy prices on the market and to sell it for the highest prices in the evening and morning. So, yeah, this economy is there. This project was co-funded by domestic funds, but it was also with grants. So I wouldn't say that it's like totally, marketable. But the company is doing great with it. And about the oxygen, no, it's not used now. The amount, as far as I know, the amount of oxygen, or maybe not even the amount, but the pressure of the oxygen is very low. So it would require additional compression, purification, so eventually additional costs. So I don't think the oxygen will be close to the technical gases competition prices, yeah.
Yes, some other questions? Yes, please.
Hello, Martin Kiiska from Estonia. So I was wondering about those gravity energy storage solutions, and what is their efficiency, and how much actually energy can you get back from that you put in?
It's down to physics, basically. I'd say it's close to what you have with the battery, excluding, the obvious use of the mechanical parts. But it's quite high. It's quite high, especially given its how big is the possibility of store versus the amount of land you cover. Yeah, so this tower used for the basic calculations used concrete blocks, but it's no problem to use, I don't know, lead or steel blocks that will give you several times higher the density of the energy stored. But all in all, to really say the numbers, you have to build it, yeah, and it's not there yet. So I'm being totally honest with you. But it's much cheaper than the battery with the chemical parts, the basically lithium ion and something else.
Other questions? Well, if not, thank you. Let's thank to the last speaker. And
thank you.
Well, I think that we had a very exciting day because we all in this room have the same interest in the discussions. It doesn't happen on a conference even, when people have different interests and different topics. No, here the audience was interested in everything which was discussed. We started very nice discussion, putting the problems. Then we had presentations giving us good examples and giving us bottlenecks. We, I think, found that hydrogen valleys are something which can push our region forward. We know that we have to accelerate hydrogen deployment so that Europe will be unified in respect to usage of hydrogen. So thank you for this very active audience. And I think that if we have to say one word that is uniting us in the moment, that is integrity and working together. Otherwise, our results will not be so efficient. So I would like to wish you a very pleasant evening, and preparation for tomorrow's continuation of this discussion, and maybe tomorrow we could find the beginning of some common solutions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, just last words from me. On behalf of Litvan Group, I would like to thank all the speakers and all the participants for their interesting discussions and interesting presentations. And joining us here today on the conference, I would like to thank our chairman, Mr. Jakub Kupecki, who unfortunately need to leave us. But I would like to thank Professor Daria Vlatkova jumping in and guide our evening. We will looking forward to receiving your feedback on the event through evaluation forms, so please fill out those and give them to me or my colleagues on the back of the room. If there is anything we as organizers help you or you would like us to assist you, don't hesitate to contact us. We are here for you. Tomorrow we will start at 8:30 again as today. And before I will invite you all for our evening reception at the bar when we will have some drinks and you can further discuss your today's things you learn, or maybe you saw some things new. I would like to ask you to please wear your badges, so the reception at the bar will be visible for the bartenders that you are from us. And I would like to all invite you here on the stage. We will take a group photo, so you have a little bit of a memory today's. And thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.